That was me.
Morning, Neil.
Hello. Morning, everybody. So, hi, everybody, and welcome to this session. As we start this event, please feel free to put your names in the chat and tell us where you're coming in from. And we'll just wait a couple of minutes just for people to file through. Okay. So I know that most people here today are probably members of ELFI, but I just wanted to give a quick introduction as people are arriving to anybody who's not a member of ELFI. Very sorry. So ELFI is an association, a global association. We used to be European only, but now we're much more global. And it's one of the only associations dedicated to the teaching of English for healthcare. What we do on a very regular basis, we hold webinars, we have a biannual conference, and we also provide lots of resources and activities for members, be they OET trainers, be they people working in medical faculties across the world, or simply preparing people for various exams of healthcare professionals such as OET, the PLAB, etc. We also offer a lot of discounts for members as well. So that's also worth checking out if you are a member and you're not aware of that. There are several membership options, including institutional membership, individual membership, obviously, but institutional membership will allow several members of the same institute, university, etc., to attend our events. And if you are a member already, then we need you. Basically, we are always looking for people to run webinars, to develop resources for us, and for an interview series, which I want to start pretty soon as well. If anybody's interested in helping us do any of those things, then please get in contact. The address to contact us on is admin@elfi.com. So moving on to today's event, we're going really from the premise that AI is here, it's here to stay, but it's our friend, not our foe. And I personally don't know an awful lot about AI. I have dabbled with it, and I'm hoping to learn an awful lot more today. We've got a very exciting keynote at 1 o'clock UK time this afternoon, and we also have a panel session to round off the day as well. So everything is looking to be really informative, but also a means for you to exchange your experiences as well. Tell us how you've got on with particular tools, etc. We're hoping that there'll be a certain amount of exchange as well. As far as the housekeeping, the boring but important bit is concerned, please put your questions for the speakers in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. If you have any comments to make during the session, discussion points, then go ahead, please use the chat. I know that some speakers will be asking you to do little tasks and polls and stuff. So please do get involved. But for the actual questions for the speakers during their quick Q&A session, then please put them into the Q&A box. Recordings, if you're an LT member, will be available pretty soon after the event. And if you're registered here today, but you're not a member, then we are going to allow people to view the recordings for 2 weeks after the event. So that will enable you to catch up if there's a couple of talks that you miss during the day. Hopefully, you know, by the end of today, if you're not a member, you will become one. That's always a hope from our side. Otherwise, everybody will be issued with a certificate of attendance, and they will be coming to you after this event as well. Now, I do have one change of programme, and that is at 11:45. Unfortunately, Petra, who has been really behind all the organisation and the promotion, contact with speakers, contact with delegates. Unfortunately, she's not able to join us today. Unfortunately, she won't be able to give her talk, obviously, as well. I will deliver a talk instead, and that will be at 11:45. So finally, a little thank you to everybody, including our sponsors who are Specialist Language Courses, SLC, without which we wouldn't have a platform, and without which we wouldn't have the momentum, I think, to continue with everything that we do here at LC. So a very big thank you to SLC and to Chris. Thank you very much. A thank you also to my dear colleagues, Louise and Bethan, who stepped in at the last moment. Thank you so much for being there and for your support and for your help throughout the day today. So I think that's all from me waffling on. I did send you a message, an introductory email the other day as delegates, and I asked ChatGPT to write it in my voice. And I'm so embarrassed to say that it came up with something that actually really does sound like me, so unfortunately, but even more embarrassingly so, it's awful lot of waffle. So apparently that's what I sound like to ChatGPT. But hey, so I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to stop waffling. And I'm hopefully going to introduce our first speakers. I can see Renata. Am I seeing anybody else?
Yes, hi. We're having a little technical difficulties, but I think we've just solved it. So,
okay.
Can you just...
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Okay, just 1 second.
That's okay. We've got time. We've got a few minutes. Please don't worry. We've got a few minutes. Actually, we've got 5 minutes. So please don't worry.
Now we only need like 10 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Yona. That's very sweet of you. Yona suggested that ChatGPT didn't actually sound like me, which is very sweet.
Okay, so
okay.
Good morning,
so we're a little
everyone.
ahead of ourselves, and if you're ready to start, guys, I'd like to introduce Alexandra, Aniko, Chilla, and Renata for our first session, teaching history taking in English using AI-powered tools.
Okay, thank you so much, Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. We are delighted to be here at the LC 2025 Virtual Symposium. 4 of us are going to speak, as Ross mentioned. We are going to speak about history taking in English using AI-powered tools in our classrooms. We are all language instructors at the University of Pécs Medical School in Hungary. My name is Anniko Berta. I am going to give you a short introduction into our system and how our courses are built up. And my colleagues, Alexandra, Renata, and Chila, are going to talk about the new ways of teaching with AR-powered tools that we all use in our classrooms. Our goal is to present to you what we teach and how we do it in our history-taking courses, adapting to the needs of changing times and generations. And finally, we are going to give you a small insight into the lessons we've learned. So as the introduction, here in the picture you can see our campus with the new theoretical building, which was the first major milestone in the renewal of the medical school. It is a modern, innovative and pretty inspiring environment to study and work in. We work in a multicultural environment. This photo was taken a few years ago at the school's biggest charity event. You can see our students wearing their national dresses, and this picture may give you an idea about the atmosphere at the school. And now about numbers briefly. Altogether, we have 3,500 students studying in the English, German, and Hungarian programs. Our international students come from 67 different nationalities. In 2024, the school celebrated the 40th anniversary of the English medium instruction and the 20th anniversary of the German instruction. More than 70% of the students are international students. Their number amounts to 2,500. And they can study general medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and medical biotechnology at the school. Our newly renovated clinical center with its 28 teaching facilities provides students with bedside practical training in small groups. We are language instructors, and we work at the Department of Languages for Biomedical Purposes and Communication. In our capacity as language teachers, we wear two hats. Our primary task is to teach English for medical purposes, and we all are researchers as well. Here you can see some of our research interests. We teach a wide variety of medical English courses for Hungarian and international medical students. We focus on communication skills mainly, and especially we focus on English for medical purposes because all Hungarian students need to take a language exam, grade B2, before graduation. And our main focus is communication with patients and with colleagues as well. Our additional aim is to help students gain confidence in a multicultural and multilingual environment at the school. Here you can see some of the courses that we teach. Actually, our institute is one of the biggest in Europe. We have 31 colleagues teaching languages for specific purposes, including Latin, medical terminology, English, German, and Hungarian. So here are some of our main courses, and in the center you see the topic of the symposium, Taking Medical History.
Okay, so now you know what we teach at our school, and we would like to give you more insights into how we teach these medical English courses. And the new ways of learning demand new ways of teaching. We must adapt to the needs of our students. So as a result of the digital and information revolution, new skills are required, and such as digital literacy skills, and some older skills that have been used before have come into the focus. And these skills might be critical thinking, communication skills, and other 21st century skills. And these 21st century skills should have an impact on education. We teachers need to incorporate and integrate alternative ways of teaching methods to keep our students engaged. And these interactive learning methods include gamification, the use of online quizzes, AI-assisted tools, that is the topic for today, peer interaction, and scenario-based materials and simulation-based materials that provides hands-on experience. So based on these, we innovated our curriculum design in the course entitled Medical History Taking, meeting the needs of our students. And these innovations include the active learning methods, which includes the AI tools and the simulation-based learning as well, that I mentioned before. The students have the opportunity to speak to simulated patients in the final phase of the course. Also, it is important that this practice by doing method is motivating for our students and for the teachers as well. There are 4 modules of this course, and it starts with internal medicine. Internal medicine is a prerequisite to all the other special fields. As you can see, the other 3 courses are built up like this. And the main objective of the medical history taking course is to teach our students how to take the medical history of an English-speaking patient. So how to ask relevant questions, how to lead the doctor-patient communication and understand their patients as well. And we also ask our students to present the history in a structured way to a medical professional, so-called medical professional. The medical professional is usually played by either the teachers or the peer teachers, the senior students who are working with us quite closely. And then, let me go back. At the final phase of the course, they do have the opportunity to practice with simulated patients, which is a great opportunity to practice speaking to a native or a near native speaker patient. So as I mentioned before, the curriculum is starts usually with understanding the basic structure of history taking. So we discuss these general principles, and then we build their medical vocabulary, enhance language proficiency. And for this purpose, we use a lot of flashcards, quizzes, role plays, video and content-based activities. And for these activities, I would say that AI-assisted tools are quite effective. So we decided to experiment with these tools throughout the semester, and we would like to share our experience with these AI-assisted tools. And this is the semester that this is the experience that we had throughout the semester with the AI-assisted tools and activities. And while working with these platforms, we set some general principles. And the principles were first of all, the importance of ethical and responsible AI use. We really would like to highlight these principles. So whenever we choose a particular resource tool or activity, it is a must to evaluate whether this tool, content or activity is suitable for the specific context that we are working with. And then we assess the potential benefits and challenges of the activity. And finally, but most importantly, we should check the work and the content carefully if it's reliable. In most cases, we also need to ask medical professionals' help to check the reliability of the content. Throughout the semester and our work with the AI tools, we all realized that AI can make mistakes, quite a lot of mistakes. So we decided to use it only in fields that we are familiar with, and it's an important take-home message, I would say. And also we'd like to emphasize that these AI tools can enhance our teaching methods, but they cannot replace human communication, as medical history taking is a human activity. And this is the content for today. So we would like to show you some of the activities and resources that we used. So for example, how we created some content and role plays with the help of the free version of Twee, Defeat, and ChatGPT. And the professional use was leading activities, discussion topics. We created dialogues, reading, and vocabulary exercises, but we are going to show you in a minute. And we also created quizzes and games with the help of Quizzes and Defeat, and we used always the free versions of these tools. Let's start with Twee, first of all. So we generated some content with the help of Twee, the free version. The free version offers a free trial, and with the free trial, you can have 10 activities with the help of AI. So you can create leading activities related to a topic or text. You can create reading and vocabulary exercises, and even video-based activities based on the YouTube videos, and you can check and improve listening comprehension. So let's see an example. So you can see the screenshot made by us for the course. So we decided to work on the essential vocabulary related to diabetes management. And here you can see, if you click on Create New, you can create a content with the help of AI on diabetes management. And it's quite useful for learning like essential vocabulary. On the right side, you can see some collocations taken from the text, such as manage diabetes, monitor blood sugar, and seek medical advice, and so on. So it's a good way to practice. Of course, you don't need to stop here, so you can create many different other activities, either using the topic or using the result of the previous slide. So you can create word definition matching, sentences with target vocabulary, and so on. And we decided to create an exercise with matching halves. And you can see on the right side, so the students need to match the different halves of the collocations, and it's an excellent way to practice again. With the free version, you can copy and paste these activities and use it for your own classes. It's free. And finally, we also asked Twee to create a dialogue based on the selected items. So it can be used for either a role play activity, or we can go on with this based on our teaching context. And finally, we created a quiz with the help of quizzes. Quizzes also uses AI updates. We use the free version, and within the free version, you can have access to 10 AI updated activities per month. And you can either use it in the classroom or assign it as a home assignment for the students. You can use your created content or already saved content from your own device, or you can ask quizzes to create a content based on the topic with the help of AI. Let me demonstrate this. So if you click on Create a New Activity, you either import the text or content from your own device, or you can use quizzes just like ChatGPT to give so you give some prompts and it creates a text based on diabetes counseling. So we decided on this. So in less than a minute, Quizzes created this quiz on diabetes counseling, and we will show you in a second how it works. But we would like to highlight the fact that you should always check it and modify it. First of all, AI always uses the longest sentence as the correct one, but it takes just a little time to modify it, and then you can use it for your classes. And we would like to show you this a short quiz. We shortened it, just 3 questions. So if you have just 2 minutes, please do the refreshing quiz in the middle of our presentation, and it takes about 2 minutes. So go to the screen, read the QR code, please, and fill in the quiz so you can see how it works with AI. So would you please let me just know in the chat if it works. I hope it is working for everyone. You have to click on start game. See the chat? It works, okay. Let's take 2 minutes. Be careful because sometimes there are more than one correct answers, okay? And in the meantime, I will give the floor to my colleague, Renata.
Let's do the quiz. Take your time and enjoy the graphics. I love the graphics of quizzes. It's really sweet. Let us know in the chat if you're ready. Okay. Okay, seems like most of you are ready. I know all the names. Yes, thank you for the feedback. I think all of us love quizzes because not only because it creates us exercises in less than a minute, as Alexandra said, but also because it just creates a nice vibe in the class when you use these graphics. Okay, so now let's see. Let's move on in our presentation. Okay, I would like to talk about DFIT, which is another great AI tool that we can use. This is one of my favorites, actually. Alexandra showed it to me, so I'm grateful for her. It's a little bit similar to TWI, as it can give you stuff like I am sharing you with on the screen with you now. It creates you comprehension questions, different ones. You can use multiple. You can choose from multiple choice, short answer, and open-ended questions. It also gives you some vocabulary support. You can also differentiate between the classes. So if you have some classes which are higher level, then you can differentiate, and also you can give the number of vocabulary you would like to use. It also generates summaries and of longer text. If the text is too long, it can be handy. And if you can if you have some more time, you also it gives you more time because it saves your previous materials, so it saves you time if you want to use them another time. And you can use any kind of source, which is great. You can also upload a PDF, paste in a text, or even use a YouTube link, which is my favorite, as you can just I don't know, Google or search for some I search for some material that is connected to the classes material, and then you can upload it, and then it gives you different kind of exercises. I would like to show you how it works. So if you go on DFIT, you can also, just like with TWI, you can use a free version, and also you can also use the paid version. I will tell you the differences. If you go on the top left corner, you can start a new topic. And as you can see in the middle, you can upload literally anything, just as it says, books, articles, YouTube links, text, PDFs, you name it. You can paste it to the middle, and then you can click on generate resources, and it gives you what you need. This is I just wrote you down step by step how it works. Probably we will share our PPT with you, so you can take a look at it, and you can also try it at home. I also would like to show you
the layout. So this is like the adapted reading passage. It's also about diabetes. This was our topic for today. As you can see on the top left corner, you can also translate it. You can use it in different languages as well, not only English. But you are from, as I saw, some of you are from France, Czech Republic, Greece, and so you can use it in different languages too, obviously. You can edit the length of the text as well. You can copy it. So you can do a lot of things. You can print it. You can do it in different layouts. And you can see that there's the summary I was talking to you about before, the key vocabulary. Sometimes I copy it out and I make a mix and match exercise with it. And if I go back for a second to the reading passage, and if I read it, obviously I read it before I use it. And if I find it a little bit too easy for the level of my students, I mix the AI tools, and I put it into ChatGPT, and I ask it to make it more difficult or more proficiency for my medical students. So you can also mix these exercises. There are some multiple choice questions. You can add questions and make them more difficult, as I said. And also down below, you can see short answer questions, which are great for open discussion or group discussion, pair discussion. So I like these a lot. And then you can get the student activities in different layouts. Sometimes if I'm not so fussy, I don't use any particular layout. I just copy it out into a Word or PDF. But if I want to make it look really nice and fancy, I use things like this in a PDF. So now I would also like to share a few things about the free and the paid version. In the paid version, or in the free version rather, because I would use the free version, you can also only use it in limited daily usage, just only, I think, 5 set of tasks per day. You can access basic reading level adjustment, but as I said before, if I'm not particularly satisfied with the adjustment, I use ChatGPT with it. You can generate simplified text and vocabulary lists. You can work with text, inputs, PDF, YouTube links. So I think the free version is, I think, more than enough. But if you want to use the pro version, it gives you unlimited usage and more customization options, and sometimes more higher level academic content too. But as I told you before, maybe if you try it and you feel that the free version is enough for you, then it's great. Okay, let me tell you some advantages and disadvantages. It adapts cases and dialogue to different levels, converts clinical videos, text to readable question-based tasks, prepares students for role plays, builds up vocabulary, which is one of the main parts of our teaching, promotes independence and level appropriate study, and saves us, more importantly, this is, I think, the most important part, saves us teachers time with ready-made contents. On the downside, it may oversimplify medical context, and as Alexandra mentioned before, we have to proofread the exercises that they match our context and they are medically relevant and correct. The auto-generated questions may lack some of the things we need. Risks of reduced critical thinking, yes, it may reduce that, but I think for that we have different and other tasks that we can use for critical thinking. Obviously, it cannot replace live communication, but we are here for that, and sometimes it needs adaptation for the medical context or accuracy. So teachers are needed. So we still have, we are still here to be here. Okay. All right, thank you for your attention, and let me give the floor to our fourth colleague, Cilla.
So in the final few minutes, I would like to talk about the practical implementation of AI tools with the help of simulated patients during our history-taking course. Our simulated patients contribute to teaching clinical communication skills, and they also give us invaluable help in teaching English as a second language for students. The simulated patient program was launched in 2019, and our patient's primary task is to give feedback to our students from the patient's perspective, and also to define some areas of improvement, helping students to master their verbal and nonverbal communication skills. In this slide, you can see a screenshot from ChatGPT. We prompted ChatGPT to create a role play specifically tailored for medical students at a grade B2 level, proficiency level. We also asked the ChatGPT to provide some instructions for our students to practice the history-taking interview. They can also make use of some very useful phrases during the interview, which you can see in the right side. And our simulated patients can rely on the patient role, which was also created by ChatGPT. I would like to mention some benefits and challenges from the perspective of teachers. Of course, we can benefit from saving time using AI-powered tools. Students can learn the interaction with patients and can learn it in an authentic way. But we also have to highlight some challenges. We always have to double check that these materials conform to the proficiency level to our students. We always have to make sure that we have the approval of professionals before we give any content to our students. The texts need to be appropriate for the age, the culture, and the ideological background of our students as well. And finally, some concluding thoughts, which were already mentioned during our presentation. Based on student feedback, they told us that they highly appreciate using interactive methods, and also they are really genuinely interested in learning the use of AI-powered tools. And they have also gained confidence from practicing with simulated patients. However, from our perspective, we have to highlight that even if we use AI-powered tools, we cannot replace human communication, and our students have to understand that social interaction and real-life experience are the two main sides which can help them prepare for their future roles as doctors. And finally, you can see some pictures from Paige, where we come from, and we would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions or comments, we are more than delighted to answer them.
Thank you so much, team. That was great. A great start to the event. Thank you very much. Lots of really useful tips, and thanks for taking us through those particular apps. I'd not heard of Diffit before. I'd heard of Twee, but not heard of Diffit. So that's definitely a new one for me. All right, thank you very much. Oh, it's great to see everybody finally. We've got the whole team. That's good. All right, let me see if there's a couple of questions. All righty, okay. So I have 3 questions so far. So, this question comes from Neil Harris. Thank you, Neil. What are the Petch's guidelines on copyright when uploading assets to quizzes for the generation of activities related to externally produced materials? Interesting question.
Okay, so thank you so much for the answer. So for the answer, I will thank myself, but thank you for the question. We most of the time use our own content that was created for our special language exam, which is Profex, and this content is made by our department. So we use departmental material for already made content. And whenever we ask quizzes to create the content itself, it's done by AI. So we just believe quizzes for the responsible use of content from the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it answers the question. Neil?
Neil, does that answer your question? I'm hoping so. All right. In the meantime, yes, it does. Thank you. All right. So in the meantime, I have a question from Joanna. Thank you, Joanna. Have you used AI to generate more challenging patients and conversations?
Well, I have, yes, I have, and then you just have to prompt it to make it more difficult, more professions and more medically, challenging. So yes, I have, and I'm so sure every one of us have.
Mhm, mhm. Are you able to work with content specialists, so with the medical professionals in your university to be able to devise those?
Yes,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
also we have to mention that our simulated patients receive a specific training, so they have different patient profiles, so they can have very different patient characteristics also.
Excellent. Okay. And they're not worried particularly of potentially losing their jobs as actors in this field with AI?
No, no, I don't think so, because everyone has a full-time job, and this is just a part-time activity for everyone to earn some extra money, because the school pays for this activity, of course.
Mhm, mhm. All right.
Yeah, so they
Okay.
usually say they just love to help. So so they love what they do. They not always do it for the money. Obviously, it comes in, you know, it's great. They have money for it, but they love to help our students. They love our multicultural vibe. So yes.
Huh?
And I saw a question from Theodora, but I can't see it now. Let me just check.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that one. Oh, yes. How easy is it to get a professional's approval for the content you create? Do you do that for every kind of exercise you create? Okay.
No, I don't think we do. But with the material that are less, I don't know, less challenging, or they are used with the content that we already know from our medical English knowledge, then with those ones, for example, me, I can only talk about myself. I don't check every single exercise, because if I put in this, I don't know, let's just say 10 different vocabulary from urology that I already know, I don't have to check it with the professionals, because we get it from the books that we already teach from. So with those, no.
Mhm.
But for example, with the simulated patient program, I think that you always check the new patient profiles with professionals, and I don't think it's difficult with them.
Mhm, mhm. Okay,
And so
great. All right, I just have one last question. We've got 2 minutes. I have one last question from Cecile. How do you manage to have your simulated patients? Are they volunteers?
Okay, then I'm going to answer it. So yes, they are volunteers. So we just recruit the simulated patients either from a group of pensioners who, as Renata mentioned earlier, are quite grateful for the doctors because they usually have some chronic conditions themselves, but they don't play the role of their diseases. They have a specific simulated patient role that is totally different from their own diseases. So sometimes they are grateful for the medical profession as a whole. So they are volunteering, but they get paid, so they get money for their work. And we also ask some of our students from the international program, and yeah, a wide variety of of uh, simulated patients work with us, and we are really, really grateful for them. We have about 60 simulated patients at the moment in 3 languages, in
Wow.
German, Hungarian, and English, because we have a German-speaking community near here. We also have English-speaking families living around the area, and we also have, of course, Hungarians, which we
Okay,
work with Hungarians,
excellent.
with the English and German-speaking students.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for sharing your resources. Thank you for sharing your skills today, and telling us about your the work that you do in Hungary. Excellent. Thank you so much. And round of applause. Don't know how we do that on Zoom, but anyway, a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're going to bring on the next group of speakers in just a moment. Okay, so our next session will start at 8:55 UK time. Okay, so just waiting for people to come back from coffee. Hope everybody's got what they need and we can launch into the next session. So the next session is coming from Marwa, Paula, and Shuk, all the way from the University of Bahrain, where you guys are 2 hours ahead of us, I think, right? Just 2 hours ahead of the UK. Yeah, all right. Lovely to have you guys on board with us. And you'll be talking about next generation listening resources and how AI has created the solutions that you guys need for your work in English for healthcare. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ross. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining today's session. My name is Marwa Najjar, and as Ross mentioned, I have Shogit Tamimi and Paula Canales with me here. We're from the Language and Culture Unit in RCSI Medical University of Bahrain, and you can see our lovely campus in the background. And we're excited to share insights from our ongoing project, which focuses on creating listening materials. We initiated our project in 2023, and our main focus was to explore how we can use generative AI to create tailored listening materials for our nursing students. And we wanted to develop resources that we can use both in summative and supplemental assessments in our English for Nursing module, which uses an English for specific academic purposes approach. We used ChatGPT, which at the time was primarily a text-to-text tool to generate scripts and multiple choice questions. And we used 11 Labs, which is a text-to-speech tool to convert the scripts we created through ChatGPT into audio. And our project focused on first-year nursing students. These students typically had an overall English language proficiency level of B1 to C, and this was based on the aptness test that was administered during their admission to the program. And in their assessment, the listening section is one key component. Typically, it features a 3-minute audio clip, and it's usually a dialogue. And it's a conversation between a healthcare practitioner and a patient, or between two healthcare practitioners. And students are required to answer 10 multiple choice questions, which assesses their comprehension of the dialogue. We were motivated to create or to explore innovative approaches in developing listening materials because we aim to use resources that were relevant to our students and their language proficiency levels, and we faced limitations with the listening resources that were available to us. So many of the existing materials do not cater to the student's level. For example, they're either too simple or they're too complex because of the medical terminology that are in the script. There's also limited access to input, such as diverse accents and materials that are contextually and socioculturally relevant. So our students, for example, when they go into the field, they would have patients who would speak English as a first language, as a second language, or even as a third language. And this means that it would be better for us to use materials that reflect that context. And one way would be through recording actual conversations between healthcare practitioners and patients, but that's not possible due to privacy and ethical concerns. So another way could be to create realistic interactions that are more accessible to learners. And we wanted to explore how we can bridge the gap using generative AI. So we wanted to create context-specific, linguistically diverse materials without the logistical challenges of sourcing different speakers who use English as a first language, second language, third language, as well as making and editing CD recordings and so on. So to create these kind of resources, we wanted to use a systematic approach, and action research played a role in that. By engaging in action research, we were able to ground our material development in reflective practice and collaborative problem solving. And now my colleague Shok will further discuss the methodology we adopted. On to you, Shok.
Thank you, Marwa. So Marwa did mention action research. So I'm going to walk you through the 5 phases through which we implemented the project. And these 5 phases combined make up the first cycle of action research. The implementation process of the 5 stages was iterative in nature instead of linear in nature due to various quality checks that we had to employ and due to troubleshooting different challenges that we had as we went along the process. So even though I'm going to present them in a linear manner, the actual implementation was not linear at all. Next slide, please. So the first phase was skip generation using ChatGPT 3.5, which is the version of ChatGPT that was available at the time, and we used the free version of it. The first step to generating scripts was to actually learn a bit more about the different strategies and approaches to prompt engineering. And once we felt confident or comfortable enough with the different strategies of prompt engineering, we started to create or generate the script separately. Although the generation itself was done separately, the process was very much collaborative in nature. We met weekly to discuss what prompt engineering techniques worked, what did not work, and any challenges that we faced. And we brainstormed different solutions to mitigate those challenges. Next slide, please. The main challenges we faced during this phase was number 1, accuracy. Similar to what was discussed in the previous presentation, we had to fact check the information that was presented by ChatGPT in the listening scripts to make sure that they were medically sound and accurate. And since we are language lecturers, not nursing or medical lecturers, we had to rely on creating scripts about areas that we were familiar with and to try to kind of base it closely to experiences that we or people we knew had. The other challenge was bias, basically. And one example was that doctors were given Western male names, whereas nurses were given female names. So we had to go back and reprompt to kind of weed this out, or in some cases, we would change it manually. And another challenge was that the tone of the conversation between the healthcare provider and the patient was too polite and too formal in a way that does not mimic real life doctor-patient interaction. So we had to ask for a more neutral tone in our prompts, and in some cases we had to go back and manually adjust the tone and add filler words, etc. Next slide, please. So once we were happy with a script, we would move on to the next phase, which was the MCQ generation phase. For this phase, we were looking to create 10 gapped MCQ statements. Each statement would have 3 distractors, and we wanted 1 distractor to be the correct answer. We also wanted the questions to be ordered in the order in which the information appeared in the script. And we also wanted questions to have, let's say, an appropriate gap between them. So, for example, if we had question 1, question 2 needed to ask about something in the script that would occur at least 30 seconds after question 1, just to make sure that the students are not cognitively overloaded and that they were able to actually listen for the information. So once we had the list of 10 MCQs, what we've done is that we would go to the script and highlight the the parts of the script that had the answers to evaluate the effectiveness of the questions. We would then look at each question and assess its suitability. And for that task, we use color coding. So we've used different colors to correspond with different issues. For example, if a question had multiple correct answers, or if a question had no correct answers, or if a question was asking about something that did not occur in the script at all. And then once we've done that, we would peer review each other's questions, and we would give feedback. And sometimes we would edit the questions manually. At other times, we would go back and ask ChatGPT to change the questions. Now, in this phase, we had the main challenge, which is, Marwa, can you click to the next slide? The main challenge we had here was hallucinations or looping. And that is basically when ChatGPT would provide answers which are inaccurate or don't make sense or they're not clear. To avoid that, we try to experiment with different prompt engineering techniques, and we would often ask it, for example, to explain its a chain of thought and to try to identify why we were getting unsatisfactory results, and then kind of prompt it again to get it to change its chain of thoughts. And sometimes we would have to start a new chat because reprompting ChatGPT over and over and over again, we found increased the chances of hallucinations. So once we had a script that we were happy with and MCQ questions that we were happy with, we would move on to the audio generation aspect of the project, which Paula is going to explain now.
Thank you, Shauk. So for the audio generation phase of the project, we used 11 Labs, which, as Marwa mentioned, is a text-to-speech application. We began this process by selecting the appropriate voices from the 11 Labs voice library based on the context of the script and the characteristics of the speakers in the script. We would then select 2 or 3 lines from the script to create sample audios. We tried to select lines with a variety of phonological features to make sure that the voices were adequate for our purpose. Some of the voices are unable to produce certain sounds, and then others are cloned from live people. So depending on their sound quality or what equipment they used, the sound quality may not be consistent across the different voices. Once we had made a satisfactory sample, we would share it with the other lecturers in the language and culture unit for their approval before we started assembling the completed scripts. Next phase, please. We faced a number of challenges during this phase that required a secondary editor, which I'll discuss in the next phase as well. 11 Labs at the time did not have a dialogue option. It does now, but it doesn't allow a lot of editing, and we needed a lot for our purposes. One of the reasons we needed editing was because of artifacts. So sometimes in the creation of the voice clips, there'll be certain hallucinations or audio artifacts that need to be removed manually. We also had a very limited choice of voices to use. We began with the free plan and then moved to the creator plan, which had a number of better options. Eventually the pro plan, which comes with 660 voices, is what we settled on. But of those voices, not all of them are conversational. A lot of them are used for entertainment purposes or educational purposes like creating lectures. So those didn't work because they didn't have the level of realism that we needed for our scripts. And then, of course, as Marwa mentioned, we do need accents to reflect the sociocultural context that our students are learning in. And a lot of the accents were not quite realistic. So that was another challenge that we faced. The speakers also had to be slowed because in 11 Labs, they would still be a little bit too fast for the level of our students, but slowing them in the editing app distorted them or made them a bit deeper than normal. So that was an additional challenge that we faced, and it required us to go back to the voice sampling stage. Next slide, please. Phase 4 was compiling the audio in AudioMass. So we would put the sound clips together. Each line of speech was a separate sound clip, so we had to collate them in the app to create a more natural sounding dialogue. We added sound effects for additional realism where we could. And then we performed another round of review, first by our research team and then by the other lecturers in our department. And then finally, we would add the instructions for the assessment, pauses for students to review their questions and answers before and after the test, and a second listening of the audio. And we also included spaces between the lines for listening comprehension purposes. Next slide, please. The challenges we faced during this phase were additional audio artifacts. So every time you edit a line of speech, there's the chance that artifacts will be left behind. So that required an additional round of editing. Some of the voices were also not consistent in volume, so we needed to normalize them and then reduce the background noise in the audio, which was another aspect of the application that we could use. The application was very simple, and it didn't come with any instructions for us. So it was a trial and error process that took some learning on our part and experimentation. But fortunately, because it was such a simple application, it wasn't something that was too difficult for us to learn. And we managed to keep an electronic log to track the process, sort of a trial and error process. Next slide, please. Phase 5 was the implementation stage. So we piloted our first audio and set of MCQs in a revision session at the end of the first semester of our project, which was the second semester of the 2023-2024 academic year. We continued using this process to create additional audios that we used in the summative and supplemental assessments, and that we are continuing to use throughout the duration of this project. And then we collected informal feedback from the students, especially in the first revision session, and from the other lecturers as well in each of their classes, so that we could continue to improve the materials and our approach to see what worked and what needed to be revamped. Next stage, please. Slide, please. The challenges that we faced in the implementation phase, we found that certain voices didn't work consistently across different equipment. So for example, we might test an audio on our laptops, either through the speaker or through our headphones. It might sound okay there, but when we tested it in a classroom or in the exam environment, it is a large exam hall, we would notice things. For example, we might have a voice that was very nasal. We also had a lot of issues with sibilance, which is the hissing or squeaking that accompanies certain consonants like S, C, T, and D. So it was very important for us to make sure that we tested the audio on different pieces of equipment, especially wherever it would be implemented, to make sure that it was consistent with what we heard during our creation process. To mitigate some of these problems, especially the sibilance, we would either need to go back to the voice selection phase and change one of the voices, then recreate all the lines for that character in the script, or in future script creation, we would try to avoid words with the sibilant consonants. So for example, instead of the word assessment, which has a lot of sibilants, we would opt for the word exam, which has significantly less sibilants to it. Now I will return the floor to my colleague Marwa, who will discuss our project outcomes.
Thank you, Paula. So in terms of our project outcomes, we managed to create 33 listening texts or scripts. Out of those, we converted 14 into AI generated compiled audios. Most of them were dialogues. It's actually much easier to create a monologue over a dialogue. And I believe that ChatGPT currently can create monologues. And in terms of the exam or the assessment, 7 of these were utilized in revision sessions and summative and supplemental assessments. And one of the audios were used actually twice with different MCQs. And that was something that was good for us, where you can exploit the same audio and create different sets of MCQs with the same audio, and which means it can be used more than once. And moving forward, we can expand this approach to develop, or others, for example, can expand this approach to develop practice materials for other healthcare modules, other ESP contexts, or other assessments, for example, the OOT, or APTIS, or tests where the practice materials are not as accessible, or not as, for example, we don't have a lot, just like, for example, IELTS. In terms of educational practices, we believe it would be very useful to integrate AI-generated materials in your existing curricula, and for institutions to support the adoption of AI-generated content. But as Shog mentioned, the quality of these materials and what the previous presenters I also mentioned, it's very important to ensure that the quality of these materials are controlled. There are lots of research opportunities. So for example, although we collated students' informal feedback, it would be useful to have formal feedback, or it would also be useful to investigate the impact of the AI-generated content, the scripts, the MCQ on student outcomes, and compare it, for example, with how they would do with audios that we took from, for example, existing course books or other resources. Additionally, it will be useful to explore AI's role in creating other types of listening comprehension questions. And as Shog mentioned, we use it for gapped questions. So other listening comprehension questions can be created and can be tested, and to see would they face the same challenges or not. And for other language skills, so reading texts and questions, and with that you might have other challenges with, for example, the readability of the text and so on. So reading text, listening scripts might be similar, but you might have a lot of differences that would be interesting to research. And with that, we've reached the end of our presentation. I think we have a bit more time for questions if we have any. Thank you.
You do indeed. Thank you so much. Wow, that is impressive. I have to say that is incredibly. The work that you carried out to create those so you did 33 scripts in the end and made use of 14. It puts to shame anything that we as materials writers do generally to put together scripts. That's incredible. Quick little questions. One came from the floor and one's from me. Just in terms of terms, could you just confirm hallucination and the one I noticed, artifact?
Okay, so I'll answer the one about hallucination, and then Paula can answer the one about artifacts. So hallucination, simply put, is a word used to describe a situation in which a ChatGPT, for example, or other generative AI tools would put out false output as if it were true. And when I mean false output, it means information that is factually incorrect, or one that lacks logical reasoning, and it would put it out to you as a user as if it was true, which is not the case. Paula, do you want to?
Right, so artifacts refers to sonic artifacts, and these are any materials. It could be something created by 11 Labs, for example, which would be a line of gibberish. down to just a tiny little buzz or part of a sound that's less than a second long, but it's any sonic material that doesn't belong in the audio. So this occurred again in two ways in 11 Labs itself. Sometimes the voices would have their own sort of hallucination and they would create a line of gibberish, which was then followed by the correct line. So that was something that would need to be erased in the editing process. And then sometimes in the editor, the audio mass application, just from splicing the audios and copy and pasting, moving sections around, we would have tiny little clips left behind. Madhwa was really good at detecting those. So she would tell me there's a little sound between these lines. Sometimes I couldn't hear it, but when I went back and looked at the lines of sound, I could see it. So it was important to sometimes you had to cut very close to the line that we needed to edit those out. And then sometimes they were between full lines. They were easier to remove in that sense.
Right. So, I mean, all of this process demands quite a technical knowledge of these, audio. But you use audio mass, I noticed, audio mass and 11 Labs. I mean, 11 Labs is, I think people might have heard of that already. But yeah, such a technical knowledge as well to process all of that. A couple of questions, if I can. So, question from Neil for Paula. Fascinating insight into creating AI voice dialogues. The time required in the editing stages seems considerable. Did AI actually enable efficiency and greater productivity? And looking back, besides the learning for those involved, was this a project you would repeat?
So the editing process was very tedious, especially at first, in both 11 Labs and Audio Mass. So sometimes to create a line that had the tone that we wanted and the emotional expressiveness or the suitability, we would have to do multiple, sometimes dozens of generations of the same line. There are features that you can adjust in 11 Labs, but it only goes so far. And because we wanted as much realism as possible, it was difficult to achieve. As far as the editing, again, it was a bit of a tedious process. In the beginning of this project, sometimes creating one audio would take a full workday or 2 workdays from generating the lines. This was after the scripts were created, from generating the lines to editing them. And then after a while, it was kind of a user learning curve. So once we got used to using it, and especially when we became used to some of the voices, knowing which voices worked, which ones didn't, we would reuse from a certain bank of voices. But as we got quicker with the process, it became a little bit easier and much quicker, down to just sometimes a couple of hours to create a short script. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm just, it's my active listening phraseology.
But I think that this would be a project that we would repeat just because it suited the specific purposes of our very specific module very well. And it's easier to create it than to find the materials that are appropriate for our students' levels and then the nursing context, and that align with our nursing modules as well.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I just have another question, sort of similar in a way, from Joanna. I appreciate the rigorous approach and the detailed, transparent presentation. Do you find that it was worth all the tinkering required to get it right using AI versus the conventional approach of using humans, i.e. volunteers, as we'd seen in the previous presentation? That's for all of you, many of you.
I'll answer that. So as Paula mentioned, this was to address a gap that we had for years and years. So we're talking about 7 years with not having the types of audios that we actually wanted. But let me just raise the mic. But in terms of sourcing, for example, we'd have to source the speakers and the editors. We wouldn't have the knowledge required to actually edit recordings that are generated in a studio, for example. So it was easier to do something that we can do on our own laptops rather than all the associated costs that would have to go through so many approvals in our institution. So that was
That's a very good point. Yeah. No, that's a very good point. You know, we do have to think in terms of costing as well. And your university will be thinking of costing too. And so if they can encourage you to find an alternative solution, I'm sure that they are extremely happy. For you guys, it's a learning curve as well. I mean, that technical side of it is, as you say, it's a massive learning curve. And you're then, you know, reducing the time that you take down to just 2 hours is from one day is pretty impressive. I think a lot of congratulations in the chat on that project. It's an incredible achievement by the sounds of it, and wishing you well in the future and continuation of that project. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, everybody. So we will have the next presentation. Will start at 9:35 UK time. So a quick 10-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back on in just a few moments with our next session. All right, so we are delighted to go on to our next session with Virginia. Morning, Virginia. So Virginia is going to talk to us about AI video creation. So over to you, Virginia.
Right. Hello, Bethan and everybody else, and Roz and all the family of Elfie. Really lovely to see you, and so interesting all the talks that I've been listening to so far. I hope my talk won't be a repetition. A lot of what I say will repeat what's being said, but effectively, I'm going to talk about my experience of AI on a practical level. So this presentation was first given at the Elfie conference last year in Brighton, when I said that it was not a complete solution yet, but it was moving on quickly. And of course, it continues to move on quickly, so quickly that every time I look at the presentation, I've read something else in my feed about changes and improvements and all the rest of it. So I think that seems to be the clue to it all, to keep up with it and to just be open to what is possible and what will become possible. Oh, now I've got to click on. So, okay, so before I start, I'll just give a quick overview of my background, those of you who don't know me. Way back in the early 2000s, I married my background as a registered nurse with my experience as an ELICOS teacher, which is what it's called in Australia. And I co-wrote the Cambridge English for Nursing books with my very good friend, Patricia McGarr. Moving on a few years, I relocated to the UK, still working as a registered nurse. And I started writing online medical English courses for specialist language courses. That was around 2014. And at the same time, or around about that time, dipped my toe into OET writing, which I still do now. I'm an OET item writer. And in my spare time, I started producing some short medical English videos for various healthcare professionals. And this is really where my journey with AI commenced. Obviously in the beginning, there was no AI, and it was all about drawing on my experience and my readings of medical English conditions and different scenarios, communication scenarios in particular. So I started producing videos using cartoon avatars. Firstly, starting with a startup company called Extra Normal, and I don't know whether any of you are familiar with Extra Normal, but it used these very cute Lego-like characters, and I found with all the other users of the platform, we were suddenly informed that the pilot scheme had finished and there would be no more Extra Normal. So that was a bit of a panic. And I moved on to a company called Go Animate, which used avatars again, different types, different forms. There was a blackboard or a whiteboard avatar. There were the other cartoon-like avatars as well. And this was later taken over by a company called Beyond, which I still use now. So when AI popped up on the horizon, what did I, like many of you, hope it would do for me? Well, I hope that it would help me produce these videos much faster, I would be able to, instead of taking a few days to write a script, to do the research on the topic, write a script, create the video, edit the video, and then upload it onto YouTube. This would all be done in a few hours. And it would also help me produce videos on topics that I wasn't familiar with. As I mentioned, I was a registered nurse, but I was looking at but I'd been writing on topics for doctors, for other allied healthcare professionals, which was not my field of expertise. And I wanted to feel that I had confidence in what AI produced. And you know, our previous speakers have mentioned this point several times, that in our field of medical English writing, this is the core of what we produce. It has to be accurate. It has to it has to reflect best practice. And this is another this is another well, this is time that I spend looking at research, or looking at websites, you know, looking at what's changed, especially in nursing. There are different policies brought in, different practices, and you have to be reflecting what is best practice now. And then, of course, as things move more globally, to try and reflect what is done not only in one country, but what is standard across the world. So, as I mentioned before, I use Beyond, and I first started using the. I'll see what the AI generation section of Beyond would give me, and there were two possibilities. One was put in your topic, and Beyond, using AI, would create the dialogue that I wanted. And I'm going to walk you through what happened when I used this facility. And I did realize that I would, you know, that it wouldn't be a matter of just producing and uploading. I would have to edit and correct clinical errors and anything else. But I guess I didn't expect to have to do as much work as I did have to do. So here we have an example of, I'll just move my little thing over there, of what I inputted as my topic. Female nurse explains post-operative care after a gallbladder operation to a male patient. Okay. Oops, sorry. Bother. This is what I got. This was the template. See the problem. There was only one template for that came under healthcare, and this was conversation. So I have two avatars. They don't look like nurses. They're both female, and I try, and when I write my dialogues, most of the time I write one male, one female. It could be one male nurse, one female patient, or vice versa. And I do this more or less in the style of OET, where it will, in the dialogues, a male and a female is easier for the listener to identify who's the patient, who's the nurse, etc. Okay, it's a waiting room. It's sort of healthcare-y, but it's not going to be appropriate for my dialogue of a nurse talking to a male patient after a gallbladder operation. So what did I have to do? I had to change the background of each slide, and I did that by by looking for a photograph a picture that looked like a hospital room. And then I had to change my characters. So I had this time I chose a female nurse and a male patient. I had to make the patient look like a patient. So he's wearing a hospital gown, and I had to change the expressions on their faces. And I had to give the nurse a prop. And in some of my videos, I had to make use of a lot of props. For example, a dialogue about a nurse explaining the how to use a peak flow meter. Vion doesn't have a peak flow in their prop section, so I would have to make that myself, and that's no mean feat, because you've got to make it, got to get a picture, you've got to take the background away, etc. So already there's quite a lot of work involved. Now, the other issue that I had was looking at the dialogue that was produced, and I'll give you a couple of minutes just to read my dialogue and hint. I've highlighted things that I thought were a bit of a problem. Okay, so the first thing that I noticed was it's not my voice. Ros mentioned this before that her invitation was generated by AI, and it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty much Ros's voice. This is not my voice, and it was so much not my voice that I had to really change the whole thing. Things like, I'm really interested to learn more about what I need to do. I don't think a patient would be saying that. And then further down, your doctor will likely prescribe pain medication. It just didn't sound like me, and it didn't sound like the way I would want my nurse to be talking to a patient. The second problem was that it is very American, and I try to write dialogues that could be used anywhere, because, for example, a gallbladder operation can be a patient can have a gallbladder operation anywhere. It could be India, it could be Australia, it could be the UK, it could be anywhere. So I didn't want it to sound as if the only place that you'd get this sort of advice would be in the US. And some of the information isn't best practice. Gently washing the area with mild soap and water, not best practice. So there were a number of problems with the AI generated dialogue, and effectively I rewrote the whole thing. So it was it was a good start, but it wasn't my voice. It's easy to change out the background and the avatars, but I still have to make new ones from scratch. So it certainly was, for me, using the AI generated function on Beyond, it was a little bit of a help, but not a huge amount. And as I mentioned before, we all know that we need to be, when we use ChatGPT, we have to be very specific about the information to be included. And I've learned that what I have to do is say, you know, write a dialogue between a nurse and a male patient who's had a gallbladder operation and include blah, 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 blah. So to make sure that I have exactly what I want included. It's essential to check medical information. I just recently, I was making a video about vocabulary with burns, fluid replacement calculation, using the Evans method, the Evans formula, and it was wrong. The information was wrong, and I knew it was wrong. I was a bit sneaky. I was almost testing ChatGPT to see if they'd get it right or not. The other thing is that you need to check country-specific information, and I think I don't know. I'm not clever enough to know what ChatGPT is going to end up doing about that. You know, will we be able to just have something that's globally acceptable, or will we always have to tweak it a bit? My suspicion is that we will always have to tweak it a bit. Whoops. And so that is the end of my my practical experience of ChatGPT. Oh, sorry, of Beyond. I must say that, and I didn't make a slide for this, I'm sorry, but I mentioned that there were two functions. You could either put in, here's the topic, go and do it, get me a dialogue and fix it for me. The next one that I tried was insert a text. So I could insert my own text and Beyond would make the video for me. But really, wasn't that what I was doing before? So in that sense, I had written my own dialogue. I had done my own research. I may have used ChatGPT to check out some of the research, maybe not. So I sort of feel that I'm one of those users of AI who doesn't fully appreciate what it's capable of, but is really willing to learn. And I'm not afraid of it. And I do have, I'm really interested to see how things will move in the future. And on that point, as I said, you know, every time I look at my Google feed, there's something else about AI and interesting research, and I can make this available to people. In Germany, they were looking at whether realistic avatars could trigger a phenomenon known as uncanny valley. And apart from Beyond, I did spend a bit of time using something called Synthesia, and they use realistic human-like avatars. Only monologues, you couldn't put a dialogue in, and I did this on several topics. It would be just a talk on, I did something on thunderstorm, asthma, and a few other topics, and uploaded them on my YouTube channel. Not a very good response. The response was they look creepy, the eye movement wasn't quite right. Now, whether it was just because I didn't know how to tweak them properly or not, or whether this is something that in the future will be improved. But it's interesting to see whether the response to an AI-generated human-like avatar is acceptable, is more acceptable than a cartoon-like character, which is, you know, very obviously not human-like. So that is what I have to share with you about my experience, and I will. I continue to learn. I like learning about new things, and I like improving my videos. And for those of you who do look at my YouTube channel and look at the little extra normal ones, you can see I've come a long way. They were really woeful, but the little Lego characters were very cute. So thank you everyone for listening to my talk.
Thank you, Virginia. That's it was really interesting to hear about your journey, because you're obviously one of the early users of video generation for healthcare conversations. So it's really interesting to hear that progression. So we've got a couple of questions for you. So our first question is from Neil, and this question is, does the platform enable you to change the gender or race of the patient or healthcare professional to reflect EDI representation?
Oh, yes. Hi, Neil. Yes, very interesting. The you have a bank of characters, and even your own characters, and then you change them. So you change their face, their skin color, their hair, eyes, all that sort of thing. Interestingly, I don't know whether any of you read something that I wrote on LinkedIn about tattoos, about whether people, how people respond to a healthcare provider with a tattoo. And I had a bit of a play around with some nurses and doctor avatars, and I gave them tattoos, which, and I did mention it to Fiona. They were quite intrigued by it. So yes, the answer is yes, you can change them, and in fact, for one of the SLC courses, English for Carers, I used a variety of avatars, of characters from different backgrounds. One of the nurses was wearing a hijab. There were men, women of different backgrounds. You can also change the speech, Indian English, Australian English, New Zealand English, various UK accents, US as well. I was very, very interested in the talk in Marwa and colleagues' talk about the nuances of speech, which is one of the things that I cannot do on Beyond, and one of what I see as the great limitations of my videos. I can't stress words. I can't use different intonations. I can't use different tones of voice, but I can record my own audio files and use those. So you can either use the computer-generated voice, or you can input your own audio files, which I've done in the past. But again, recording them is expensive and takes time, and they're not always, especially if you use friends and family to do it, you don't always get a good product. And of course, paying actors to do it, you get a really good product, but it was beyond my budget.
Thanks for that, Virginia. So we have another question from Ayana. So the question is linked to learners. So as writers and content creators, Ayana mentions that we're also acutely aware of the editing that's needed. So AI is not always quite what we would want it to be in terms of time saving. But her question is more linked to the learners. So the question is, how concerned are you about learners using these free plans and these AI tools, using it themselves? And the second part of the question is, what do you think the learners are aware of? Are they able and willing to accommodate the fuzziness and the hallucinations we've been hearing about today?
Do you know, I think this goes back to way back in, again, the early 2000s. I was teaching, I was a learning support teacher and a lecturer in the Diploma of Nursing course at Gold Coast Institute of TAFE. And I was tasked with teaching the course on research methods. And one of the things I had to stress was looking at the quality of what of your research. You know, when you look something up, look at where it came from. You know, the bread and butter of it. Look at where it came from. Is it reputable? Was it written by your Uncle Bob? All those sort of things. And I think those sort of those rules apply very much to AI research. And just like my students who would go, oh, great, there's something on the topic that I have to write about, click. There are those who will say, oh, hang on, is that correct? Or should I compare it with something else? Or is that a reputable source? And there are those who will say, fantastic, my essay is written. And I don't know that we can ever change the mindset of all learners. Some learners are really good, some learners are not so good and just want that essay written. And as teachers and writers, all we can do is point people in a direction and hope that they follow it.
Absolutely. And we've got, Ros has mentioned in the chat as well, those critical thinking skills, so the ability to be able to analyze the sources and not kind of jump onto, okay, AI is here, it can do everything for me, as we've seen with kind of all research generations, really. It's all those giving our medical students and all students really the tools to be able to analyze where something's come from and kind of do the same thing that we're doing as writers and teachers. I mean, we can use AI to help us create content, but as everybody's saying today, that critical analysis, checking up everything's right, making sure that the fuzziness and the hallucinations are spotted and corrected is so vital. And yes, Neil's making this point as well about digital literacy in our teaching. Absolutely. So maybe moving on from our research methods and plagiarism into digital literacy, and perhaps also for us as writers and teachers as well as you, Virginia. It's something that I'm very keen on, but I feel very aware that I'm not fully equipped to be able to get the best out of generative AI tools yet, but as you, very keen to learn.
Sorry, Beth, just another point. I think it's really interesting to see when you look at the curriculum of most Bachelor of Nursing courses these days, critical thinking is taught within the course. You know, it's a big part of the undergraduate courses. So, you know, I think there's hope there. And the other point is, you know, there'll always be really fantastic teachers, and there'll always be teachers that are not so fantastic. And I think we have to celebrate those teachers who go the extra mile, who really want to help their students learn. You can't get away from that. That is gold. You know,
absolutely.
AI will only ever be will be a help, but good teachers are just to be celebrated.
Absolutely. Super. Thank you, Virginia. So on that note, I think we're slightly ahead of schedule, but we'll go into our coffee break, which is coming up next. So we are having a short coffee break, so time for all of us attendees to get up and move around, maybe get a cup of tea. And we'll be back again for our next session at 10:25 UK time. So enjoy your break. We'll still be here and we look forward to seeing you back again in about 20 minutes. Lovely.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Roz.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me well?
We can indeed. No problem.
Excellent. I hope you don't hear the guys nearby.
Okay, so everybody, thank you. Welcome back. I'd like to welcome our next two speakers. One of them is so dedicated that she's even on holiday, but she's still making time for us today. So thank you to Neil, thank you to Yona. We're going to have a talk, guess what, on AI. But this time, listening with your eyes, not AIs, eyes, and personalize with AI. So it's all a bit confusing, but I'm sure they're going to make sense of it for us. Thank you very much.
We'll do our very best, and thank you very much indeed, Roz, and to everyone who's attending today. So some quick introductions. My name is Neil Harris. I'm an OET premium provider a couple of times over, former OET All-Star, and I have a particular interest in online delivery and increasingly in AI digital literacy, both for learners and for teachers.
And I am Ioana from Romania and currently in Greece, as Ross was saying. I'm also an OET preparation partner, not an all-star yet. Who knows? I've been teaching medical English since 2003, and lots of diplomas there, but never mind that. Let's proceed.
So, as we've heard already from the previous sessions, AI is having a dramatic impact in healthcare education. We've heard about text to video, text to speech, and text-based generation. And this image, I'm not going to go through all 40 tools, is an indication of the very many different AI applications that are available to us, with some of the more familiar ones, Diffit, Twee, and Quizzes perhaps rising to the fore. But today we want to take a slightly different approach, and as the title suggests, we will be talking about AI, but we will also be talking about an extraordinary innovation, or Joanna will be talking about an innovation which doesn't use AI at all. So why AI in healthcare? What's it all about? And this has perhaps been informing some of the questions that have come through already. If we look at the bottom right-hand side of the picture, this image is meant to indicate the limited resource and availability of medical English resources which are available to us, which the presentation for Bahrain was trying to address in terms of listening. There are financial implications. We've heard about choices around using free and paid versions of AI tools. But let's not forget, and again, this was behind some of the questions relating to the first session from Pesh, that if AI exists to increase efficiency and productivity, we have to question if it's not doing that for both the learner as well as the healthcare professional teacher, then are we using it wisely? Open question. Inevitably, what we're talking about today is but a drop in the ocean. But we did want to begin this presentation by reviewing some of the affordances of AI in terms of skills development, specific to OET, but also applicable to healthcare education more generally, or medical English healthcare education. Over the next 3 slides, I'm going to introduce to you some of the affordances based on reading, listening, and speaking skills. We'll come on to writing later. Typically, on the left-hand side of the screen, you will see some of the opportunities, and on the right-hand side, some of the threats or the dangers of AI. We will
Neil,
be going
can you move your... Sorry, Neil, can you move your slide along, please?
I'm not there yet, Roz. Thank you. So when I move on
Sorry.
to the slides in the next few moments, you will see that first example. But what I'm wanting to make the point here is that there will be a QR code at the end of the session, and that will give you the opportunity to download the slides and look at some of our examples in more detail. So let's move on. So as you can see on the left-hand side, whilst we're talking about the development of reading skills for OET, there are a number of affordances, both in the adaptation of existing material, and as we've heard already from Bahrain and from Petch, the importance of using either open source or materials previously generated by ourselves, not from published materials, in order to generate OET type activities for reading development. We can also use ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on for the development of bespoke OET style texts, plus the questions, the answers, and a rationale for the answers. But let's be aware of some of the risks. So, for example, when I asked Gemini to create some OET reading part B texts and questions, it offered me 300-word texts per reading question, which is obviously significantly longer than the 65 to 70 word limit that exists in Reading B, reinforcing the point that has been made already about the importance of AI mediated use. We must have the experts, us, behind AI. I might also add very briefly the opportunities around the use of summaries to develop reading speed, create a text, summarize it, write down, then produce a longer summary and a longer summary still, encouraging students to increase their reading speed because in terms of cognitive load, they're more familiar with the text as the length increases, but the reading speed stays the same. The same is true of listening. We can, as we've heard from Bahrain, use ChatGPT, Gemini, and others to create medical English listening practice. In this context, we're talking about OET. There are, of course, opportunities around materials that are available to us on YouTube for the development of authentic materials and listening practice using, for example, GPs behind closed doors, but always mindful of some of the copyright issues, which I think are somewhat of a grey area at the moment. And as we've heard already around for text-to-speech accent generation, but which again comes with a health warning. There are limits on the freemium, the free versions of many of these readers, and also questions around the suitability of some of the voices that are available. As we come on to speaking, we hit new opportunities and new issues as well. I first became interested in AI in healthcare education, working with a one-to-one doctor, and we used otter.ai as a transcription tool. And what became apparent was his ability to reflect on action in terms of looking back over the transcript to identify areas where register was a concern was much more impactful than when he listened back to the video on its own. But again, there are issues with accuracy. We, as teachers, need to be checking the activity, the material that's generated, unless we set this as a very high-level language task, whereby the student themselves can try to identify where the hallucination or the artifact came out of that transcription activity. Finally, integration of AI. We've heard how, for example, Petch is creating a whole load of materials based around diabetes. And there are affordances of creating reading, listening, speaking, and writing suites of materials, all based around the same theme, which will help to lead to a reduction in cognitive load for candidates who are perhaps new to OET, who are working with areas that are very familiar to them professionally. And that, of course, allows us to capitalise on the existing links that exist within the OET exam. For example, Listening A lending itself to the development of a speaking activity, or Reading B in the generation of a writing activity. And here we have a choice, something I hope we can explore in questions and answer later. Do we use ChatGPT, or do we train our own GPTs, either using platforms like Mizu or by training our own specific OET writing GPT within GPT itself? But I'd now like to move on and ask Joanna to talk to us about something really exciting. Joanna, over to you.
No pressure. Thank you, Neil. I'm very happy you're excited. I hope other people will be. I'm actually going to dial it back with so much that we can do with AI, with so much that learners can do with AI themselves. I actually want to put it aside for a moment and be the devil's advocate or the human's advocate here. At IATEFL earlier this month at the conference, a lot of people were asking on their slides and in the conversations at the conference, just because AI can, doesn't mean it should. And I am part of the group that says no. And there are certain things that I don't want AI to do because I want to do them. I want to be the one who does them. As a teacher who wants to understand my learners and help them where and meet them where they are, regardless of how many things are possible and how many resources can be done. Of course, I am a big fan of tools. I've always been, and I love to personalize things. But once I know what is going on, with curiosity and an open mind, and so this is where we're gonna step away from AI for a moment and bring in the popcorn. Neil, do you like popcorn?
I like popcorn. Question is salted or sweet?
No, salted for me and very crunchy. Now, what you see in the picture is my desk with my popcorn, and behind it is a screen where what I'm doing, I'm watching a candidate write an OET letter based on a case and task. So what I do, I get my clients, healthcare professionals preparing for the OET exam, to record their screens using whatever app available on their device or online. And rather than just send me their letter, which we know, their output, the essay, the letter, whatever, yeah, where you can see the content, the ideas and the information they chose to include, the language in which they chose to deliver it, and the layout. That's what we usually see. What I want to see is what lies beneath, the surface of the water, the hidden, the process. I want to see how they got there. I want to see how they tinkered with stuff, what things they missed, things they wrote and then deleted, where they maybe doubted themselves and changed to something that was perfectly good into something that maybe isn't, and maybe that if there are weaknesses in the letter that they send as the final output, is it because they genuinely didn't know how to do that thing, or because their attention was elsewhere? So that's the exciting innovation, which doesn't feel at all as innovation to me. It feels something very, very obvious. I want to get inside my learners' processes. And this is where the listen with AI comes in, figuratively speaking, but not really, because I'm a conversational thinker. When I watch these things, I have a conversation with, like, what are you thinking here? What are you doing there? And then there are real conversations when they say, oh, I didn't have time to do this. I ran out of time for that. I find that quite vague and unsatisfying. So that's what got me to getting my clients to record their screens. And then I, sometimes do have popcorn as I watch on double speed. Neil, let's move on to the next slide. So to put it in a way that you might be able to, I don't know, play with, adopt, use, adapt to your own purposes. Here's a step-by-step approach. But essentially what I'm saying is use your eyes and not AI's to learn your learner. This is priceless, invaluable to you as a teacher, to the quality of what you can do and how you can personalize things for your clients, for your learners afterwards. And this is, I don't think that productivity, you can make it more productive by watching on double speed. That can be done, but a really AI for the sake of productivity, I'm not sure I'm on that train. So you for the first step, you can see what your learner is doing. You take some notes, you identify some problem areas, think of some solutions, and then you discuss them in the next session, bringing in some techniques you might want to try, some exercise, some personalized practice, for example, for spelling, with word choice or within analyzing the case notes. And then the learner experiments with that, and then you see how it went, and you have a conversation about it, and you go at it again if necessary. And next slide here. Thank you, Neil. Oh, no, we skip one. No, sorry, back. Okay, so I have two examples for you. Very, very short videos. Do we have time for them?
We do indeed. Let me just
Okay, so
with
they're from the same client writing the same letter. So previously, the client spent several good minutes tinkering with an inconsequential word choice, a word that she could have, she spent several minutes putting it here, putting it there. It could have been in either place in that sentence, and that took a lot of time. And here, can you pause it? Yeah, you just pause it for a second. Yes. And here, I advised her when we met. I said, okay, I spent a lot of time on that. That's too much time. It doesn't do anything. Let me show you what someone else is doing. And I showed her a very non-linear approach of another client who was using visual markings to signal to himself, this isn't finished, and this isn't finished. So I showed her that. It's like, use it next time to help yourself not get stuck. So here it looks like she's going to start another paragraph on the 28th of March. Can you play it, Neil? It's on double speed. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like she's starting to write this. She remembers that she wants to do something in the previous paragraph. And so she's going to go to the previous paragraph non-linearly, experimenting with what I advised, and doesn't yet have a full solution here, thinking about it, maybe not necessary. Okay, never mind, I'll do this, I'll come back to it later. And this is something she would not have thought about previously, as I had noticed. So that's the first video. And the second one is from the same writing session. At the end, now she has 3 minutes on her hands to check. And let's see what she chooses to check. You see now the letter is fully written. And for those of you who do not know, it's too long. It's played on double speed, so double speed. So we're seeing now what she's doing with the time she has on her hands. She's trying to clean up something, lose some words. And now she notices that there's actually an opportunity to get rid of an entire paragraph and summarize it in a single sentence. And she's going to use copy paste, which I need to remind her she cannot use in the exam. So that's another point. When people practice, what do they do that then at the exam they may not be able to do it, which may throw them off? And so she's writing this sentence at the back of that paragraph, and she's going to lose an entire paragraph. The next paragraph is going to go. And so I would have never seen 1 second. So just finishing this. Okay, and now I would not have seen that paragraph had I just received the final letter. Now we can talk about other aspects in this letter that are far from perfect, but this is what I know, just a short illustration of what I mean by learn your learner and have them record what they're doing, record the screen, get set before they start, and then watch their process. You're gonna learn so much about how they spend the time, the law of diminishing returns that happens when they tinker with things that they maybe don't need to, and you can get to diagnose authentic, genuine lack of knowledge or ability versus, maybe something that was missed because there was no time and their attention was elsewhere. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you. So what we're seeing here is a melding of process writing, visible learning, and let's be reminded of a comment made in the Times educational supplement that was looking at the work of John Hattie and his research into visible learning, saying that it's the holy grail of education. You might be asking, why do we choose to focus on this today in a symposium that is all about AI? We believe that AI, and Joanna made this point at the very beginning, enhances medical English education and healthcare education generally, but we do not think it replaces the teacher or the educational expertise that the teacher brings to the party. So if we move on to the next slide, where we look specifically at the opportunities of using AI for OET writing and healthcare education writing generally. As far as the OET exam is concerned, it has to be made clear this is a high stakes exam where AI is not used. Cutting and paste is not available. But nevertheless, AI is an emergent tool in healthcare education, and I think there will be an expectation from our learners that it is in some way integrated into the process of preparing them for summative assessment. We believe that the tech as well as AI scaffolded approach is the one to take. On the right-hand side, and again, as I mentioned, the slides will be available at the end via a QR code. This can be used both in terms of making decisions around planning content for a referral, transfer, or discharge letter, but also as an AI-mediated writing process. In terms of scaffolding decisions around relevant content for one of those three AI letter writing activities, then one opportunity is to ask the student individually on camera to choose the information which they think is relevant, but they then compare it with an AI doing the same. And then they refine their choices, but giving a rationale for which AI recommendations they adopted, or which perhaps they chose not to adopt, thereby developing both the critical thinking skills and arguably the digital literacy and the AI digital literary skills of the user. In terms of a mediated process for developing the writing skill, then we often think in the classroom environment of groups of students where students can peer assess as well as self-assess with a writing buddy. Now, I'm going to suggest that in the one-to-one context, that we can train our learners in the use of AI as a writing buddy when they're not in a classroom context, or perhaps studying one-to-one. We're now
Yes,
going to talk about both the challenges and the opportunities. Over to you, Anna. We've got about
yes,
a minute and a half left to
yeah,
talk
I'm
about
the
the challenges.
devil's advocate today, playing that part all the way. So we need to be cautious here, as some of our colleagues have already expressed their concerns. What I'm noticing and what we're talking about is it looks a little bit like the Wild West stage. We're almost going to show you another iceberg where we don't necessarily get to see, to control, to curate our learners' uses of Reddit, ChatGPT, social media, where they get advice and OET practice. I have just this morning checked Reddit, and there are OET candidates that swear by the use of copy paste, and others that say no, it's not available, etc., etc., etc. Also, it was mentioned earlier today, the presence of hallucinations. In my research on it for clinical writing and for scientific writings, I'm interested in both. I'm still getting a sense of hallucinations being more of a feature than a bug. We'll see how it goes, but for now, this is still very much something to be aware of. Now, what got us started in the first place with this joint presentation with over-reliance and style masking? Earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, Neil was sharing the story of a client, the case of a client who had apparently masked his own writing by using ChatGPT to generate a letter, an OET letter that would emulate, his style and the kind of mistakes that he would make and things like that actually undermine authentic skill development. So we need to teach and encourage our learners to use these tools to get prompted, not to get answers and ready-made solutions. And now our previous colleagues speaking previously today, earlier today, shared their use of tools, and some of them require skills, require awareness of certain technical aspects. I'm thinking now about the listening materials that our colleagues from Bahrain developed. So the skills training that we need as teachers, the AI literacy for OET teachers, you know, how is that going to be how is that going to take place? How is that going to be certified, perhaps? And can any of these solutions be benchmarked for educational applications that are quite specific?
Thank you, Joanna. And I think it is extremely important that we use today's platform in the symposium, not only to be sharing some of the solutions, but also to be raising our concerns and our questions regarding the development of AI. And if you are staying around until the end of the day, then we will be looking into our crystal balls and thinking about where will AI be taking us in the next 5 years. For now, having seen Joanna's use of visible learning and the video recording, there is a question, Joanna, for us to come back to in a few moments regarding audio recording. This gives us an opportunity to have a much better insight into the inner workings, the visible learning and the processes that our learners go through. And that provides us with opportunities for which AI was largely designed in the educational space. We can generate personalized case scenarios, but we can also use gamification, quizzes in order to I can't say that. We're going to go with in order to check on our learners' understanding, to interrogate their history of error, both in terms of language, but also into particular areas which they find difficult in the development of their writing, being it medical dose errors, triggers for discharge, medication plans in future writing tasks. In other words, all of this visible learning enables us to work better and better with assessment for learning as part of their journey towards the final test, OET, as their summative learning. And in order to do that, we can be working with self-made chatbots. Joanna has kindly provided a link, which will be available at the end, to via the QR code to an article looking at self-made chatbots, but also personalized feedback models. So that brings us to the end of the session. Just to remind you again of that process. And I think we'll now move into the questions. And Jill asking us about the use of recording with audio as well as with video. You have our contact details there. We're going to move on to questions, but if it's okay, Ros, we'll leave this slide up so people can use the QR code. Joanna, over to you and Jill's question, if you can see it okay.
Yes, well, at the exam, if they're going to go to a venue, they have to be quiet. So I have to be cautious with such recommendations and such practices like audible learning. But I do notice, and I do ask my learners, if they are conversational thinkers like me, for example, and it seems to unlock the process for some of them who have never considered it like that. Like thinking is very much of a thing you do on your own. But so I encourage them to have conversations with an imaginary me in their heads, or whatever interlocutor from their own, entourage, from their own network, whatever interlocutor that stimulates their thinking. Like in whose presence do you feel like you think the best in a clinical setting, of course. So that's as far as I can take it with the OET exam preparation. But for audibles and visualizing the voice, there are other things that I do, which might, we can do in a separate webinar, and if you want to see more of these video examples, we can definitely organize like a webinar for that.
And in the meantime,
Okay.
those two videos are available via the QR
Yes,
code.
very hard choosing which to show.
No, it was a fascinating insight. I mean, I have seen those little videos before, but it is really a fascinating insight as to you know what we all do in the writing process, but to actually be able to then guide your learners as to a better approach, having watched the process that they use currently is quite innovative. I would, I've not heard of this concept of visible learning at all. And I guess, when you've the only question I would have, well, unfortunately we've sort of run out of time, but maybe to think about is, how you might manage that with a larger group. Obviously one-to-one is, you can do that. Oh, okay, visible
Oh,
learning, the
yeah.
sequel.
It might be
Okay.
just with a few examples of what can be done. That might work with a bigger group. We can think about how that can be scaled. And one more thing I want to sneak in before we stop here is this sort of watching what's going on with an open mind and with curiosity. It makes you a better teacher, and which is something that you cannot
Absolutely.
delegate to AI. Please don't delegate it to AI.
Please don't. So that's a nice way to finish off. Please don't delegate to AI what you can do yourself as an experienced trainer. Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, and thank you, Neil, as well, for the reminder about the panel happening later on today at 3:30 UK time. Not that we should miss any of the other sessions, of course, but good to see you, and we will see you back again, Neil, later on. And thank you so much, Joanna, as well. Thank you for that.
I've shared the link
Okay,
to learning in chat for everyone.
absolutely. No problem. Okay, thank you. So we will take a little short tech break, if I may, and we'll come back again with the next session with Veronica, starting at 11:05. Okay, UK time. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a chance to kind of move around a bit. We're now on to our next talk. So I'm delighted to introduce Veronica, who is going to talk to us about AI and teaching foreign languages in healthcare higher education. So over to you, Veronica.
Thank you very much for introducing me and for having me here, and also for all the previous talks, which were highly inspirative and also very insightful in many ways. In fact, many things I wanted to talk about were already said, so maybe I'll just sum it up somehow and point out some things that I personally focused on. So first, just to introduce myself, this what you can see here is one of our faculty buildings. I'm from the Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry, which is what we teach. We mainly teach undergraduate students. In fact, we have languages such as English, Czech for foreigners, Latin, German, Portuguese, Italian, also recently. And what I also focus on is teaching PhD students, which are mainly trained in academic writing, because this is what they do and what they need to feel supported at. Our faculty is one of the oldest traditions in the Czech Republic in teaching medicine. And it's reaching back to the 18th century. And it really means we have some kind of skills in teaching medicine. We have some kind of educational background. But this, what's bringing us here is AI, and something completely and entirely new, and we somehow have to face it. Which brought me to the question: what actually are the let's say approaches and points of view of either educators and students on how AI is perceived in their training and in their education. So I would like to focus on a teacher's point of view first, and also a student's point of view. So these two perspectives somehow should be summed up together to make some kind of conclusion in it. If we ask about what we are talking here all the way about artificial intelligence, it refers to the simulation of human thinking and human intelligence, which is probably a very key word here, because it's just simulation. That's what we need to understand when working with it. Although it can perform very interesting and various tasks that ease our lives, we need to still bear in mind that it's still simulation, and that what even ChatGPT itself admitted, just the simulation. We know that AI is widely used in medicine in many applications, such as the virtual applications. It might be electronic health record system, for example. It also is used in things such as robot assisting in surgeries or intelligent prosthetics and so on. And I think our students, I'm concentrate on the PhD students, are very well aware of that. They use that. They really appreciate all the opportunities. But the thing about them using it in their own academic writing or their studies, in fact, is more questionable probably. So we were talking about the pluses and minuses, and the maybe what we can start with is this knowledge triangle, which shows all the aspects our education should cover. It means not only education, but also research and leading training to it, which should somehow lead to innovation and transfer of knowledge. And that's where these all are aspects where AI plays a role at, definitely. So I think some of them were mentioned, that AI brings us many challenges, such as hallucinating, making mistakes, and it also might somehow lead to undetected plagiarism. It might lead to cheating, of course, in many home assignments for the students. There's a problem with citing. There's a problem with the sources, which actually can be made up by AI, and that might be very tricky. It also can be exploited for creating some malicious content, some kind of malware. So that all we have to keep in mind. But there still are the advantages to it, and we heard many of them now, such as creating tests and creating lesson plans, creating images, photos, videos, listening exercises, which is very nice, and I myself use it a lot. Mainly using creating some kind of scenarios for pair work in the classes for the doctor-patient communication. So I benefit from it a lot, still having in mind that I have to check everything, all the details that come into play. So according to when I was first interested in it, it was, I don't know, maybe 2022. In Forbes, they said that it's just about maybe 22% on faculty members using AI, whereas it was about 49% on the student side. Of course, the numbers are rising on both sides. So now we are getting something to about 90% of students admit using AI for their assignments, and also maybe for their home assignments they're supposed to do themselves, which is tricky a bit. But also the number of teachers rises. It's about 50% admitting using it for creating lesson plans, even more for their scientific purposes and so on. So yeah, it's getting more and more involved in our lives. And the question is whether it's good or not. Yeah, and we can discuss it probably for a long time. But still, if we talk about the AI tools, as you mentioned, quite a lot of them, and thank you because you also mentioned some that I haven't heard of yet. So I will definitely try and test them. But what probably we mostly use in academic writing, I mean in our environment, is Grammarly, because we write in English, which is a foreign language for our students, and they need to check for grammar, for style as well, and structuring. So that is one of the things that is so widely spread. Some of them also use Quillbot, which is an application which is used for paraphrasing and summarizing texts. Also, they are advised to have a look at the Turnitin, which is plagiarism detection software, as well as Writeful has this function, but it also can do text editing and paraphrasing. Some of the very useful tasks it can do. Also, Consensus is widely recommended as a search engine that helps to collect relevant sources for scholarly text. And as I mentioned, as we are writing in our foreign language, our students somehow struggle a bit with English language. They use DeepL as a translational device. And something that is mainly not so widespread, but maybe it'd be worth looking into is ResearchRabbit, which is a, let's say, citation-based literature mapping tool, helping a lot with the researchers to write their scholarly texts. It should optimize the time for searches for the referrals. And also SciSpace, which is a very complex, let's say, all-in-one AI tool. It's a research assistant, it might be called, or research platform. It helps with organizing, writing, and revising academic papers. So these are just some of the possibilities. There's a lot of them, which makes it, as Joanna previously said, but a Wild West environment, because there's so many of them and so many opportunities to be explored. So what I wanted to do was to map how Czech universities try to address this topic. And by the time I started to think about that, which was 2023, I think it hasn't changed a lot. So basically, these are the three most, let's say, important and most well-established universities in the Czech Republic: Masaryk University in Brno, Charles University in Prague, and our university, Palacký University in Olomouc. And it all started with Masaryk University having kind of statement about using AI, where they recommended students and educators to take AI into consideration and trying to use that very cautiously, very responsibly, but and also they put emphasis on being transparent with using AI to avoid plagiarism and ghostwriting. And I think all the other universities then just took it over. Yeah, so they all basically claim the same and give recommendations such as this, which are very, very vague. And that is what is quite a challenge for the teachers, because if they really want it to be backed up by some kind of institutional approach by their universities, they can't really rely on that, because the instructions, the recommendations, and also the limitations are so vague. For example, at our university, we are recommended to, let's say, support using AI responsibly. What does that mean? In compliance with the ethical code of our university, of course, so we can't plagiarize, but to what extent it's plagiarism, we are not told. So that is something that makes it a bit difficult on teacher side, as they not only have to somehow get used to using AI in their classes, they have to take into account that students are using it, and they have to find the border on where it's acceptable and when it's not. So it's kind of a bit, let's say, a libistic approach by the universities, although understandable. I completely understand it's very difficult to set the instructions very clearly for all the programs and all the branches that the university involves. So what we have currently is that AI must not be misused for plagiarism, that we have to claim, if we claim to be the authors, we have to, no, we can't use the text generated by AI. We can't misuse and create false information. We are responsible as authors. That's it, basically, right? So the official stance is that we welcome AI and we see AI as opportunity rather than a threat. And we should try to adjust also the assignments for the students to somehow reflect all this. So this doesn't really make the teacher's perspective or the teacher's role any easier. In fact, it brings other maybe mediating or facilitating roles for the teacher than teaching languages only. And it brings a lot of challenges. In fact, yeah, it's very difficult to identify and demonstrate the use of AI for the students. As institutions want us to do, we should be responsible for familiarizing students with the workings and AI using. The knowledge testing also gets a bit complicated because the existing systems of tests and so on might be really distorted by the use of AI. It also brings the final terms and term papers into question. Are they relevant anymore? Is it necessary to have them or not? And also many teachers, as I talk with them, question the writing itself, because it's a form of grading thinking. Yeah, it's a form of developing analytical and argumentation skills, which, if you really get rid of it, doesn't really bring your education process in the views of many teachers, at least. So that's what we are facing now. And at Prague University, we have some limited number of licenses on Copilot and Grammarly, but I don't believe this is widely known by the researchers. So they just try to find them themselves and try to explore them ourselves. I wanted to see what the students, and I mainly concentrated on the PhD students, what they think and what they prefer. I started back in 2020 asking about, let's say, digital tools, maybe not AI, but digital tools such as reference managers, bibliographical databases, and things like that, to see whether students use it, to what extent, and what they think about that. Because it's a bit challenging situation for our PhD students, as throughout all their undergraduate studies, they are not trained on academic writing. So that when they become the PhD student and they are forced, they are required to publish and to write scholarly text, they just start at the beginning and they're just helpless. Yeah, they can't really. They don't really know where to start, what to do, how to structure, how to write, and that all in a foreign language. Yeah. So, and they have to publish at least one Q1 article throughout their studies. So that's what I wanted to see, how they approach this, what they maybe benefits or threats they see on using AI. And I spread disseminated questionnaires on tools used in academic writing and research task processing. Although we have over 400 students in PhD studies, full-time and part-time, I only got about 42 answers, but it's still ongoing. I still try to talk with students about that. And as you can see, most of them had Czech language as their mother tongue, and their writing experience, which is what it illustrates what I said, are quite often none. They are not being instructed so, and they have to seek help elsewhere. They are not just trained to write. So what I included originally into the questionnaire was digital tools such as reference managers, Otto, Mendeley, and Note, and things like that, and bibliographical databases, and also plagiarism software. And they also had the possibility to say other tools they're using, which they didn't use at that time. So the digital tools they use the bibliographical databases, obviously, for searching for sources, such as PubMed or Web of Science. To very limited extent, it was reference managers, and most of them, didn't mention any other tools or something. So that brought me to the question: where do they seek help, or what? Who do they ask if they need help? And it seems that the human touch is still very appreciated. They try to talk to their colleagues or supervisors. Sometimes also they use or try to use our academic writing lab, which I have for the students to discuss their writing if they want to. Sometimes they can't really talk to nobody, and they just do their best and trying to learn from their mistakes, which is very time consuming and very difficult. So that was one part of the questionnaire, and mapping the AI tools or the digital tools they use. And then we had quite lengthy discussions and interviews with the medical doctoral students, which I started by the question: do you use AI-based tools? If so, what's your experience? What good can you see in it? What bad things it might bring? And that was also very interesting, because as mentioned before, they use AI in their medical practice quite a lot. But when it comes to the academic writing, which represents them as authors and something they have to have published, they often expressed the questions of trust, and rather maybe mistrust, reliability, or maybe rather unreliability. They somehow also saw the AI tools as overcomplicated. It takes them a lot of time to somehow get oriented in that, how to do that. They said they don't have the time to explore all the possibilities, and they often raise the question of authorial responsibility or ethical questions, ethical concerns about that. Some of them also mentioned that their supervisors tell them not to use AI tools in their academic writing because the content can be stolen, and then they emerge as plagiarized later on when they publish their text. So there are a lot of contradicting information they get, and they really express they don't have time to explore that all, which leads them to rather preferring the human discussions and human consultations on their academic writing. So I still keep talking to them, right? I still try to see whether it has developed somehow, because I think the discussion over AI is being more widespread in many ways. So I try to map the patterns and the preferences. It seems they are getting a bit more confident in using certain AI tools, but still they don't feel AI tools can be generally trusted. And so they quite hesitant about using them. Maybe medical students also are a bit of rather conservative environment in this. They try to be very reliable and very responsible in their scholarly work. So these all are the reasons why they feel a bit reluctant about in using AI in their scholarly writings. And so the implications this all might have, that mainly we should probably try to focus on ethical challenges, which means that we need to inform the students about what this might bring to them and what threats they might not be aware of. It also might lead to explore support mechanisms to meet the needs of medical students in the context of integrating AI in their academic writing. So basically to tell them what AI offers and what it costs, on the other hand. Which brings us to maybe the bit difficult role of us as teachers. I think John Skelton at the conference in Brighton last year somehow introduced this topic very nicely, saying that us as language teachers have more opportunities to teach more than languages than any other branches. So maybe this is our opportunity for us to explore and to help our students also to introduce this topic and to explore it for them. So these are some questions I still have in mind. I would welcome all your inputs and insights into this. This is basically it. Yeah, these are my references. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Perhaps we can have anyone that's watching can have a look at Veronica's questions and feel free to get in touch with her with any ideas. That was a lot. There was a lot of information. You touched on a lot of different aspects of AI in higher education there. I think my overall feeling as I was watching that was there's a lot of work for teachers. So it's if you don't have an institutional policy or approach, and there's a few comments in the chat about this, if there isn't a clear approach and policy forthcoming from your institution, it sounds like there's a lot of work there for teachers developing digital skills, helping your students understand what it is, how they can use generative AI, and then the whole aspect of assessment. So it sounds like there's quite a lot going on for you
Yeah.
and the teachers in the department.
Yeah, I myself appreciate having AI on hand because it really saves time. It brings some maybe suggestions, insights that are always very clear. But the thing is that we still need to be like a step ahead of our students, which is almost impossible, basically, on many
Absolutely.
levels. Yeah, so that's the
Absolutely.
task. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your talk. That was really interesting. Perhaps if you have any questions for Veronica afterwards, you could pop them into her email that's on the screen. All right. So we are going to take a short tech break. So again, we'll have about 5 minutes this time. So we'll have a short tech break, and then we will be coming back to our next talk. So thank you so much, Veronica. That was really interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I think our next talk is scheduled for 11:45. So I think we've got a little bit longer. And we'll see you back then. 11:45 UK time. Okay, thanks. aim of this presentation is to share with Okay, welcome back. So for those of you joining us just now, I'd said earlier that unfortunately Petra cannot be with us today, unfortunately. So I have provided a talk. It's a recorded session. And it's just about my experimenting with ChatGPT. It's a journey that I took, and I share with some of my trainees on my teacher training program. And I thought it would fill a gap that we had in the program this morning. It does sort of reiterate some of the points that have already been made, and I hope there's not too much repetition. Sorry, I was just checking the chat. Okay, so without further ado, I will set the recording in motion, and we'll stop, and there'll be chance for questions if anybody has any. So thank you very much. My journey using ChatGPT for course development. So first of all, I'll explain the process I went through and its different iterations. We'll look at some of the hallucinations that occurred along the way. And please don't worry if you don't understand that term, all will become clear. And then finally, I'll sum up what I took away from this little experiment. So I was inspired to take you on this journey following a business English webinar that I attended run by Rob Howard. Now, Rob is a business English trainer and former co-coordinator of IATEFL BSIG. During his webinar, Rob took us through his journey into creating an entire course for his business executives using AI. He wanted, amongst other things, to see how long it would take him to create a course using AI, a task that would normally have taken several hours. Now, I was a little skeptical at first, but what he produced, although not perfect, certainly inspired me to experiment myself. Rob had been asked to create a course to teach learners how to use a particular business framework with a series of stages, not unlike the clinical communications models that we use in healthcare. So for my experiment, I decided to use some of the same prompts, but swapping Rob's business framework for the spikes model. Let me show you what happened. So to begin with, I selected my target audience, a group of 18 third-year medical students at a faculty in France with a B2 level of English. The aim would be to devise a mini course about how to use the spikes model. The course would be 6 hours in total and taught over a series of 6 lessons. Just like Rob, I began by researching the communication model. So I asked ChatGPT the following questions. What is the history of the spikes model? Who uses it? What's it for? And how effective is it? I know quite a lot about spikes, so I was intrigued to see what ChatGPT would come up with. Well, within seconds, ChatGPT had provided me with a detailed explanation of the spikes model, including who first introduced it, the type of context it's used in, and the level of effectiveness. ChatGPT also points out the limitations of spikes and concludes by saying that it has proven to be an invaluable source for healthcare professionals tasked with delivering bad news. By providing a clear, step-by-step framework, Spikes improves quality of communication, fosters empathy, and reduces the psychological impact of both patients and healthcare providers. Excellent. So far, so good. Armed with the knowledge of what the Spikes model consisted of, when it's used, and by whom, I was ready to start designing my course content. Following Rob Howard's format, I began by asking ChatGPT for 20 keywords related to the Spikes model and their definitions. And here are the first 10 of those words. ChatGPT reassured me that these were the words relevant to the communication skills and emotional intelligence required when applying the Spikes model in a healthcare setting. Now, looking at the words and their definitions, I could certainly see many that were of use and may indeed be new to my third-year medical students. Words like empathy, perception, and consent, as well as the difference between diagnosis and prognosis. Next step was to ask ChatGPT to create 6 60-minute lessons for my target audience. And following Rob's example, I asked it to base the lessons around the 620 keywords. So, following my third prompt, ChatGPT proceeds to deliver 6 lesson plans. It also seeks to reassure me about the methodology it's used behind this course development by telling me that each lesson follows a progression of activities to reinforce vocabulary learning, integrate medical communication skills, and foster the application of these skills in a clinical context. I did indeed feel somewhat reassured. That was until I started looking at the lesson plans in a little more detail. Here are 2 of the lesson plans that ChatGPT produced. Lesson 1 is an introduction to spikes, and Lesson 3 focuses on dealing with patient emotions and demonstrating empathy. Take a moment to look through them yourselves. What are your thoughts? On initial reading, they might not look too bad. The objectives are clearly stated, there's a nice flow to the activities with realistic timings for each one. There's a variety of tasks and text types, and even some recycling. I particularly like some of the tasks in Lesson 3. The case study, for example, where learners are asked to predict the patient's emotional responses. And this is followed by an analysis of a video clip where learners can see a healthcare professional in action and where learners can discuss how effective the professional has been in demonstrating empathy. A closer look at the lesson plans, however, does throw up some problems. For me, the focus on the 20 keywords is problematic. Training medical students on how to use the Spikes model requires some functional language and key phrases for each stage. But unfortunately, these have not been provided, and this is because the 20 key words have taken precedence and have become the target language. One of the other main issues is the lack of resources. Now, the lesson plans refer to using case studies and videos and audios, which is great, but none of them have been provided. So I think we need another prompt. Still following Rob's example, I then requested videos, role plays and articles for each of the 6 lessons. And this is what it produced. Great. Or so I thought. Now, the resources proposed look fairly credible. The oncologist, for example, is a very reliable source, and oncology is an area of medicine where significant research has been carried out into the breaking of bad news for obvious reasons. Indeed, the key proponents of the Spikes model published their work in this very same journal. However, instead of taking me to a specific article, the link AI had proposed took me to the landing page for the oncologist, and not the article. I realized that this was AI hallucinating. If you've not heard of the term, it's when AI algorithms generate false information or misleading results. They look plausible, just like this one, but aren't in fact real. Unfortunately, according to research carried out by IBM in 2023, chatbots like ChatGPT hallucinate 27% of the time. So definitely something to be very wary of. All was not lost, however. Some of the links AI had given me led to searches that included lots of very interesting alternatives, including this video on the right from the Geeky Medics that I'd forgotten about, and a link to YouTuber Dr. Kevin Foe, who is really somebody worth checking out. I also found the Empathetics podcasts, which proved to be really excellent, not podcasts that I had been aware of previously. So the search actually gave me a chance to work on my own CPD in this particular area of breaking bad news. So as I said, all was not entirely lost. Now back to prompting. At this point, I had to depart from Rob's example as he hadn't included roleplay in his particular course. This meant writing my own prompts, which, as you'll see, were a bit of a trial and error. For my first prompt, I asked AI to write 6 role plays between a medical professional and a patient or parent using the Spikes model. The patients should include a student with a sports injury. Here's one of the role plays. Take a moment to read through the card. As you can probably guess, it wasn't quite what I was expecting. I thought I would receive 2 role cards for each role play with instructions for the patient and the doctor. I also didn't expect to be given the first few lines of a dialogue. Obviously, the prompt I had given wasn't clear enough. So I wrote a second one, this time being a little bit more specific. What AI produced this time round was much more what I had in mind. There were instructions for each role, and these were clearly based on the Spikes model, as you can see. Certainly material that for me was very usable. So I've been quite impressed with the second set of roleplay cards, and I thought it would be worthwhile exploiting these a little further. So how about a sample dialogue that we could use in class for some discourse analysis? I asked ChatGPT to create a sample dialogue based on roleplay card number 2. This is the result. I'll give you a moment to read through it. Now, while I was on a good run with ChatGPT, I thought it would be interesting to see how well it would carry out discourse analysis. So I asked it to do just that, using the prompt, write feedback for the doctor based on the dialogue for role play 2. To what extent did the doctor use the Spikes model, and how effective was he? This is the first part of the evaluation based on the Spikes model. I thought it was pretty good. It had picked up on the setting, It had picked up on the doctor's exploration of the patient's perception, and it had picked up on how he had invited the patient's thoughts about the type or amount of information that the patient wanted. I'll now give you a moment to read through the second part of the evaluation using the spikes model. It is worth noting at this point that even ChatGPT gets a bit tired. I found that when I tried entering prompt 8, it was quick to tell me I'd reached my time limit for the free version and that I needed to stop, but just for an hour. So I took a break. Following my break, I went back to ChatGPT to complete my journey. The final prompt was to create an assessment for my 6-hour mini course together with an assessment sheet. ChatGPT came back with an assessment task and this evaluation grid to assess the learner's ability to complete each of the 6 stages of the spikes model. Now again, I thought this was pretty good. There's a maximum score of 24 and it provides detailed descriptors for each grade 1 to 4. Immediately, I felt that this was something I could make good use of, not just for this particular course, but it could also be used for evaluating qualified professionals as well, and as well as learners from different healthcare professions. Now, thanks to Rob's guidance, I'd now come to the end of my journey, my first attempt at designing a course purely using AI. It was certainly an interesting journey, and although it hadn't been as fruitful as I'd hoped, my time hadn't been entirely wasted. I'd come out with some useful resources, the roleplay cards, the assessment grid, and a great introductory text about the spikes model. I'd also come across some useful links to podcasts and videos that I wasn't familiar with myself. As I mentioned earlier, the problem seemed to be the initial prompts that had resulted in the focus being on the 20 key words. This was obviously an approach that had worked for Rob in his particular context, but for various reasons it hadn't been the right one for healthcare and definitely not for a course about the spikes model. I'm sure you'd agree this required a more functional approach with more focus on the clinical communications model itself. Not to be deterred, I decided to have another attempt at creating a course using AI. This time I decided to reverse the process and start with the assessment grid ChatGPT had provided me during my first attempt. So I attached the PDF of the assessment grid and devised a similar prompt, making reference to the grid. Interestingly, the course outline is the same as the first version. However, the lesson plans themselves were quite different. What I liked about this version was the focus on the spikes model itself as opposed to a set of key vocabulary. And it was more clearly structured around developing learners' understanding and usage of the model. Already I could see the positive result of my improved prompt. Now let's look at some of the strengths and weaknesses of the new set of lesson plans. I've provided you with lesson 1, which is an introduction, and lesson 3, which is about assessing the patient's perspective. Take a moment to read through one of these lesson plans and think about its strengths and weaknesses. Let's look at strengths first. The objectives are clearly stated at the beginning of each lesson and all seem appropriate and achievable within 60 minutes. The course introduces learners to the key concepts they need to understand when delivering bad news effectively, some of which might be entirely new to them. It provides key phrases for each stage of spikes. In lesson 3, for example, we can see phrases such as, "Do you know why you've been asked to come in today?" And although it could be more effectively delivered as an open question, this is still an acceptable question to explore the patient's perspective. I also like the fact that role play incorporates use of an observer who can analyze usage and feedback to the person taking the role of the doctor. A homework task has been provided for each lesson, and these are often reflective tasks. Finally, there's a cultural element included in some of the lesson plans. This was a definite improvement on the first attempt, where there had been no mention of cultural differences, despite reference to the target audience being French in my original prompts. When it comes to weaknesses, unlike the first version, there's no inclusion of video, audio, or case studies, and that I find is quite a shame. There are other weaknesses, but I'll allow you to make your own judgments on that score. In lesson 1, learners are asked to reflect on the challenges of breaking bad news in French and in English. So I thought it would be interesting to look into this in a little more detail. So I asked ChatGPT to elaborate on these cultural challenges. And in my opinion, it did pretty well. As you can see from this first example, the fact empathy is less readily expressed in France will already have an impact on the healthcare professional's ability to demonstrate this in their encounter with patients. Now, coupled with this is the fact that historically there has been very little focus on clinical communications training in France, although this is changing. Now, obviously, this information in terms of cultural differences can be used in lots of different ways with the learners, but it also serves as a key insight for the trainer when working with this particular target audience. Now, if you're wondering, were there any more hallucinations? Well, sadly there were. In fact, when I requested examples of video, audio, and case studies, the list of resources it produced was actually worse than the first time round. Now, finally, to my conclusion and lessons learned. It's been an interesting experiment to try and create an entire course using just AI. It is very much trial and error, and certainly working on developing effective prompts is extremely important. Obviously, Spikes is a tool that I know very well, but I would definitely consider using AI in the future to develop an aspect of our field that I was less familiar with. It kind of gives you the confidence and the motivation that you might need to broach new subjects in healthcare. And if nothing else, it provides a good starting point. But I would endeavour to carry out checks on the materials before using them in class, and I would most definitely warn against relying on it entirely. The important point I'd like to make before we finish is not to forget the key issues around materials development in this field. So carrying out a solid needs analysis, ensuring authenticity both in terms of texts and tasks, making sure that what we expect from our learners is meaningful and that skills, functional language and grammar are fully integrated. When asked, ChatGPT gave me this final piece of advice. Always review, adapt and localize any content that is AI generated. Design your prompts in a way that includes information about level, healthcare setting and any specific communicative goals. It also advises that we vet content for any stereotypes or biases that might creep in, and finally iterate. Make use of AI for first drafts or brainstorming, but then refine the materials, bearing in mind any pedagogical or ethical issues. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if there was any questions in there, but I don't know, maybe Louise or Bethan can tell me if there was any. I wasn't able to watch at the same time, unfortunately. I think basically, it's sort of reiterating, many of the issues that have already been raised by other people in the group. As a materials writer, it was an interesting process to go through, because as materials writers, we're increasingly being asked by publishers to make use of ChatGPT. And I think that's sort of where I was, in fact, having engaged with ChatGPT before doing that, it was just a useful exercise to do that and see how far I could, without using any other resources other than ChatGPT. And of course, I was sort of working on, a communications model that I know inside out and upside down, the Spikes model. So I was already Virginia, at least for me, for the Spikes model, what should be included in an effective training for developing the Spikes model. But I think overall it probably, gave me a bit of confidence to use it elsewhere as well. As I say, it's very anecdotal. And probably a lot of you have already gone through this same process yourselves. Not sure, Bethan or Louise, if you had any comments on that. Is it something that you've engaged with yourselves? How far have you got with it?
Hi, Rose. I was just typing in the chat, but I'll say it here. I thought it was really interesting how one of the what I would have seen as unexpected benefits was leading you to resources you knew but had forgotten about, or perhaps new resources. So the empathy podcast again is something that I haven't come across and looks really interesting. So I thought that was a nice unexpected perhaps benefit of using it for your course development.
Yeah, no, definitely. The hallucination issue, has already been talked about earlier today, and that is something. But it is, as we go back to that issue, is all about it's about critical thinking as well. But luckily, I know a lot about spikes. I know the history. I know how it should be used, and so when I did click on that link, I knew what it was supposed to be showing me, an article by et al., but it didn't. But and I think if you had come from it not knowing about spikes, then it definitely would have thrown you off. Neil says, I've engaged with Gemini for developing courses in an area which I knew nothing about. So risk management in Sharia banking. Oh, right. Wow. Scary. I don't even think I would attempt anything to do with finance. But yeah, it gives you that little bit of confidence. And I was following, this sort of course of action that Rob Howard had done, because with the issue that he'd been asked, the topic that he'd been asked to teach on, he didn't know anything about at all, and so he went through these stages. Yeah, sorry, Louise, did you have a comment or anything?
Just I just like how you reminded us how important the writing really detailed specific prompts is when you use ChatGPT, because I think the more information you give it, the better it can be. And sometimes I forget that. I just expect it to know what I want it to do, and you have to be like really, really precise, and then you obviously get something that you can then work with yourself. That was good.
Yeah, well, me too as well. But equally, I was also surprised by sometimes how my prompts were a little bit vague, and it came up with stuff, and I think, gosh, did it really do that? It's clearly improving, and it's clearly everything. It's changing as we go along, and I'm by no means an expert in this at all. And I think we've got people, sort of with us today that are far more expert in that area. Timea is saying my experience. So she talks about her experience. And in fact, this is what we have heard in most presentations is the main point about using AI, including teaching and academic writing, is that you can only use it wisely and reliably if you have a good understanding of the topic or field that you're applying it to, and your approach is AI critical. And I believe this is what we need to bear in mind when using AI, and we need to help students understand, believe, and see clearly. No, absolutely, absolutely. And that sort of coupled with the point that I was trying to make at the end is that when you're designing materials, always bear in mind the core principles of designing materials for ESP, and particularly with those specifics related to our field. It's imperative that we continue to use a framework that is tried and tested in terms of developing materials, and use that, apply that knowledge as well in your design of materials, particularly for our field where accuracy is so important. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, let me say, pleasantly surprised.
No, thank you. It was really interesting. Really, really interesting.
You're very welcome. All right, okay. So apologies, as I said, if you thought you were going to be hearing Petra, unfortunately she couldn't be with us today. So I think that leaves us for the moment nicely leading into lunch break. We've got 45 minutes for lunch, and when we get back, please don't miss our keynote speakers. We have Chris Jacobs and his team, two PhD students, Effie and Theo, who will be demonstrating something very exciting. And so they're looking into enhancing clinical communication skills in healthcare workers. So please don't miss that. We'll be back with you at 1 o'clock UK time. And so see you then. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, everybody is back and nourished and ready for the second part of our event today. I'm going to just introduce our keynote speakers now. So we've got with us today Chris Jacobs, Zephy de Custodia Steele, and Theo Clay. And Chris has 20 years experience as a GP trainer, and also as a student tutor as well. And two of his PhD students are with us today, so Zephy and Theo, both of whom study at the Bristol University, both of whom are interested in AI, of course, and of course that link with clinical communications that a lot of us have spoken about already this morning. And one of the issues that a lot of people have spoken about already is the issue of empathy. And how do you make your ChatGPT role plays or avatars or whatever it may be sound empathetic? How do we get that across? How do we ensure that what we're training our students, our learners to do in English, and in our case in English as a foreign language, is to be empathetic? And it's difficult enough in our own language to do that, to sound empathetic, to use the right words, but also to make sure that that comes across effectively. But to have to do that in a second language, a third language in some cases, then that is problematic, or it can be problematic. And are there any solutions? Well, we're hoping that there are. Hopefully Chris is going to point us in the right direction for that. And I would like to give the floor therefore to Chris, Zephy, and to Theo. Thank you very much.
Oh, hello everyone. So yes, I'm Chris, GP. I have various hats at the moment. I work at King's College London in the medical school and at my local hospital as well in training, and at Bath University in terms of researching simulation. And we've had some great success where we are, and Theo and Zephy will be chatting a bit later about some of the empathy comments that Ross was making. But I'm an individual who likes to question technology, and that's where I've come in with my various kind of studies, and that's things I'm going to introduce to you. I like to set the scene as well within healthcare and simulation, and I think it's good just to refresh ourselves on the evidence base around how we learn from these situations, because that's part of how do we target our kind of education. We've got to know how these, I guess, technology enhanced learning there's all different names to it. How does it work? I've also had the pleasure of working with IMGs, international medical graduates. I'm helping training some in London, and I've been a PLAB, the Professional Linguistic Assessments Board advisor for the GMC. So I've got a good feeling around the kind of educational needs of international graduates. But as myself, I didn't have that need to kind of what we call have differential attainment targets, where we might not be educated quite so well coming to the UK with certain, I guess it's the individualistic nature of culture, isn't it? I come from near Bath, but people say Bath, that's how do we practice that? And that's what I'd like to go through. Does anyone, I don't see the chat in front of me, but if there's any burning questions, I don't know if Ross wants or someone just to shout them out. I don't mind stopping at times. Interactivity is nice. But
I
simulation.
can do that, yes,
Yeah.
if you wish.
Yeah, why not? It's whatever comes. It's the flow of things, isn't it? Like a conversation.
Yeah.
So simulation itself is ancient. It comes back to the early beginnings of clay models, and I've seen these actually in the British museums. They're not perfect, but they were a good stab at let's try and recreate. That's what simulation role play is. It's a recreation of an event, a task, or something that you want to rehearse. And that's what we try and do in education is rehearse. And we're going to go through some of the educational principles of that. But this has been going on for thousands of years, and we're becoming more and more sophisticated. Gregoire developed the first interactive train of human pelvis. That was to help midwives deliver babies, and he used actual a real fortunate case of an anatomical deceased mother. we come through to the modern developments. We're thinking around 50, 60 years now, and this is the introduction of technology, really. Look how detailed this mannequin is underneath. A lot of mechanical operations here to make the chest rise, to make things adjust. That's giving us something called fidelity, and we'll go into that in a moment. That's what's important in role play. But as complexity improves, so does our learning. And we can now actually orientate things in more complex tasks. And that's where high fidelity, I asked some medical students of mine the other kind of, I think, a few weeks ago, have you ever heard of fidelity and a hi-fi? And they just looked at me blank. I've never heard of a hi-fi before. High fidelity is increasing realism. And that's what we call contemporary simulation now. And we're trying to improve patient safety. And where things are lapsed most is communication. Where we see most errors, and we can come back to communication error often. So that's looking at different ways of learning using technology. As we advance with technology, this is an example of an anaesthetist who was training with me. We used augmented reality for, this is during COVID. He wore effectively a GoPro, a camera on his head, whilst having images in real time layered onto what he was doing on the airway, and we had several hundreds of students watching it whilst they couldn't get into these difficult difficult to scale areas, and that's what we could look at within the AI side of things, where you want to repeat things lots, but you might only have one person having an airway done. You can't have 200 in a room. And what we're beginning to see as trends in simulation, that's interprofessional learning, that's us working in groups, MDTs, multi-professional teams, because that's what we are, we're not just the same people. And it's more team-based. But why simulation role play is so important is that it's very proven as a method of medical education. It has great benefits in terms of, we look at this Bloom's taxonomy, that's the knowledge gained, that's one key area. Skills, that's psychomotor procedural skills, or even clinical decision making. You know, how is my effective domain, how is my thought processes coming through as I have an interaction with someone, and how am I going to effectively manage someone or discuss a condition with someone, and that takes practice. And what we want to support is long-term competences in this. And just as a kind of, I don't know if this will work with my pen, but I kind of like to draw sometimes. And that's a fact as an aside. I was quite a keen digital artist. That AI, VR diagram, something I love to do, and I drew it. And then AI came along; it was better than me. So I have put down my digital pen, but I shall bring it out again. So what's interesting is the 3 fundamentals of persuasion. Has anyone heard of this? Aristotle. Anyone? Ross, does anyone see in the chat? Has anyone heard of this idea of the 3 appeals of persuasion?
Beatrice suggested Cialdini. My Italian's not great.
Yeah, so we got, then the Greeks among us will be better. Pathos, logos, and ethos.
Oh yes, Helen Lewis had that. Thanks, Helen.
She spoke earlier about this. Is that right, Ross?
No, she just put it in the text chat
Oh,
as
right,
you were
brilliant.
speaking.
I haven't been here all day, I'm sorry. So what we try and do in terms of communication is that we want to have certain, if you want to quantify it, certain elements of content within how we talk. Pathos is your passion, how keen, emotion, how much emotion do you have in this? So that's really important. Logos, it's the logic. So that's the kind of reasoning and things. That's the kind of what we think is what I'm talking about, the kind of details. And ethos is that kind of credibility of me, in almost credibility. And we look at different proportions depending on what we're doing, actually. If you go to a TED talk, they labor on the passion because it works well and it gets you engaged. And these type of talks, you look at about a 60% passion, 20% logic, 20% credibility is what the kind of rough estimates. But some people end up doing 90% of, you've probably been on those talks, which is 90%, it's all just data. And it's quite overwhelming and they don't seem enthusiastic, and that means it's difficult to get on board with it. And these aren't just isolated concepts to just me talking now. This is how we communicate with our patients. We want to have an emotionality, the empathy, don't we? We want to have that ability to connect. And we also want to contain details, important details that the patient would hopefully hold on to, although having said that, only about a third usually goes in. And they've got to feel I'm a credible person to do that. And all these elements actually fall into AI. You know, we've got to think, well, is this a credible person talking to an AI? Is it credible? Is it got real details and does it have real emotion? And how does simulation work in itself is important. And this is the things you do in role play. These are a little bit detailed, sorry about that, but are two important concepts for you to take away, hopefully, is the context-dependent nature of our memory. And they've done lots of studies in this in experimental psychology. It's the kind of stuff I do at Bath University. And I can't do these anymore. We're not allowed to recreate them on an ethical basis, particularly with the next study. But the context, the environment you're in which you learn, helps improve your memory for the next go. So if we've learned, for this example, if I've learned to do a sequence of numbers on land, then I recall it on land better. If I learn a sequence of numbers underwater, even deep diving, I'll recall that better going back underwater than I would on the land. So it's very good to have this congruence of matching your context of learning. And this is something I came across without even realizing. I was at medical school. My wife, in a nice way, kicked me out of the house to do my studies. She said, go to find a room somewhere. So I found a room in college and it had an exam desk there. I didn't realize it at the time until I went to the exam hall, and I was learning every day on an exam desk. And that was so context. I just got into the room and just the recall was so much easier. And then that came into my state. How does my state, a psychological state, work with my memory retrieval? Well, if I'm slightly anxious and I repeat an slightly anxious experience, I'm actually going to do better matching that. And they did this actually with getting medical students drunk. And again, this is why we can't repeat it. And sober students record better sober, and drunk students record better being a bit drunk. And I'm not suggesting you'll go out and deep dive and get drunk, but I want to just have these two facts in there, and that how we do performance and simulation is really important in terms of how you kind of recreate that situation. So it's the context. So you're in the right environment. This is what AI will show you, and other elements and things about the research we're going through. And also, how does the memory work in that state? So you want that slightly anxious state to make it similar to when you're slightly anxious with a patient. And we've done lots of things at our hospital on this, and we've come through this development of studies to find what would be the key elements of looking at technology and role play and simulation. And we went out to a big group of people in the Southwest. We did literature reviews, part of Theo's work, and Zeffie's is part of that. And we wanted to create an idea. It's called a construct. So we've got this, I guess, a feeling around how can we learn in simulation? What's these important emotionality bits? But how does that actually check? How can we measure this? Because that's what I want to say is, well, yeah, we've got this technology. It seems really cool, but how can we measure if it's actually useful? And that's where we came through these domains. This is the construct of domains of how does this fit? And we went through a process of doing that. So we look at the evidence, it's content validity process. You get stakeholders. So this is where we've got this group of people from the Southwest, simulation specialists, doctors, some nurses, people from university and research. So you want different ideas because you don't want it to have a kind of homogeneous group of, say, me, because I'll just come out with the same thing. I want different people out there telling me, no, that's useful and that's useful. And then we can rate these things on a scale and put them back to the experts called a Delphi. And then they can think about it and rate them again. You can keep going through this process of homing into these main theoretical framework. And then finally, we were interviewed the people who took the survey. And this is where language is so important. So you can take a survey and you can actually do something called cognitive interviewing, which is qualitative work. And you can actually quiz them as they're doing the survey. So you ask them a question like, oh, how much connection did you get with this avatar? And then you ask them, well, what does that mean? I don't know what an avatar is. And you think, well, actually, this whole question, whole concept, this question's wrong. And you've got to rewrite things. And this doesn't happen a lot in survey construction, unfortunately. It takes a long time to create a good questionnaire. I know we have it at the end of our feedback and things. We do lots of things, and it's fine to get rough ideas around how well it was and what they learned. But actually, to design a survey takes several years because you've got to field test it as well. So we had all these concepts, we interviewed people, and then you can see there's overlapping things around these main factors that we came up with. Immersion, so that's your engagement. How real is this situation? How much am I feeling that I'm with this moment? The motivation intrinsically is how well you motivate yourself often. External motivation is someone telling me, go and do that. Intrinsically motivating me is I want to do this. It's useful, it's educational. I want to reflect on it. However, I focus on it quite a lot, and I think about my future learning, which comes into elements of how we reflect afterwards, the debrief of a simulation. And we'll look at this in an AI example. And then cognitive load is a concept is about how much like a computer, how much computer processing can I put onto this? Like when you know, when a computer's stalled and all your RAM's gone, it's a bit like that. It happens with us all the time. So we don't want to overload, but also conversely, you don't want to underload, so they're not really paying attention so much. You've got to push someone. And that's where this whole model comes into a final conceptual framework. And there we've got an interface, which is the usability. How well can I use this system is so important, and it's overlooked so much. If I can't, and we've all had this experience, if I can't operate Teams or even for my trainees, different procedural skills because of the different complexities, it's just not going to work. And when it comes to technology, it's so important for companies to look at this, and they are beginning to now consider this as usability. How easy to use this? And how much am I engaged, immersed in it is a fact of learning. Am I overly cognitive loaded? Got multi-sensory coming in here from all the different areas of the brain, and am I motivated to do this? And some of you will be aware of the reflective cycle learning, which we'll have another look at a bit later. And that's where conversational AI sits with the computer. Now, we created simulations. This is virtual reality, but also talking to the patients. We wanted to create a conceptually an experience that was very real for the individual. As you can see, it looks like a real patient. And we used instructional design, the AD model, analysis design, development, implementation, evaluation. It's well known with some of you might be aware of this as a systematic design model of creating steps to learning. It's got to be authentic, and this is where we come to fidelity. How real is it? It's authentic. I'm using base knowledge already and promoting new knowledge, and then we want to recap on that at the end, this idea of debriefing at the end. And it's very good educational strategy, really. And then we can perform this in groups, and I'm sure lots of you do group teaching. You don't have to be the individual to learn. You could be a bystander learning, passive learning, and then interactive learning at the end. And we can incorporate procedural skills. So technology, again, looking at this measure, you can see you can get very high engagement with technology. We can have a lot of interest. So people are generally motivated to learn. That's why they're with you. Hopefully you are today. So it's slightly biased. You probably get quite high motivation scores. And what we've seen in studies is that these often relate. How engaged you are with the realistic, authentic experience, your motivation to learn increases. But we've got cognitive load that's really important. And this is actually the optimum around here, 60% cognitive load. It's basic. It's not a true, it's not true functional MRI looking at how much my brain's activated. It's about a question afterwards, lots of questions around how taxing it was and how much time did you spend doing it. And then what's really important, like I said, about usability. You want it to be above 70% usability. If my pen was to work, I'll do that. See if I can do it. Yeah, do it with my mouse. Yeah, so you want usability around 70%. So that's going to be good technology. And then afterwards, you've got this idea around debrief. So reflection around whether it's superficial, quick ideas around the actual things you did, or more deeper reflection come later. Sometimes you can delay debrief, and that's where you want to think about what you learn, not masses of detail, if you want to just break it down to three main things, we sometimes do the stop, start, continue. What would you stop from today? What would you start from today? What might you continue from today for students? But what's within this debrief, and that's what the community of practitioners told us, we want to know about psychological safety. So one of the questions in this is psychological safety, and we've applied this to the AI, which is really important. Do people feel psychologically safe? I think that's key for anyone in healthcare. Speaking up when you need to speak up for communication, and is also reducing human errors, because we all make errors. And then with technology, we can compare it to real role play. So that's what we did. We got VR communication and sepsis simulation. We got real actors and mannequins, and we randomized students into those. And then we gave them an OSCE, which was double-blinded marks, so 2 markers, or watching videos of the students afterwards do a mock kind of sepsis scenario. And then we compared the outcomes. And this is where it's really important for technology. Considering the ideas of technology, I don't see it as a superior, and that's something we can reflect on, is that this technology isn't to be better, it's to give us as hopefully near good as, cannot be better than real life. This is supplementing, enhancing teaching. And we can see across the board, if you've had VR, if you've had mannequin or role play, communication is equal. So we don't see a worsening of communication abilities if you've used technology first, as opposed to person. So we've got a non-inferiority, which is great. And actually, as a aside, we found you've got improved recognition of sepsis and escalation through communication with the next person, which is say, the on-call doctor who's in ITU. So we don't know why VR did that. We don't know if it's because it's more real and the communication felt more realistic because it's someone there, or it's just an artifact from just running a single study. But it's interesting to potentially see that technology does enhance some areas of communication. With technology, though, you've got this opportunity to do co-located learning. And that's where we can take multiple individuals. We're co-located, I hope, across the world, maybe. And we can learn together. But you can actually do this, and we'll do the demo in a bit, with AI. With all these factors of learning. And what we find is high interest, enjoyment, high value, its usability, and immersion. Don't worry that the score's dropped. It's an artifact, actually, a bit from the questions we use about how detached are you from the moment you're in. We actually want that to be around that for computer use. When we look at computer use technology, you don't want complete detachment from the room. You want to actually be there, if that makes sense. So part of the VR world is about how detached you are, but actually for the questionnaires that we designed, it's actually better to be less detached because you won't pay attention to perhaps the patient deteriorating in front of you. And we can do that on screens. So that's where I wanted to kind of make a segue into the emotionality of AI, and that's where Thea and Zephy come in. I've got the slides, both of you. Do you want me to? I was going to come out and then you go in. Is that okay? I'd stop sharing.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, Zephy's ready to present if need be.
Yeah,
because I can either control the slides, or do you want to be controlling them? What would you prefer?
I'm happy to try and share them.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
Oh, it says only the host can share. Oh wait, no, I can. Sorry.
So just as a little bit of an introduction, me and Zephy are both students at the University of Bristol, and we had the opportunity to write a paper on AI and its ability to communicate to like a healthcare setting and to assess its ability to do this, which we'll be talking about in this presentation. And Chris Jacobs obviously helped us a lot with this, which is really nice. Yeah.
I'm actually not currently able to do this.
I can put them on and you just instruct me to go to the next slide when you're ready.
If that's all right.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Yeah.
I'll just go back to sharing one moment. It's not a problem.
Thank you.
should be there now.
Yep, that's all good. Lovely. So I've just done a little bit of an introduction, so we'll get back onto the methodology. So the methodology we used was we used Medline PubMed database. We looked at paper from 2018 up until September 2024, just to get like, the most modern AI systems and assess their ability. And we use keywords artificial intelligence and healthcare communication or communication. And this led us to a total of 381 studies, which we looked at, which were then shortlisted down to 10 studies so that the research questions could be correctly answered and the reasons given in a flow diagram on the right-hand side of the paper, of the slide, sorry. So overall, several different AI models were assessed, including ChatGPT 4.0 to 2.0, Gemini, MedPalm, Amy, as well as some medicine-based chatbots. And this meant we could assess AI as a whole and not just the individual large language models, which have key differences in their communication due to the differences in data sets which they're trained on. And then overall, AI was just assessed on several different factors, including its ability to provide empathetic responses, facilitate clear and relevant communication, and produce quality responses in interactions with humans across a range of scenarios, from OSCE examinations to summarizing reports and lots of different things. And these are compared against everyone from spinal surgeons to members of the admin team across clinician-based. So it's going to move on to talking about AI's role in enhanced communication. So summarizing complex data. So overall, each year in the NHS, 590 million patient interactions have to be recorded, which is an immense amount of data for each patient, which is all vital to their care. And sifting through this data takes hours out of each healthcare professional's week, thus costing time and money to the NHS. In addition to this, key patterns and trends can be missed simply due to the amount of information, which can massively overwhelm clinicians. This is where AI can come in and really change the picture. So throughout our research that we did, AI was shown to easily summarize complex data such as MRI scans and patient reports, taking just not just written information, but also visual information and condensing it into bullet points or whatever the input asked of it. And then this is potential use for saving thousands of hours over the course of a year and massively reduce the workload on the NHS as a result. One paper in particular we looked at compared highly skilled radiographers and other clinicians against AI and the summaries of their MRI reports. This was then assessed by non-clinicians, so it gave a really good insight into how a patient would understand the summary which they're given, or a layperson would. So it's really applicable, I think, to healthcare. So it was scored out of 5, and AI achieved a score of 4.69, comparative to human score of 2.71. And this was assessed on aspects of the quality of the summary and the compatibility of the patients. So how easily and understandable they are to the patient, which is what every clinician really strives for. Another issue which can be addressed is communication effectiveness. As many patients often leave consultations more confused than it would have been before, just a lack of explanation or lack of understanding. And AI can massively help with this. And as shown in our paper, communication effectiveness was assessed at both clinician and AI, which measured the clarity, the relevance, the quality, and the appropriateness of the responses between AI and clinician. AI achieved an average score of 87% compared to human score of 79.9%. This does show how AI can massively bridge gaps in understanding between patients and clinicians, thus improving the patient understanding and thus patient outcomes. In addition to this, AI was shown to offer more age-appropriate explanations for children than clinicians, which highlights another potential area of AI usage. And this shows how AI can really outperform and aid the patient-to-clinician communication, which can massively improve patient outcome. So moving on to bridging language barriers. So language barriers are a really, really big issue within within the NHS, as we live in a massively multicultural world in which lots of different languages can are part of that. So on average, each NHS trust spends about £726,000 on interpreters each year, for a total of 113.9 million between the years of 2019 and 2022. And patients are waiting days for translational services so they can get treated, leading to a massive backlog of patients who are fit to go home but can't communicate it. But this is where AI can really help. So, AI now can complete real-time translation to a very high standard to save time, resources, and money, which can vastly improve the outcome to the patient. And as a result of these translational services that are made available, can be used to benefit other people. Our paper looked at using AI to overcome the challenge of language barriers, looking at the accuracy of the AI and information reliability of its responses over a range of scenarios. Overall, when AI was compared against humans across these scenarios, humans achieved a score which is just 8% greater than AI's score of 82.9%, and looking at the accuracy and information reliability responses. So the AI was not able to outperform humans on this level, but it's nearly there, and it's doing really, really well so far, and it's only going to get better and better. So I think this really highlights a key area in which AI can be implemented into the NHS and one which will make a huge difference to everywhere it's applied. So just moving on to like empathetic responses, which will be talked about later, but by Zephyr as well. So on average, each day in the NHS, 663 complaints are made, most of which, as I'm sure most of you know, will result in the patient feel like they're not being listened to or cared for at some point within the complaints. And clinicians are not always incredibly empathetic toward the patients, which can lead them to feel let down as they thought care for themselves and not felt listened to or cared for. Yeah, AI can now detect changes in tone and emotion which can potentially be missed by clinicians. And our paper, which we looked at, assessed AI's ability to build human connection, looking at aspects of empathy, engagement, rapport building, and helpfulness of the interaction. And it found that AI was able to build high standard human connection 65.3% of the time, comparatively to humans being able to achieve human connection 32.5% of the time. And this shows how often people feel like they're not being listened to by members of the NHS, and highlights the potential use of AI in aiding the clinician to patient interactions and helping build the key connections with humans that means so much to the standard and the quality of the care and how much the patient feels like they're being cared for. And in our paper, AI was trained using written information assessment's written response. And obviously, empathy and human connection is much more than this. But it just highlights an area in which AI could potentially aid physicians and patients in certain scenarios, but not being used as a replacement. That's all my parts, and then move on to Zephy's section.
So now that we've explored how AI can assist communication in healthcare, I'll be focusing on the evidence supporting its effectiveness and also the challenges we must be mindful of moving forwards. So if we can start with empathy and clarity, two of the most important aspects of communication in clinical practice. Recent studies show that AI may actually outperform human physicians in these areas. So in one comparison between responses from ChatGPT and real physicians, ChatGPT was rated as empathetic or very empathetic 45% of the time, whilst physicians only achieved this rating 4.6% of the time. Similarly, in simulated clinical interactions, specialist raters found that an AI model called Amy was rated very favorable for empathy 50% of the time. Primary care physicians, by comparison, only received that rating 15% of the time. The same trend was seen when it came to clarity. Amy's communication was rated very favorable for clarity in 60% of the cases, whilst primary care physicians scored just 18. Another study comparing health information generated found that AI messages were rated at 3.58 out of 5 for clarity, slightly higher than human responses, which were rated 3.34 out of 5. So now let's turn to medical accuracy, a key concern when it comes to using AI safely. There's growing evidence that AI systems can not only match, but sometimes even outperform clinicians in certain diagnostic tasks. For instance, an AI algorithm used in breast cancer screening demonstrated a 1.2% improvement in accuracy compared to UK radiologists. In dermatology, one AI model achieved 94.6% accuracy for melanoma detection, outperforming dermatologists who averaged 88%. And in cardiovascular medicine, AI models have reached an area under the curve of 0.887 in risk prediction, substantially higher than the average area under the curve of 0.75 achieved by physicians. There's also data suggesting that AI can deliver responses that are more relevant to patients' questions. In one study, AI-generated health advice was judged to be age appropriate 98% of the time, again higher than clinician responses in the same study. But despite these promising results, AI is far from perfect, and there are several important limitations we need to acknowledge. The first is relevance and hallucinations. While some studies show high relevance, others do reveal major inconsistencies. For example, in one study, over 67% of AI conversation errors were due to a failure to stay relevant. And in terms of age-appropriate communication, AI did score 80% compared to 91% for physicians. Then there's the issue of hallucinations. This term refers to situations where AI generates information that is factually incorrect, unsupported by data, or sometimes completely fabricated. In a medical context, this can be dangerous, especially if AI-generated advice is used to guide care decisions without human oversight. We also need to consider the ethical and privacy implications of using AI in healthcare. Ethically, there are questions around accountability. If an AI gives incorrect or harmful advice, who is responsible? The developers, the healthcare provider, or the system itself? There's also the issue of bias. Because AI models learn from human data, they can inherit and reproduce the same systemic biases, which may lead to unequal outcomes for certain patient groups. And we shouldn't overlook the importance of informed consent. Patients might not always realize that AI is involved in their care, which raises concerns around transparency and autonomy. From a privacy perspective, AI models often need access to large volumes of sensitive patient data, which introduces risks of data breaches, misuse, and third-party involvement in data processing. Protecting patient confidentiality in this context is a serious challenge, and one that must be met with robust safeguards and regulation. So to conclude this section, whilst the evidence is encouraging, particularly around empathy, clarity, and diagnostic accuracy, there are still serious challenges we need to address, including relevance, preventing hallucinations, and managing ethical and privacy risks involved. As highlighted in the conclusion to our paper, AI has the potential to become a powerful tool in healthcare communication, but only if it's implemented with care, oversight, and a strong human-centered framework. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. So that was the paper that we looked at, and well, Thea and Zephy spent a lot of time analysing. But with communication and what we do in practice, we need to find using AI as a supplementation, don't we? We need to incorporate it, not kind of shy away from it, I feel. And that's why we've been looking at this as a kind of a tool, really. It's a tool in your toolbox. So I can have patients with sepsis, but I can't have 50 students going in chat with him, say Arthur. But we want to be able to students to be able to communicate effectively and learn skills of communication in a safe way. So we need an authentic, emotional character who has the right information. That's the accuracy that Thea and Zephy are talking about. And it has an emotionality that we can connect with, so we can actually communicate with. So all these factors are important in creating an avatar. And we've got the wonders of the language model, and that will mean that it will create on itself. It's not, as we know, completely sentient, but it does seem to have an ability to broaden itself beyond what you might have prompted it, as we've all experienced. So I'd like to actually demo this now. So Simflow AI is a company that have been very kind to donate their time to us, and it's designed by UK psychiatrists. So who better than thinking about communication than a psychiatrist? So we're working together to assess on this frameworks I've been talking about, and we'll look at some of the scoring we're getting. So bear with me, because I've got the screen and I don't know if I bring it across to my other monitor. Does that come up, Ros? Or not? Do I have to reshare?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So that's all right. So look, here's my library. 160 there of psychiatric patients, but we have all different varieties of groups using it now. Dentistry, pharmacists. We've used it on medical students and big groups. We were using it to teach surgeons. This is the GP exit exam for those international medical graduates who are struggling in London. We've got a group working on this now. And you get the different ideas of the patients, really. Here's Emily Johnson. She's 25 and she's suffering with probable depression. So we look at simulation. We think there should be an educational task. So this is where we can detail that for individuals, because you don't have to be facilitating this. We'll talk about the feedback shortly. We've got a pre-reading, so they can get an idea what questions they might ask, because they might not have asked questions around depression, or particularly risk assessment, which is really important. How is someone presenting themselves? Are they high risk in terms of self-harm? And if you put in the details you think you want to learn, like you put in here, I'm not very confident to take a risk assessment. This will actually analyze whether you did that or not. And when it comes to the assessment, it will give you feedback on whether you did this. So hopefully it works. So we can do real time, which is what we want to do.
Hello there. Thanks for seeing me so quickly.
Oh, hello. Is that Emily Johnson? I'm Dr. Jacobs.
Yes, that's me. Hi, Dr. Jacobs. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I've not done this before.
Oh, that's okay. I think your GP referred you to our clinic, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He thought I should talk to someone because I've been feeling really low for a while now.
Okay. Would you tell me a bit more about that, Emily?
I feel tired all the time, even if I sleep. Most days it's hard to care about anything and I just feel really empty.
Oh, that must be quite difficult for you. You're finding this a challenge at the moment?
Yeah, it's been really hard. Even getting out of bed feels like too much sometimes.
Yeah. And have you talked to anyone else about this?
Not really. I don't want to worry my family, and it's hard to talk to friends about it. I mostly just keep it to myself.
Okay, and has it been going on for a little while now? A few months?
Yeah, a few months, maybe longer. I can't really remember when it started. It just sort of crept up on me.
Mm. And some of us, when we feel really low, we actually have some thoughts of harming ourselves. Has that happened?
Yeah, sometimes I've hurt myself a bit lately. It's nothing major, just some small cuts on my arm.
And any thoughts around taking your own life, suicide?
I don't really want to die. Sometimes I just want everything to stop for a while, but I haven't made any plans or anything.
Okay, so thanks for being honest, Emily. It's really helpful.
All right, thanks for listening. It's just hard to say out loud, I guess.
Yeah, it can be. If we thought about perhaps coming into seeing me today, did you have any ideas what we might be talking about?
Not really, I just hoped maybe you could help me figure out why I feel like this or what I can do to not feel so rubbish all the time.
And that's what we'll certainly plan together. And that's sometimes in my head what people might think would be the next steps. Does that cross your mind what we might do next?
I suppose I was hoping you'd have some ideas or maybe suggest something that might help. I just feel a bit lost with it all on my own.
Yeah, it's a real difficult time for Emily. So I'm going to have to leave you there. Sorry, Emily. Bye. So you can be a little bit harsh. So you put in then your what you learnt, what you felt was difficult. And as you're doing that, actually it's producing it will do eventually, it's preparing the whole transcript verbatim. As all the questions, and then I can listen to that. So this is why I'm using it for my training doctors. So when I have lots of trainees come to me, I can put them through this and double check they can do a risk assessment or double check they can do all the important questions around, say, sepsis. And great for training because I can pause it and go back and listen. And it can go a step further. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just ask how accurate that transcription is? Because that's that's sometimes an issue that we have, I think, in our field about
Yeah.
level of accuracy.
We'll have a look. So it will say I've failed because it's a psychiatric assessment. I'm not a psychiatrist here. I haven't done this, and it does repeat, like you're saying, Ros, things that I said, and what she said as well about most days it's hard. So it is picking up on things. But we'll go back to the transcription. Okay, has it been going on for a while now? A few months. See, Mom, that's me umming. Some of us, when we feel really low, we actually have some thoughts of harming ourselves. Has this happened? And any thoughts around taking your own life? Because I do little uhs. Yeah, I think it's fairly accurate.
Yeah, Yeah, looks more accurate than what I'm currently using. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's a really difficult time for you, Emily. Sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you. Bye. So that was accurate as well. Yeah, I'm not sure you score that high in empathy. But yeah, so that's an example of how we can use AI for training in a very authentic way. And that's just what I want to just show you a few bits on, because again, I and this is the company, you know, Simflow. It's a unique package, I have to say. There isn't really anything out there that can do it to this level of authenticity and detail in terms of assessments. And they're going into medical schools at the moment, but I'm there from the learning theorist, the pedagogy of why is this working? How's it working? And to recap on the things I've been talking about, I had in that reflective learning, and that's the Kolb's experiential learning, in that picture of the person in front of the screen. And this is it. I've got an experience of learning, so I want to try this with a AI. So that's my experience. I'm going to reflect on it. That's the debrief. I'm going to reflect on the kind of aspects of that, just go into a bit more detail, developing communication skills methods based on the feedback maybe. And then I'll either take that forward and test this out, active experimentation. I'll test my empathy again, or I'll test my my risk assessment. You might, if you know about risk assessment, see that I asked about types of self-harm, suicide. She said that she doesn't feel that she'll do it. But I didn't ask for protective factors. What would stop you doing it? That's part of the mental health assessment. So that's something I'll probably work on. So that's Kolb's learning, and that's how we can see AI in that. Deliberate practice theory looks at repeating things. This is you could see with all these theories, there's a common theme here. It's repetition, but also identifying its reflection weaknesses. So when you look at papers around these type of practices of using simulation technology, they'll talk about these theories: experiential learning, deliberate practice theory. But we're already seeing high scores of educational value, utility of this tool. And that was in GP consultation skills at the IMGs, nearly 5 out of 5. Mastery of learning is, again, a repetition, but it's progressive skill acquisition through practice. So you kind of keep practicing until you get better, and it's never perfect. And like Thea and Zephyr is saying, there's a cost-effective value to this, and we are seeing significant savings over using human actors. Not to say we were abandoning them, we want to scale our tuition of masses of students. We're talking thousands across the country. We don't have thousands of actors available at any moment, what's called asynchronously, so a student could tap into this at 10 p.m. if they wanted to, if they felt the need. And then this applies to all these domains of Bloom's taxonomy that we talked about before. Ability to understand patients' feelings in that situation perspective, isn't it? That's empathy, and understand and create a therapeutic relationship. You could see with that patient, Emily, I could do that. I could understand her feelings. I felt it was authentic. I felt I was in that context of talking to my patient, maybe more on the phone than in real life, but we are working towards video avatars that are live in the next year, not just computer animations. I've got a cognitive understanding around what's happening and effective response, and behaviorally, I was moving my hands a bit. So I'm not just a entirely still, because I'm doing what I do in practice. So I'm recreating a clinical situation to train on. And that's what it's doing. It's program responses acknowledging emotional states, and this is what people tell us. We've got lots of papers coming out, but they've got good responses and they're appropriate responses, and it's empathetic, it's realistic. We hear that a lot. It's authentic. It's got contextual understandings about. I asked it, what did you think about getting from me today? It could have come out with like hallucinations, nonsense, but actually said something very realistic. I thought we'd try and manage this together. That's what patients say to me. So it's appropriate. And it's kind of mirroring expression to a degree. And that's authenticity that's so important. We want to prepare. One group said, it's the emotionality of the patient encounter was replicating itself. The simulation, that's the importance of empathy in simulation. looking at the fidelity, which is how accurate it is, it depends on what you mean by fidelity. I talked about hi-fi earlier, but it's an alignment to your task. How much does this need to be aligned to the task? And actually, fidelity doesn't need to be perfect. That's why I put a Minecraft person in front of you. It doesn't. There's lots of studies out there that say you don't have to have perfect fidelity. I used to practice on a pillow, for example, to do abdominal exams when I was a medical student. As long as you've got the mindset that this is repeating a practice, it's better to have it more realistic. But it means that we can allow for situations like using AI, and if we can feed in ourselves, this is a real conversation you will learn. And this is what we've done with Breaking Bad News, decision making with AI, confidence scores with medical students, particularly Breaking Bad News went from 1 to 4, or about 2 to 4, say. So that's a significant increase in confidence without needing an actor there. That's just using AI, or the anxious patient. We took the GP trainees across different regions. This is doctors who have been 5 years qualified. They felt it's very accurate in its content in terms of the relevance to the kind of clinical information it's given. It's got a very good training. This is out of 5, the score. It's very good training. Realism, you can see it's not perfect. It's 3.8. And that's because you might have noticed there's a bit of a latency. We're still working on that. It's not going to go away immediately. Oops. The latency is there, which is something we've got to just accept for now. But its usability score was acceptable, which is good. This is the realism again. We found some of the AI modules, avatars, can be a little bit overly informed. And that's probably the basis of the LLM, is that it's giving too much information at times. So we've got to train it, and we can prompt it by saying, do not give too much, do not divulge everything, do not maybe say more than a few lines. We have to code in the latency for how much it will wait for me to talk, because sometimes it will just interrupt me if I don't do that. But we can prompt it enough to give a high accuracy medical content. This is where everyone comes in, the feedback. So that we talked about, Roz asked about the transcript's accurate, but actually the analysis of it against a rubric isn't brilliant. It's much better to have a real person talk about that moment and repeat things and talk. We can't get away from real people feedback now. It's so important to have those nuances of communication discussed, not using technology to do it. I think it's great to have it available as a ability for independent learning, but I wouldn't want it to replace me or you or anyone who's listening, because there's so many. We operate, don't we, in so many different areas, and we can do that translational thinking very quickly. But people like this. This is the thing that we've got to understand. It's medically accurate. This is a study of 250 students. Now we're going bigger. It's medical content's accurate, 4 out of 5. Its learning was good, 4 out of 5. It's usable. The realism drops because of less about the resembles closely response, but it's the natural flow is lost with the latency. It's fine with a mental health patient because they tend to be slower. But if you're in a kind of surgical mind, as one of our patients is, we want to kind of to go through the, where's your pain, where's that, we're quite close questioning, as opposed to mental health, we might be a bit more open listening. So we've got to understand there's a compromise here, but it's still, is this a compromise enough? I think it is, to use as an educational tool. And again, feedback wasn't similar to the facilitator. So doctors, this was 70 GPs taking 5 students each simultaneously. This is about scaling up. We had 70 GP practices using it all at once, the same patient. And it wasn't similar enough. And they all said, we can't use this for exams, but it's going to happen at some point. We're going to have AI exams. And this is, again, the stuff we ask. We do qualitative work as well. We don't just do questionnaires. There is the lag time. That's an issue. But it is anthropomorphic. That's real. And the conversation piece came out a few weeks ago. It's a kind of scientific commentary articles. They say we shouldn't look at AI as anthropomorphic. We shouldn't think about it as human-like. But I say the reverse when it comes to training, because I need people to think about it as human-like so they can learn from it. If you think it is a computer talking to you, then you're not going to get that context, are you, that we talked about at the beginning. But it is safe. And I talked about the psychological safety. We did this in a study. We had 95% saying it's psychologically safe. Ethically, I feel I have the agreement from my participants to take this research forward. If I had 10% saying I didn't feel it's safe talking to a computer because I feel there's a conflict around, I don't know, identity of who's who, is this a computer or is this real, then I wouldn't want to do more of this, but people want it and they say it's safe. So I think we've got to challenge current methods of teaching and go with technology. And that's the cost savings. You know, if you've got a non-facilitated AI on its own will be 84% cheaper than having an actor in a room. And that's just, it's the realities we've got to look at with increasing pressures around higher education in the UK. We've got to be able to upscale without increasing costs. It comes across all different specialties. We're using it, as you know. We can think about where we can embed this into integrating into our the helical kind of curriculums early on, taking a basic history to more detailed. It's like that blended learning. Just in time, I really like it for that, for my trainees. I can just take a GP trainee and say, look, that conversation didn't go so well. Let's go and do it with the AI. And it's refreshing, and we're going to use it actually shortly for student support services and university and help training and student support workers who are non-clinical to give them regular communication refreshers about how to ask students mental health questions. You know, it's really important stuff. And it's part of the professional development that we're seeing. As you can see, I'm probably coming near to the end. I think there's general need for communication training across so much of healthcare. If we can reduce patient harm, that's real important priority, but also clinical competence. So we look for a kind of gap, don't we, when we look at needs and focus and things. There is a gap in communication training. There's a certainly disproportionate needs amongst individuals, and we need to be able to say to groups that, well, UK, you need a bit more help, like the international medical graduates, let's give you that. You've had reduced opportunities. Your differential attainment isn't because you're worse, it's just you've had less opportunity to practice. And then we've got this conceptual idea around AI, which is somewhat philosophical, isn't it? Is the AI be outside of my mind or is it in my mind? For this purpose of what we do today, when I was talking to the patient, Emily is very much outside my mind, but I'll go and use Claude and perhaps help me write a discussion of a paper because I'm not brilliant at writing. It helps me write, or ChatGTP. I'm internalizing that bit. And this is David Chalmers' work around the extended mind. Although he meant it more for virtual reality, it's actually more appropriate for VR. Where we've got the issues, there are issues. That's what Thea and Zephyr are saying. There's conversation failures. It's that kind of cooperative principle. There's problems around some accuracies at time, consistency, hallucinations, refinement needing, and human oversight over to the response. We can't just leave this running, without someone just checking. Like Ross said, could you check the transcript? I haven't done that for a while, Ross, so thanks for reminding me. Because it might be just saying stuff that isn't that accurate. And we need more research around it. Again, that's my feeling, is that we can't just accept things as this is new and wonderful. This is a shiny toy. This must be good. It doesn't mean that sometimes. I've since seen this a bit with virtual reality. It doesn't fit enough into the kind of current curriculums, whereas actually AI does. And ethical considerations are really important. And for any of people out there as actors, we are involving the actors in the research. We're doing some work around what's called PPI, public and patient involvement, and we asked 34 of our actors, what percentage of you do you want to be involved in this research? Well, we are looking at comparing you with the AI. That's just as blunt as it is, but that's research. and 90% want to be involved. And again, we felt that was enough of a buy-in from the group that we want to, and we say this to them, this isn't you out of work. This is us checking what we want to use on top of you working with us, that we can use it safely with our students, and they can see that actually. But I have to be honest that, ultimately there is a risk of jobs, and that's within my own field. I'm using AI already in the background, listening to my notes, and so I listens to my consultations and makes my notes for me. It's called an ambient scribe, and it saves me time, but it's not my writing. And it doesn't read like me, and I'm beginning to think, well, it's not. I'm finding it harder to remember my consultations now, because I haven't written them. So there are downsides. References that we've used today, in terms of our lab, and that if you're interested in reading Zeffie and Theo's work, that's that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
thank you so much. That is fabulous. Thank you. The results are just mind blowing. I mean, absolutely mind blowing. They're sort of far better than I would have imagined, to be honest. But yeah, there are a couple of questions.
Yeah, let's look at them now.
Technically, we're out of time, but I think if we just continue with these two questions, we should be okay. All right. So Beata asks, could Chris show the assessment, please? She's really interested in the feedback that SimFlow provides.
Oh, the actual assessment internally, is that?
Yeah, I think that's what she was asking. Is that what you're asking, Beata?
Yeah, so the assessment tab is actually every one of those simulation groups will create their own assessment rubric. So we'd ask them, what do you want to focus on? So Bristol has their own Cog Connect. It's like a Cambridge Calgary communication school, communication skills tool. That'll be more focused on those steps. The GP wants the GP exam. That's 3 domains. So that's what focuses on that. And one group don't want anything. And this is where you'll be pleased to hear some of you. They want a blank page because they think that's the facilitator's job, and they don't want it too skewed.
That's interesting. Yeah.
No, you're right, Beata. I'm working with a linguist. We're going to do some conversational analysis on the actual transcripts and the live. If that helps you there. You're welcome to be involved if you're interested. It's a gap in my knowledge is actually the conversations. I went to someone at Bath University who works on conversational analysis, and asked them, well, how real is the conversation from a medical lexicon and a kind of conversational perspective, not just my my assumptions, because I will assume things are correct, which is wrong.
Right. No, it's interesting. Well, you've got a positive response there from Beata. So you guys have possibly got contact details. So if not, then come through me. You're very welcome. Just a quick question from Neil. I'm really impressed by the simulated patient's voice, the lady with the depression, and yeah, I agree with that. And what feels like the use of an empathetic voice interface. He says, is EVI present in the mix?
EVI.
EVI. Something voice.
It's 11 Labs. It's 11 Labs is the best.
We're using
AI
11
voice.
Labs. Okay.
Yeah, they're quite transparent about what voice the technology they're using, but 11 Labs is probably the top of agentic AI currently. In terms of, I didn't show you. I've got a whole. We've got lots of non-English actors on the AI group. That Emily's very much English.
That would be interesting. Yeah.
If you got 1 minute, I could bring one up.
Okay. Neil says I can't say empathetic voice interface. He says it's EVI. Empathic voice interface.
I don't know. Really good question, Neil. I'm not the technologist in this. Hmm.
Okay.
So if I went to, I'll be very quick because I won't speak for long,
That's
but because I know you've got to transition. So this is Bristol Medical School wanted certain ones. Oh, he's not there. He's put him in somewhere else. Probably SCA exam. Because he's a GP case.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean now,
I know
Neil.
what you mean.
I don't know. And I've heard there is even now AIs that can laugh and create more emotional responses. So that this is literally kind of every week you hear something new on what AI can do. I can't keep up, if I'm honest. I'm sure everyone feels the same.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is your Nigerian speaker, presumably.
Hi there, thanks for booking me in. I've been told that you wanted to see me. I'm guessing it's about my blood tests a few weeks back.
Yeah, hi David. I think your sugar levels are a bit high. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what Gary said when he called. Mentioned my sugars were creeping up again. I wasn't too surprised to be.
It's not perfect, and
Uh-huh.
probably like about to say that it's the way it goes up and down a little bit isn't quite, but it allows us to put our actors aren't all of different ethnicities, so we
Right.
can put that actor and sense the AI to our students who might not have spoken to someone from a non-English heritage.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all part and parcel, isn't it, of the work they're going to have to do once they go in the woods.
Exactly. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you for
Thank you so
everyone's
much,
time,
Chris.
and I'll see you at the
Thank you,
panel.
Chris. Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you to Zephy too, and to Theo. That was absolutely fantastic. Really, really, really did enjoy that. And I'm sure my colleagues look forward to reading the paper. Thank you so much. All right. And then Chris, we'll see you later on. Thank you very much. Okay, so just we've just got 4 minutes to go, and I will bring up the speakers for the next session. Thank you so much.
Hi, okay, we're ready for our next session. So hi to Irina and Anna. Thanks for joining us today. So Irina and Anna are going to be talking to us about their experiences with data-driven learning, focusing particularly on teaching collocations. So over to you both.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay. Good afternoon. Can we start now? Yeah, go. Good. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. And for those of you who we didn't meet at the Brighton conference, today my colleague Anna Moser and myself will be talking about generative AI and data-driven learning and how we merged these two approaches in order to teach collocations in the setting of English for healthcare. Just a few words about the two of us. So Anna is a teaching associate at the School of Dental Medicine, University of Belgrade. She's also a doctoral student at the Faculty of Philology, and we have been working together for nearly 2 years now. And I'm Irena Aleksic-Hajdukovic, an assistant professor in English language at the School of Dental Medicine, where I teach English for medicine, dentistry, and also EAP. Let's just introduce you to the presentation, to the layout, to the outline of our presentation for today. So in the introductory part, we are going to explain why we decided to focus on collocations and why we decided to merge these two approaches in order to teach collocations to dental students. After that, we are going to briefly explore the research, the scientific part behind this practice presentation. The third part is actually going to be focusing on the practical segment. But before that, we need to see what kind of research we did in order to make our teaching research backed. So after that, we are going to see how we use these findings in order to create generative AI-powered tasks for our students. And finally, we're going to highlight some of the key takeaways behind merging these two approaches to teaching. So just a few words about this approach that is known as the data-driven learning. It emerged in the 1990s, and it refers to language or to using language corpus data, tools and techniques for pedagogical purposes. It's really important to say that data-driven language learning and the acquisition of collocations are closely connected because corpora can allow and also allow for more nuanced, more detailed analysis of language patterns, including the statistics behind multi-word units and collocations, which can be difficult for generative AI to handle. And this is to say that when we use authentic resources, authentic text, authentic corpora, and as we know that this is one of the main postulates in teaching ESP using real life context and so on, this is when we can rely on DDL. So as you can see, DDL and generative AI do not really mutually exclude each other, but instead they complement each other and help each other transcend some certain limitations of each of these approaches has. So why did we choose to focus on the collocations? Well, because the literature has reiterated that the use of collocations is quite troublesome for second language learners, regardless of years of instruction they received, their native language or type of task that they are asked to perform. But also there's an additional reason. In the literature, it has also been repeated that further research may be required to highlight specific collocations that are exclusively frequent in individual fields of studies. And while there has been significant research, significant amount of research in medical English, in English for medicine, we can't really say that's the case with English for dentistry. So once AI emerged, generative AI emerged as a tool in late 2022, that certain authors such as Peter Crossway, Baisa, Bolton, they've mentioned that now it's really necessary to, they propose that it's really necessary to merge these two approaches in order to transcend certain limitations and in order to bridge the existing gaps. So they also propose that combining corpus-based data-driven learning with generative AI appears to be a useful methodological synergy in that such an approach is really research-backed and corpus-informed, and it leads to such language practice as well. So ChatGPT, for example, and this is what we used in our presentation, our teaching, ChatGPT-powered activities support the collocation recall in that they provide these contextualized learning contexts and thus new avenues for practicing collocations. And now I'd like to introduce you to the methodology of our work. So first of all, this segment that you can see actually is divided into corpus extraction and then corpus analysis. So for corpus extraction, we use the software tool. This is a free software tool, AntCoreGen, and I'll briefly explain what it is in a moment and how it works. And then for corpus analysis, we used Sketch Engine. So once we had these findings in terms of the most common collocations from the language of dentistry in dental research abstracts, we used these findings. We incorporated them into ChatGPT in order to create research-backed and corpus-informed exercises for our students. What you can now see is the one part of the corpus preparation. And you could see that in the previous slide that we had 419 abstracts and nearly 110,000 words in this corpus. So what I did here, because we wanted to focus on the language of general dentistry, I opted for the field of oral medicine and then the subcategory of dentistry and oral health. You can't see that now, but there are also other branches such as orthodontics or oral diseases. But as I said, we didn't want to go into specialties. We simply wanted to focus on the on general dentistry for this purpose. And then we chose to analyze the abstracts of these research papers that are available in the PLOS ONE research database, and we ended up with 419 abstracts totaling and a total of, as I said, nearly 110,000 words. After that, it was necessary to incorporate this corpus that we entitled DIRA into the Sketch Engine, and then using the keywords option, we identified the most commonly occurring lemmas. And here's an important step really that I should mention. So as a reference corpus, we use the British National Corpus and then its subcorpus that is written academic. This step is really important because we didn't want to end up with the academic collocations. We really wanted to focus on the language of dentistry. And this is why it was important to exclude these most common collocations that appear in the language of academic English. And then we use the word sketch option, and here you can see the top collocates for the lemma caries. So we use the word sketch option to come up with the most commonly occurring collocations of the lemmas and nodes that we wanted to explore. And here is what we are going to be showing to you today. Top collocates for the nodes caries, gingival, and dentition that we use to develop vocabulary and listening comprehension exercises. And just before I give a word to Anna, I would like to say that this approach is not to underestimate the role of the teacher, because it's not about what we think that our students should know, but instead we provide AI with the findings from our research, and corpus-informed data in order to create meaningful exercises. So again, it's not to undermine the role of the teacher, quite the opposite. Anna will now show you why the role of the teacher is so important when these two approaches emerged. And just one final word from me for these prompts and the exercises that we wanted to develop using ChatGPT. As a starting point, we use the Cambridge Generative Idea Pack, and you can see a QR code on the screen. If you scan the QR code, it will take you to the page where you can really download this Cambridge Generative AI Idea Pack. But I really need to say that this is meant for ELT teachers, but as I said, we use it as a starting point to develop tasks that will meet the needs of our dental students. And now I will ask Anna to take over, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so we can have a look at the next slide. So this first prompt, adapted from Cambridge Gen AI Idea Pack, is technically entitled Test Generation, but despite that, it is particularly convenient for generating individual exercises with the help of various AI tools. As previously mentioned, we have opted here exclusively for ChatGPT. So what Cambridge Gen AI Idea Pack suggests here is meticulously providing as many necessary details as possible, such as the vocabulary items to be used, then the genre and the length of text to be turned into a specific type of exercise. In this case, we're talking about a gap fill exercise. But I need to emphasize this: the original Gen AI Idea Pack's prompt did not, in this instance, state, for example, learner level and student-specific learning context. We decided, nevertheless, to incorporate that as well in order to tailor the ChatGPT output to our student-specific needs. And in our case, we're talking about intermediate learners of English for dentistry at a tertiary level. There are some more problematic spots, so to say, when it comes to the original prompt, because this one here, provided by Cambridge Gen AI Idea Packs, states that each gap should be preceded by a letter of the alphabet. However, this did not prove a neat solution for us aesthetically. So we decided to exclude this one altogether because the way ChatGPT did that looked rather messy and not aesthetically pleasing at all. Besides, another thing, the original prompt states that the vocabulary items should be provided as a list to choose from under the text, but when prompted to do that, ChatGPT did not present these items in a mixed order. So obviously some additional highlighting and prompting were needed. On the next slide, we can see the ChatGPT generated text, which is a short one, but containing collocations pertaining to the head word gingival. And then the point is here really that our colleague, who is an expert in the field of dentistry, checked for validity of this particular output. And this applies to all the content generated by ChatGPT presented on our slides. This kind of cooperation between language teachers and content-based subject specialists is crucial, especially when language teachers are not able to check for validity of the ChatGPT output themselves by, for example, cross-referencing the output with other online resources, especially more reliable scholarly ones. Then when it comes to the next prompt on the next slide that is adapted again from the same idea pack. This one is particularly convenient when there is a course that, for example, does not have a dedicated course book yet, which is, of course, the case with various ESP courses. So in such instances, ChatGPT-powered text transpired to be more than a viable way out. And as indicated by this idea pack, determining, for example, the length, the style, and the target vocabulary that we would like to incorporate increases the text relevance to the target group we are teaching. But also, it's important to emphasize that, for instance, assigning an ESP teacher role to ChatGPT results in a more focused output as well. This time, this prompt, Cambridge's prompt, does encompass both learner level and student specific learning context, but having been engaged in previously in generating exercises for our intermediate learners of English for healthcare at a tertiary level, ChatGPT now technically displays an updated memory note on the screen, and that can be seen on the next slide. So, in other words, the context, that is the target group, is inputted right away in ChatGPT memory, and all the exercises subsequently created are technically generated in relation to the previously inputted context. The ChatGPT generated text here contains collocations pertaining to the head word dentition, and the follow-up ChatGPT generated vocabulary exercises that you can see on the next slide involve, for example, gap fill, matching, and then we have on the next slide as well multiple choice and true-false exercises. Well, to be on the level, these vocabulary exercises did not require much post-editing, but due to marked similarity in the content and question formulation of all 4 ChatGPT-generated exercises, a selective approach to choosing which exercises exactly to include in the classroom is needed, or if opting for all 4 of them, then some additional prompt refining and length extension would be really necessary. So in a similar way, we can really employ ChatGPT for the purposes of generating, for example, listening activities. So the next slide shows how we adapted another Cambridge GenAI Idea Packs prompt to serve our own purposes. And practically any ChatGPT-generated text can be turned into listening activity with the help of any text-to-speech tool, or, for example, if that's not available for some reason, we can just play the ChatGPT-generated text automatically by clicking on the sound button below the text, because ChatGPT allows us to do so. Something quite similar can be done for the purposes of generating reading comprehension exercises, but for illustrative purposes, let's have a look at the next slide. So this ChatGPT-generated text contains collocations pertaining to the head word carriers. And when it comes to the listening comprehension questions on the next slide, we get a range of exercise types like multiple choice, true, false, gap fill, and short answer types. But once again, we encounter the same problem because all 4 ChatGPT generated listening exercises are once again similar in content, although the text length has been extended to 200 words. So practically, if a wider array of listening comprehension questions, even reading in some other contexts is desired in terms of content or formulation, then, for example, each separate listening activity should be brought into focus and its output further regenerated and fine-tuned.
So just to sum it up, when it comes to our key takeaways, merging DDL and Gen AI does not only enable creating more learner-friendly and corpus-assisted activities, but it also enables and strengthens a sort of cooperation between language teachers and content-based subject specialists. Finally, let's not forget that both pre and post-editing processes are crucial when utilizing any AI tools, for example, in this case, material design purposes. So that concept of the human in the loop is of paramount importance in this respect, because without the human touch, ChatGPT outputs would not be as effective.
That's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I missed your original talk, so I was really pleased to catch it today. Thank you so much, both of you. So we'll open up to questions. So if anyone has any questions, pop them into the chat or pop them into the Q&A. I had a question, if that's okay. So it's really interesting to see your process of and your reasoning behind how you've produced the materials. And you mentioned post-editing feedback from teachers was really important. I was wondering, have you had the chance to get feedback, or you've got some feedback from the teachers who've used these materials in their classes? And did you or they notice any differences or have anything specific to say about these materials that you produced, perhaps compared to the ones they were using before? So lots of questions all in one. I'm most interested in the teacher feedback on the materials.
Yes, to be honest, Anna, do you want to take this one or?
Well, I suppose that would be our next step, to implement all these exercises in classroom practices. And we're looking forward to that as soon as the new school year, academic school year, starts in autumn.
Yes, because we are not going to be seeing our students till autumn for this core course where we have the time to implement these materials. So thank you, Beth. And really, this is something that we really are looking forward to. And it's, to be honest, it's just the two of us. So the feedback you're going to receive is going to be from the two of us.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Great. Super. Yeah, we'll look forward to I look forward to hearing about it, because it'd be really interesting to hear. I do always wonder if perhaps the students may notice a difference, or how you feel as teachers, and perhaps that there is none, based on our on the previous talk, where the AI seems to be very good at empathetic language, sometimes better than humans. It'll be interesting to get the feedback from you and your learners.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the next step, really, as Anna said. Yeah.
Great.
Thank
Super. All right. So yeah, we've got some comments in the chat for you. So really interesting. So Lisa is saying it's really interesting using Corpora and AI in your research. So that's a really interesting aspect.
Yes, Lisa, thank you for this comment, because that was really we were really intrigued when we first saw this article by Peter Crosthwaite, and he asked himself, that's the title of the article, is DDL dead? And when he proposed merging DDL and generative AI, and I've been following his work in the language of dentistry, so this is something that popped immediately. Yes, Lisa, I'll share that in a moment. I think there are quite a few, and that he has been publishing on the topic since then as well. So I'll share that with you. Absolutely, yeah. But we really were intrigued and decided to try and implement that in our teaching.
Yes. Great. Thank you very much. All right. So that's great. Yeah, we've got lots of really interesting comments in the chat. Thank you
Thanks,
very
everyone.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
We
right.
really hope you found it useful, maybe inspirational for your further teaching.
Absolutely. Yeah, great. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to both of you, and we'll move on to our next stage. So we're going to have a short break now. So we'll have our tech break. Our next talk will be starting at 14. 50 UK time, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So go ahead and have a short tech break, and then we'll be back with our next speaker. Right.
I'm just checking if you can hear me.
Yep,
Hello.
we can hear you and see you. All good.
That's great. Hello.
Hi. All right. So, welcome back, everyone. We're now on to our next session for today. So I'm really excited to introduce Beata, who's going to talk to us today about pronunciation with apps and AI tools. So over to you, Beata.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to start with a big thanks to Ross for inviting me here. That was really nice. Beata Walesiak, that's how you pronounce my name and my surname the Polish way. I do research in mobile assisted pronunciation training. So I'm basically interested in the type of apps and their affordances. And by app, I mean both mobile and web apps at times. But primarily it's mobile. And I'm interested also in the types of feedback that apps offer. And we've got a publication about that pending with my colleague Jim Talley. I can leave you the link of where to expect that. So let me get that. Already at the beginning, I'm sharing links. So if you're interested, this is a great place to get more info on pronunciation and pronunciation training. That's the PSLT conference with John Levis as the head. But yeah, so this is where the publication will be, but give us a couple of months. It's in review right now. Myself, I've got some colleagues at the Medical University of Warsaw in Poland because my background of teaching medical or healthcare English is scarce. I have taught some doctors, but just a few. But these friends of mine often share their problems when it comes to pronunciation teaching. And this talk has been influenced by their needs and that they sometimes share with me. Things like tools for pronunciation development, tools for personalized feedback, especially when it comes to self-guided learning of pronunciation and ways to enhance pronunciation pedagogy. So this is the outline for today. I'll start with a few key terms, and I'm going to just briefly go through communicative framework for teaching pronunciation. And then I'll talk about the potential. So I'll basically show you some apps that come from my research, which I've been doing since basically 2016, I think. And also I'll try to finish off with some future directions and a certain app search engine that both me and my colleague have developed, which might help your life facilitate it in the future. So pronunciation, that's how I understand it, because I've noticed as I was preparing for this seminar that we might understand it differently. So to me, pronunciation includes speech sounds. We call them segments. So it's both vowel and consonantal sounds. We talk about prosody. So another technical term for that is suprasegmentals. So we're talking here lexical stress, rhythm, so that's sentence stress basically, and intonation, how pitch changes across a phrase. And then we also talk about voice quality and speech rate. So empathy would be described in terms of primarily prosodical features. Accent for us is a pattern of pronunciation that differentiates members of the given speech community, and it does relate on pronunciation features. So just to clarify, we all have an accent, and this is actually good. Why? Because right now in the world of pronunciation teaching, we believe in the so-called intelligibility. So this is the actual understanding of what they say and not a native speaker-like quality. So not accentedness, you see it over here. How different someone is compared to the standards. So we really think about how we understand each other and if we're intelligible enough. So in essence, intelligibility is about actual understanding. And a given utterance can be accented yet fully intelligible. Yeah, right. Pronunciation. The term that usually appears is that pronunciation pedagogy is a Cinderella. So this is a term that was coined in late 1960s and sort of then afterwards brought back by Underhill. We would say that pronunciation is neglected and disconnected in the classroom from teaching other language skills. But thanks to John Levis, I've mentioned, we now know that it's present in every language skill and it's widely analysed and described in classroom-based research. And myself, I belong to a group of of teachers, volunteers, we're all volunteers, called IATEFL PronSig as a pronunciation special interest group. If you'd like to come and learn more about pronunciation, sorry, doing shameless bragging at the beginning, but it's a great organization. We're doing free webinars, events, and conferences, all related to pronunciation. We also have a blog. So if you don't understand anything I've been talking about today, I'll be talking about today, that's where you should go. And we also have a journal. There are also a few, again, non-AI, I'm starting with non-AI tools. There is also a great ebook that is available for free from Oxford University Press called Oxford English Pronunciation for a Global World. And there's another book which is not free. It's a Teaching English Pronunciation for a Global World that's been recently, last year, published by Oxford again, and our members of PronSig actually wrote it, Robin Walker and Gemma Archer. So it's a great book if you're interested in the topic of pronunciation teaching. Now, communicative framework, as I promised, it's something that we follow when we teach pronunciation in the classroom. It was created in 2010 by Selsa Mercier et al. And it basically has 5 steps, as you can see over here. So the description analysis stage, where a teacher describes and analyzes pronunciation feature and shows that it was produced. Listening discrimination stage, that's when the pronunciation feature is discussed more widely and we learn how to recognize the difference between this feature and other similar features. We're not only talking about sounds, this could be word stress, comparing word stresses. Controlled practice, that's when the language is supplied by a teacher or a material, like a textbook or AI. Guided practice, that's when we provide more structured communication activities, somewhat free practice activity, but there is this information gap in it. And then there's the communicative practice, so the fluency building activities, discussions, role plays, everything that Chris was talking in his keynote. I also like to add to this the needs analysis, the diagnostical stage, and then the evaluation and feedback. And that's how I look at apps, more or less. I'm leaving here in the slides an example of what the communicative framework for teaching pronunciation looks like. This is adapted from our blog, PronSig blog. So if you'd like to have a look, the slides, by the way, I should have mentioned, will be shared at the end of this talk. And also, I know that Ross will be sending it out to you after the seminar. And you can have a look at how to teach, for example, the endings, the ED past ED endings, because that's what our students often struggle with when speaking English. So this is the second slide on how to step by step go through the stages of practice, and I also have a link here to a board game that you can adapt. It's not mine, but it's a great example of practicing communicative language, building fluency in the classroom, and also having some entertainment in form of a board game. And that could be easily adapted for both general English and medical conditions. Now, what I'm interested in is whether apps have some potential and apps, also the AI ones, within the communicative framework. But especially for you, I sat down and decided to figure it out for healthcare-oriented pronunciation training, as well as self-directed learning of the students. Before we answer this question, I've included a few terms related to AI, and I wonder if I should actually discuss that because we've covered them today. Just so we know, we are right now on the stage of the so-called ANI, so the artificial narrow intelligence. We're not yet there with a general intelligence, artificial general intelligence, which will be highly adaptable and capable of learning and applying knowledge across diverse domains, very human-like. But I feel we're going there. In a couple of years, probably we will. The potential of generative AI that we're right now dealing with, so those systems trained on large amounts of data, is huge. They look for patterns and generate original output, and this output can go a different way. It could be text related, so we know that from ChatGPT, as ChatGPT or Gemini. Image, that could be the output. Video, someone mentioned earlier Synthesia. There's also Runway and a few other tools. So I'm just giving you some examples. And we also so the AI may also output a speech or voice. And we've mentioned 11 Labs. I think someone mentioned Resemble. There's also technology called Sanas. So Sanas is a specific case in that they do something called accent conversion. So they basically enhance clarity and do noise cancellation, but they claim to be translating accents. Now, all those, in many real-world apps, whenever you need a voice-driven experience, you use ASR for speech recognition and TTS for speech synthesis alongside the generative model. So I think this is pretty clear to everyone right now where we come across these two. And the potential is wide. So let's have a look at this. Now, I'm trying to go, as you can see in the top left-hand corner, I'm trying to show you which stages of the framework these tools will be suitable for. When it comes to description and analysis and listening discrimination, it would be great to find an AI for that. ChatGPT would be good, but we've mentioned it hallucinates. So we will start with widely available resources that are just digital, which don't have the AI varieties. Now we have Forvo, which is a community-based sort of a Facebook pronunciation. So if you don't know that, you may find quite a lot of medical terms over there, for example, orofacial. And what is interesting is that these are terms recorded by native speakers, so-called. So I wouldn't be able to record the English words. I'm only allowed to record the Polish words, since my L1 is Polish. Now, another example of a tool that you can use, that's Youglish. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that, but this is a great tool, not only for English. You put the word over there and you find it in context of YouTube videos related to the topic. Here, now this is something we've had as a discussion, and perhaps some of you could help me. I've been trying to test it with a few tools. Is it brutes or is it brewies? Because Youglish actually tells me that it's brewies, and to this day I'm not sure if it's correct, because I've seen brutes in the dictionaries. So feel free to leave a comment or say something in the chat. But generally, it doesn't really make mistakes because it provides authentic examples. We can also always check how to pronounce a given term. For example, this one, whooping cough, right? With Google's feature in the search engine, just simply write how to pronounce and then the term. I don't know if you happen to know about that. And we also have a tool called Phonetics, which is an automatic transcriber and a reader. So you may put any text up to 300 characters into it and ask it to read out. There are several voices depending on the browser you have. There are several voices that you may use, but you've got it nicely transcribed if you are a phonetic alphabet believer. I am a little. And then what is nice is that, so here you can choose the voice, and what is nice is that you can slow it down or speed it up with that toggle over here. So this is actually useful for lower level students who are non-native speakers. As you can see, I'm kind of thinking about the teaching of medical English from the perspective of someone based in Poland. Now, how to articulate? This is another question. And again, this is a non-AI selection. We've got the BBC Learning English, Sounds of English materials that have been available for, I think, 15 years now, but they are quite a good point of departure. If you're interested in charts, including particular sounds, there are also two online. One is by Pearson, that is the one on the right-hand side. You literally click on a given square over here and get the sound and an exemplary word with it. So even if someone doesn't recognize the phonetic alphabet, they may hear the sound itself in context of a word. And then on the left-hand side, you've got I call it colourful chart by Joanna Duchesney. She's a teacher of English, and she created it with some actors who were asked to describe each sound and give lots of examples. They describe the articulation, so I'm leaving those here. By the way, I didn't mention that when you get my slides, you just have to click either on the link or on the image, and it will take you to the right place. So I find that when I'm sharing on Zoom in an online environment, the QR codes are always tricky. It's better probably when you're sitting in the room with the people. Now, moving on, because I've got some good things left now, AI-based. One of the tools that would be suitable for also controlled practice is an app called Blue Canoe. This was created by people who have adapted Karen Taylor's and Liz Bigler's methodology with the color vowel chart. Now this is the color vowel system. So if you're not a fan of the phonetic alphabet, which I was just showing, you may teach pronunciation without it. The model for this app is General American, but the vowel chart color vowel chart itself has a British equivalent. We don't use the phonetic alphabet. Instead we use color plus word, and each color plus word is represented by a pictogram for a given sound. And apparently this stimulates the brain to better absorb the sounds, as I wrote it over here. The app is quite cool because you've got plenty, well, in the free version even, you've got this special game called Color It Out, where you play against the AI. Just have a look. And that's
You go first.
So I'm selecting a card and I have to read it out.
Grey day, great. Grey day, trademark.
That was myself. Then you're waiting.
You're missing a consonant sound. Listen and try again. Gray day, great. Gray day, trademark.
Grey day, great. Grey day, trademark. Grey day, great. Grey day, trademark.
Oh, and I think I stopped the video at this point. I finally managed to get the message across, and it understood me, and I was allowed to put the card on the table. So there are games like this, gamification, entertainment to some extent, but it also kind of alleviates the pain of mispronouncing words, which many students struggle with. Generally, pronunciation is a stressful thing to learn and to teach, and as a result, we're trying to ensure that they do it in a positive environment. Another very well-known app which uses AI, ASR and TTS technologies is ELSA. It's available on the market, and there's a demo version of it. It has it lets the users practice skills like sounds and processes, of course selected by the company itself, and it provides the American English as a model. It also provides individualized feedback and plenty of lessons. So once, in a moment, I'll show you the analysis, but let's first discuss what's inside. There are topics built around vocabulary and context, and there's even health over there. Two subsections. You'd say two tasks. No, actually, when you get inside, you'll see that there are more lessons over there. And but in the demo, you're only allowed to access the first two lessons to check them. And you may talk to the AI that ELSA provides and rehearse a visit at the doctor, rather as a patient. But perhaps if you invest in the app and go inside, there will be the doctor perspective over there, or a nurse. And then you receive feedback. Also, you may use this app for needs analysis. When you go to profile and then assessment test score that you see at the bottom on the right-hand side, you record 16 sentences to obtain feedback and practice suggestions. So you're given your CEF level, a Common European Framework of Reference level, and the app analyzes the areas that you struggle with as a user. On the basis of this analysis, the app provides a personalized syllabus, and you may use the app further as a user. Also, there's ELSA AI, which gives opportunity to practice free speech, and technically speaking, you can talk about any topic that's over here. And in the free version, you have 3 free role plays to go through. There is the surprise me option, there's interview, and there are even medical topics over there, but this is not something that you can choose, so it's more random. However, if you steer your conversation towards medical topics and ask it to do a particular thing, it will be able to do. At the end of the conversation, which may last up to 60 minutes even, until you say finish role play, you're given assessment summary, which analyzes your vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. This is a quite decent summary, I must say. Similar apps available on the market, Lola Speak, but here you're reading out sentences. Green, yellow, red usually corresponds to your performance. It also makes suggestions as to how to correct your pronunciation, something that my colleagues from the Medical Academy say that they would like to have the opportunity of in AI. But there is the problem with guided practice because it's a bit hard for a free speech activity that would focus on a specific use of a given word or feature. Then there's Bold Voice, which was developed by accent coaches, and it's fairly new on the market. It was, I think, introduced 2 years ago. So it analyzes it analyzes how you speak, how you pronounce the words, provides you feedback on individual sounds, also on word stress, which is a fairly new thing because many apps struggle with word stress. I think someone actually mentioned that, but it offers suggestions, and I find that my friends would like those suggestions for their students. I've seen that someone has mentioned Twee before, so I won't be talking about it, but we can use Twee for creating dialogues for guided practice. But perhaps I'll mention another app called Pronounce AI. This is a tool that I've been familiar with, and it has been developed for language learning, and it provides feedback on pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. What they have mastered is speech segmentation. You can hear your own examples, and then the TTS says them for you, both for British and American standard, but there's only some feedback on suprasegmentals. However, with that tool, your student might actually go through a role play with the given chatbot and receive feedback on that. So here are just some examples of me trying to pretend that I'm an obstetrician and I would like to discuss my work with the bot. The bot offers some suggested replies, so this is something useful for someone who doesn't know what to say, like myself, when it comes to medical English. And afterwards, you receive this feedback, so you're able to. There are timestamps on the feedback, so you can go back to the sentences which the tool found you've mispronounced, or the words, individual words, as you can see at the bottom over here. And you can hear your version, so you're basically cut out and you can hear your version of the word, and not your version, but you actually yourself saying that word or that phrase and the model. It also offers feedback on engagement and clarity. Generally, I'm currently working on a post related to how chatbots might fake pronunciation feedback, but generally chatbots are useful for pronunciation development and practice, but that's in progress. I would like to stress the same thing that was mentioned before, that hallucinations are frequent. And for example, if you were interested to direct your students, as I often have, to Character AI, this is a great tool which has very natural sounding voices. But if you like to ask Character AI to provide feedback on your pronunciation, what you actually do get quite a decent feedback on accuracy, intelligibility, and fluency. But that sounds reliable, but this feedback is just false information. And this is happening due to the limitations of language models. Even if we provide rubrics that will determine the criteria of assessment, it is still text-based. So it's not what I actually said for it to provide this feedback. I'm leaving you in the slides some prompts for ChatGPT. This is about 20 prompts. And if you scan the QR code, or I can share when I finish the link to that, you'll get a list of 20 prompts that you can use for pronunciation development that you might adapt to your medical conditions, medical English in the classroom. Trying to finish off slowly. There are also tools which maybe Chris will find useful, so-called analyzers for meetings. And one of them is, so there was Otter AI, there's Poise, there's Udly, that's recently, like a couple of months ago, introduced more detailed feedback on pronunciation. There's also Elsa's speech analyzer that I myself was sort of involved in creating. And this is by far the most detailed feedback on pronunciation that is available right now. And the tool is, of course, it's not available for free, but about 30 when you register with your Gmail or your other email, you get access to 30 minutes for free without any card details, that you can test this tool yourself and see what feedback it provides. Some of it is quite apt. Finishing off, I would probably say that, sorry, I should have mentioned that such analyzers are great for communicative practice because they ask you questions, or you may talk about a given subject for a given amount of time. Finishing off, I'm working right now on avatars too, and voice cloning might be the future for raising pronunciation awareness, or great for role play. But creating a digital replica of a person's voice and generating new speech is still something that is not perfectly done yet. There is a tool called HeyGen, which is able to clone your voice and then translate your voice so that you as a user, as a learner, can hear how you would speak better, sounding more like a native speaker. So you see here, the modeling on native speaker is still a bit tricky. The one that I'm leaving on this slide, Golden Speaker Builder, that's a tool that was created by Iowa University and Texas University researchers, which transforms your voice to sound like another person's voice by changing the pitch and tone. But compared to HeyGen, it's a bit more, sounds more simple. Now, there are plenty of challenges for AI and for apps. They still do not free up time for educators. We still notice that there are limitations behind scoring systems and the activity types and the specific criteria that they follow. There is still limited prosodic features in them. They are more likely to analyze individual sounds, slowly going towards the word stress area, and the prosody still is a bit tricky for them due to limitations of the models. There's definitely a need for significant teacher pre-training and learner guidance to maximize that. And as I said before, those apps still favor and compare the user to the native speaker, and they don't go for intelligibility because it's tricky to assess intelligibility, but that's a different discussion. For future, I think AI would need to start accurately analyzing a wide range of accents following the intelligibility criterion, and offer more practice in a desired variety of English. I was really surprised to see the Nigerian English speaker. If that was a pronunciation tool, there would be so much opportunity to practice for Nigerian speakers. Then I think the AI should consider resources applicable in the classroom fitted more to the Common European Framework of Reference, and offer feedback that is tailored more to not only to sounds but also to prosodic issues. Yeah, and I think that human teachers and trainers should not be feared yet, whether it will actually replace them. For pronunciation, not yet, and hopefully not yet for a long time. But I think we still need to work with it and around it, and reconsider our pronunciation pedagogy towards more project-based and group projects, and game designing in how we, or problem solving in how we teach. So yeah, so the underlying message is clear. Technology should be designed to enhance and augment human capabilities and not really replace them. And like I promised, me and my colleague Jim Talley, we created, based on my research, which takes ages, an app search engine. So that's for pronunciation and speech communication apps. We're trying to update it, but it takes time. But basically, if you go to this link and you specify the criteria that you're interested in, the app, the search engine will show you which app meet your demands. One thing I suggest that you don't have too many expectations about the apps. The fewer criteria, the better. And we're also working on the new app, which we hope release later this year. Thank you very much. This is the link to the slides. I hope I didn't exceed the speaking limit, and I hope it was useful.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting and very information packed. I feel like we've got a really comprehensive review. Thank you so much. So we have a question. So I've got a question in the Q&A from Neil. So Neil is saying that one of his concerns is the tension which exists between intelligibility term and Robin Walker and others' work on ELF, and the tendency of the apps to default to a native-like model, which I think you touched on in your talk. So Neil's question is, are you aware of any apps which are more intelligibility-led rather than this unhelpful native default?
Yeah, okay, so Neil, if I ask you to search it yourself with the app search engine that we created, you'll be able to see that there aren't any. And no, there is just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I participated in a conference online at University of Grenoble's Sylvain Coulange is working on a project related to intelligibility and providing feedback on intelligibility. So it's easier to train a model to provide feedback on the standard variety. And for a long, long time, it was only American English. I'm really happy when I find an app that is able to provide some feedback on the British sort of standard. Very simple reason. The user, that's how I've been told, and I do speak to developers, the user is more interested in American English. That's what I heard. And creating a new model would not be financially feasible for the commercial developers of the apps. So that's the reason. But yeah, for now, like I'd say that it's better to encourage students to practice on their own and give them offer them opportunity, even with this unhelpful native model. But I think with time, the developers, perhaps thanks to my work too, because I speak about it a lot, they will understand, and Pronsig does too, that they will understand that the native speaker model, the standard, especially the standard, is not what we actually want to speak these days, and nobody really speaks that. So perhaps this will produce a shift, but for now, no.
Right.
Go ahead.
Russ has a question.
Hi there, Beata. Thank you so much. That was great. Just so, do you see a time when there's going to be more apps that will help us with the prosodic aspects of communication? Because I know that you realize this is what we we have to battle with every day. Is this whole thing about empathy and reassurance and all of that. Do you see a time when this will be possible?
Well, what I was showing you, those meeting analyzers, right? They are here. Sorry, I need to close that window. So where did I have them? There you go. Here. So they have there is a promise over there, but I'm afraid that they're still using the same model. So the same, like they go to Hugging Face and they kind of go for the same algorithms in some respect. I think that they don't use the potential of them getting so much speak from non-native, so much speech samples from non-native speakers. They could use that to create the new model, but I think this takes time and money. I'm sorry, we always go back to this, that this is something that would need money. Me and Jim, we're working on some tools that would provide the prosodic feedback, but that takes time and money. I'm sorry, I keep repeating this, but
no, but we know, it's the same when in publishing is the same. It's always what brings in the money is what's going to be the focus.
Yeah, there are apps, but again, from the speech analyzers, sort of meeting analyzers section that offer, and I remember even Microsoft app did that, but then they took it down, empathy level and pleasantness level, and not only, apart from fluency and general sort of intelligibility, understandability score, it provided those empathy sort of scores, but I haven't seen it in a long time. I would have to do a separate research on this. So feel free to mail me. I'll look up what I had.
Yeah.
It's somewhere there.
Okay.
But I was curious whether Chris's the app that he was showing, whether this would have. That's why I asked about the assessment rubric and the tab, because I was wondering if it does actually provide some feedback on speech. But definitely, this is the way to go in the future, I think.
Yeah,
But
no,
still,
absolutely.
if I may, just one more. Even if we get that feedback, I forgot to mention and include that in the slides. Even if we get this feedback, like you are 20%, your empathy is a 20 out of 25 points, right? So you're like 80 or 90% full of empathy. What is the so what? Where is this going to? What can I do next? And I feel a lot of apps are getting better at assessing, at providing this feedback, on sort of analyzing us and providing feedback on how we sound, but they don't really offer the so what, like more activities, like steer us. And that's where we teachers still kind of come in.
We still have a job. Yay.
Oh yeah, and the guided
That's
practice,
great.
like I said, the guided practice is still an issue for many apps. I think they're working on some options here, but it's still a way to go.
Right. Well, stay in touch, and we'd love to have you back and do a workshop or something on that in the future. That would be great.
Yeah, I tried
All
to
right.
squeeze a lot, so I hope that it wasn't too much. But if you get the slides,
no.
it should
Yeah.
be useful. Click on everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So we've come to, no, not quite the end yet. We still got We still got the panel session to do. Okay, so the panel session will start in at 3:30 UK time. And so what we're going to hope to do is obviously we'll have our panelists and Chris will be moderating for us. But in terms of participation from your side, we'd love to be able to put on everybody's cameras and etc. But unfortunately, we don't have the means to do that. However, what we can do is that we can allow you to speak from the floor. So if at any point anybody has any questions, please feel free to wave at us or whatever it is that we do in these situations, and I will endeavour, or myself and Beth and Louise will endeavour to put your microphone on so that you can actually speak from the floor. So I know that if people do have questions for our speakers, then that would be great if you would like to participate. It's sometimes a lot easier just to say something than to write it in the chat, but we'll obviously receive questions in the chat as well. Okay. All right. So we will be back at 3:30. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, Virginia, I was battling with you, trying to promote you to panelists that I couldn't.
Oh, thank you. I've been promoted now.
You've been promoted. Good, you're all there. All righty. Okay. So, oh, I'm missing Chris. Sorry about that. Nope, here he is. All right. Okay, so for the panel session, I'm going to hand over to Chris, who is the director of ELTHI and also of CELSI, and he's going to run the show from here. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you very much, Roz. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here all day. So many fascinating insights, and great to have a chance to host a panel with three really interesting and quite diverse people within the industry. So we've got Neil, who is coming in very much from the teaching side, Virginia from the materials writing and creation side, and Chris from the medical education side. So a brilliant mix. The title of the discussion is kind of imagining where we're going to be in 5 years' time. So I thought the kind of obvious way to start would be to get three different perspectives. So some initial thoughts from our three panelists on where they see AI taking us as the future unfolds. Neil, would you like to start? Give us a couple of minutes of your thoughts and insights.
No pressure there then. I think the likelihood is we will be not where we think we're going to be. All of the research in AI generally, not just generative AI, but AI as the whole kind of concept, suggests that where AI experts predict AI will have gone in a 3-year period typically is reached in half of that time, and that exponentially we're getting further ahead and quicker than any of us can predict. So I think it's very difficult to say we're going to be in 5 years' time. And I'd just like to say, A, I don't know, and if I did, I'd probably be a multimillionaire. And B, I think perhaps the question we should be asking is not where will we be, but what are organizations, institutions, governments, the NHS doing to ensure that AI use continues to be safe and for our benefit rather than anything else.
Okay, so quite a non-committal reply there. Just that we're moving incredibly quickly, so we don't know.
Yeah.
But let's keep an eye on things to make sure we're doing it in the best possible way. Okay. Virginia, how about you? How do you see things developing?
Okay, ditto.
Oh no.
However, the other thing is that healthcare itself is moving so rapidly as well. The way we deliver healthcare, looking at nursing, for example, what I was doing as a nurse last century is certainly not what people do now, and not what they will do even in 10 years' time. You know, the move towards more community-based, obviously the aging population. So I think there's a whole lot of not exactly new information, but you know, AI's got a lot to keep up with. The other thing that I'm not entirely sure about is the energy consumption of AI. You know, I think none of us have really mentioned that during the conference, probably because we, you know, like me, maybe people don't really understand it. But I mean, is it a never-ending resource, or and how available will it be for countries that don't have the wherewithal to pay for it? I mean, I think that's been one of the interesting things, you know, in the past couple of years, going to conferences, and we've sort of waxed lyrical about, oh, we'll log on to the internet, and you know, as a teacher you can use this, and then, you know, to be met by blank faces saying, well, actually, you know, our university won't provide us with that information. So, you know, I think that's another that's going to be another challenge of the ethics or the equality of distributing the joys of AI.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point about whether AI is going to increase the digital divide or democratize digitalization of education. Something we can talk about in a few minutes, perhaps. Chris, what are your thoughts on where AI is taking medical education?
I think it's a bit of a divide as well. Medical education is an easier area to implement AI as opposed to medical health. It's heavily regulated in medical health. We've got two AI apps now going through the MHRA regulation process as the first stages. And we even see these ambient scribes, these AI devices that listen to me, haven't had full regulation yet, although some will say they have. So we're going to have a kind of lag to adoption just through regulation, but also hopefully some evidence testing of whether these are safe to use. That's kind of healthcare. Education, well, we can adopt things and use them quite quickly, even though we might not regulate them. It's a bit of the Wild West sometimes. I find education writing about it. You can, but and I think there's a bit. I've seen it before in health technology and things. It's going, and you can see the amount of money OpenAI and everyone else is, putting in. That is, it's going to come to two-horse race, and we're all beginning to see this with certain models that we're not going to be able to. They can't keep affording to like we said about the energy use, token use. So we're going to probably find some institutions buying in quite large segments. The whole publishing field in itself's been rewritten behind us at the moment. Publishing houses are creating AI search engines to remove the need for a journal, for example. So and that'll be a paywall behind that. So that there's ideas going behind the scenes about how I might go to publish a journal, which is quite prohibitive at the moment. If I'm honest,
Yeah.
if I'm not aligned with an institution, who's going to cover my open access fees of thousands of pounds? I don't know, like you say, Chris, whether democratization or more money is a different way of paywall. I haven't quite worked it out yet.
Yeah, I mean, technology has always had those two sides, I think. So it's interesting to see how AI will either exaggerate one or bring things together. But I think the point that you make about the actual control of AI ending up in within a small number of organizations is probably something that we all need to be quite aware of. It's like looking at how many websites people use on an everyday basis is within 10 to 15, I think, something like that. Which tend to be owned by 6 companies. So there are definitely concerns around that. But maybe this is getting off the point slightly in terms of how AI is going to impact medical English education and the work that we do within this space. I mean, there's some really interesting themes were coming up around the ability to use AI to replicate clinical communication. That was something that came up in yours, Chris, but also I know in Virginia's videos, for example, there are similar things going on. So I suppose an associated question around this is whether we will be able to use AI to encourage our learners to improve more quickly as a result, being able to access realistic role play independently of a teacher, independently of a classroom. And therefore education has become much more kind of democratized. We come back to the idea of democratization in terms of informal learning, access to education. There's so much more out there. And I guess this will kind of build into that as well. Any thoughts on that? Maybe Neil, in terms of the kind of education programs you provide in your school, do you see AI and this ability to kind of replicate clinical communication as happening within and without the school? Is it going to change the learning experience of your students? How do you see that?
I think it most definitely will. And I slightly scrunched up my face as you were asking the question for 2 reasons. I think there are massive issues where we start thinking about global healthcare education, because if we're thinking about medical English, as a subset of English, then we mustn't forget the global south and the digital iniquities that exist. And that does worry me. I tend to deal with doctors on a one-to-one basis in terms of the development of clinical communication skills and also OET. So this is a self-selecting group, people who basically can afford one-to-one lessons. And what I'm identifying is an expectation from them that AI will be part of their learning experience. And if I'm unable to speak knowledgeably about AI opportunities, what is available to them, how they can take responsibility, agency for their own learning outside of the classroom, then frankly, they're put off. So I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about will AI make teachers redundant? I don't think that is ever going to be the case, but I think there is the point that teachers who aren't able to integrate AI meaningfully will probably make themselves redundant, and that there is a need to, as teachers, integrate AI into whatever we teach. If we're working with PhD students at the highest level or postdoc students, then we need to make sure that a suitable AI digital literacy is embedded in their education, in the same way as I think we should be doing the same with teenagers on a general English program. We need to do it, but we need to know who to turn to, who to trust, and pass on those skills to the learners whilst being mindful of the sustainability issues and also mindful of some of the digital iniquities that we are perhaps responsible for promoting ourselves in what we do. I don't know how Chris, Virginia, and Chris Moore, Chris, if you'd agree with that.
Let's
try it open, Virginia. Yeah.
I tend to look at it in the same way as the beginnings of the internet. You know, there was a lot of learning. I remember I just started a master's, and I'd been away from university learning for quite some time when I started the master's, and all of a sudden I had to learn how to switch on a computer. So I think, you know, there's always learning, and in a sense it's a similar sort of thing. We've got to learn how to use it. And I think, you know, I've sort of played around with it, I've tinkered around, but I haven't actually formally learned how to use it. And I think that goes to what you're saying, Neil, that you know, we as teachers and as writers, we have to become proficient in what our students are probably, you know, way ahead already. And that's, you know, I think but again, the dilemma is it's happening possibly faster than the introduction of the internet. And that's the thing, you know, keeping up with it. Like I said, when I gave my talk, almost, you know, every day you prepare a talk a week before, and then every day it's something you think, oh, well, that's changed it. Oh, well, that's changed it. So it's just so rapidly developing. However, you know, I think all of us agree, and I don't think it's wishful thinking, that teachers won't be redundant. They will just look a bit different.
And Chris, in terms of medical education, do you think AI, I mean, the stuff that you showed us around the interactions you had with the avatars there, do you think this is going to replace the role play that has always happened within medical education?
I hope it replaces some of it, because we do a lot of peer-to-peer role play and it's just not authentic enough. And if we can improve on that, for sure. I think it's the new phase of agentic AI. We just separate it from large language models. It's more AI that's going to be doing tasks, like people use Copilot, don't they? And I think that could become the teacher's friend, really. You're going to have your students with a Copilot who you've trained in a bit, and you need to be the human assessor. That's the 5-year view, really, is that we're going to have these learning module, like agentic modules, that will hopefully be individualized. And that's what we find in the classroom. We've got such a different a variety of people, and one lecture doesn't suit everyone, does it?
Absolutely.
And if they can go away and learn, and if anyone's new to AI, just ask the AI to help you. You know, what prompt shall I
Yes.
write? You know, and stick
Yes.
stick to one first. I use about 5, and that's because I know each one now a little bit better over the last year. Like, for example, if no one's familiar with Claude, it's better at writing for English, for journals, for scientific journals, than ChatGPT. But I've also got to keep prompting it to stop using familiar kind of bullet points, extended dashes, those things that, and it feels like I'm rewriting the AI to make it look less AI. And you can even ask the AI to do that itself. You go
Yeah.
around in circles sometimes with prompting.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's the proximity AI, the size space. There's what was that new one that one of the US universities put out for doing literature reviews? Oh, CoStorm, and that's a real citations without hallucinations. So there's lots of new literature reviewing. Now I do a course with students this summer to do a literature review. The first, like Neil was saying, the first thing I'm going to do is actually teach them how to prompt, because that's where we're going.
Yeah.
Google search is going to be on its way out in the next 5 years. Rather than us for going to different websites, we'll be asking the search engine itself give us the answer, like we're doing already, partly.
Yeah, my kids no longer use Google. They're teenagers and they're both using ChatGPT.
We've got
Dora,
a
you have your
question
hand up. I'm going
from.
to allow you to talk if that's okay. Are
Hi,
you able to talk there, Theodora?
hi, Chris.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, my question, because also I'm a medical English instructor, is do you think that in the future we should be emphasizing more the practice of oral skills rather than written language skills? And I'm saying that because in my class, in my medical English class, I have dropped asking students writing assignments anymore because firstly, we have a lack of institutional policy of an explicit institutional university policy as to what extent AI tools should be used or not. And secondly, because no matter, I think maybe it was my mistake. I tried to train students as to how to critically and ethically use AI tools. Whatever came back was pretty much the same. So, on the one hand, my question is whether we should be emphasizing more oral language skills, considering that the availability of all these AI writing tools will be freely available and everyone is turning to them. And also, my second question is, do you think that the students' voice is sort of getting lost, if I want to say, I don't know how to phrase it correctly, but all the papers I got back from my students, they were all written in exactly the same tone register, which was obviously not their own. So I'm afraid that we're missing that, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm just wondering, and I wanted to hear your thoughts.
It's a really interesting question, Dora. So, is writing becoming redundant, and is writing, becoming flattened, if you like? So we're losing the individuality within what we've always, sort of seen when we see writing submissions. Chris, I mean, do you see this in your training courses at all?
I certainly see less need to write, and the writing we do is often quite truncated. It's abbreviated and it's not full English. And I think the PLAB exam now coming to the UK, if you want to pass the exam to be a UK doctor, is the multiple choice exam and an OSCE. They don't do a full written paragraph like they used to. So that's certainly a shift. Yeah, I spot the AI stuff when students' work because I mark a lot of work. I do comment on it, but it's hard to fail them because there isn't strict guidelines yet to say you can't. Only certain universities are saying you can't. Oxford, for example, have got several courses they're promoting AI use. One interesting study that's just come out is the ability to critically reason. So if you give students AI from the beginning and they can do all the reasoning, right stuff, take it away, they can't do the reasoning. Us has spent decades reasoning, we can use AI, interpret stuff, take it away, we're still okay. So I do worry a little bit we're going to take reasoning out of students. But then again, someone said, well, we haven't taken the computers away ever, have we? The internet hasn't died overnight. So why will it go away? So there's two sides to this, I think. I don't know what others think.
Yeah. Neil, what are your thoughts on Dora's question there?
I think it was really interesting, Dora, when you made the point that the university didn't have a policy, and I think that's possibly reflects in what's happening within the institution, and that the students are going to take the route of least resistance, which is use of AI. So, I mean, I would absolutely encourage everyone here today to ask of the question, does your institution have a policy for the use of AI? And if it doesn't, can I suggest that you need one yesterday? Which then raises the issue of how do you go about doing it? Well, talk to your peers, have critical friends if you're in universities, look and see who else is doing what. I mean, the Russell Group, for example, came out with a statement on AI, which I don't think has been updated, back in 2023. In terms of pushing oral rather than written skills, I think it comes back to the point that was made a lot of times this afternoon about the importance of the needs analysis. There seems to be little point ramming writing down students' throats if they're not going to need to write. Although I question whether they will never need to write. It's actually finding what kind of writing do they need. But I'd also come back to it from another angle, which is saying, well, if we accept that the written voice is important, and if we can identify where students will need to develop it, what kind of texts are they going to write, then, I mean, I'm working on a 4-stage model at the moment, which looks at the way in which organizations harmonize their AI digital guidelines and their policy with their assessments, and that the two dovetail. Because I think there is a lot to be learned from the use of AI as a writing buddy, for example, but we have to train students as well as the AI GPT model that we're using to do that effectively. But likewise, I think we need to start thinking about how we're assessing students, because if we don't change our assessment policies to make the most of AI where it's appropriate to do so, and where to rule out AI at all, if that is an important factor, i.e. going back to written questions with answered by hand, and there will be occasion where that's useful, then I think, we need to be having these conversations. It's quite a long-winded answer, but quite a complicated question, I think. And Dora, thank you for asking it.
Yeah, no, really good question. Virginia, what are your thoughts on the question?
Well, to one, I agree the issue of the individual voice not coming out, and that's as I said in my talk, that's my problem with writing a dialogue that I want to have a bit of personality, and if I just put the AI prompt in fact I did it 5 minutes ago, and again what comes out is, hey, what do you know about Cushing's disease? Oh, well, I've heard. It's not at all, and the prompt was care of a patient with Cushing's disease, and it was sort of, it's very difficult. I think it will be a shame if we lose that individuality. The second point is, I agree with Neil, and I don't know whether you were sort of vaguely alluding to a certain test that has written assessment is not what's reflected in practice.
It wasn't, but it's a fair point.
Oh, yeah, because I think that is there any point if you're looking at medical nursing or anyone in the healthcare in the healthcare field, is there any point of assessing their ability to write an essay when they go into the workplace? The writing that they will be doing is minimal, and a lot of it will be ticking boxes on a clinical pathway. Reading is probably more to the point, but then there's the dilemma of that they have to be tested at a certain level, and how do you do that? How do you test their writing ability to an acceptable level without getting them to write? So I think I agree with Neil. It needs analysis. What exactly what do your students need to gain by doing the particular course that you're delivering?
Absolutely. Okay, well, that's some very good answers to a very good question. I want to come back to something that Neil talked about a few moments ago, and that was about how teachers and AI will remain kind of coexistent, and will need to work together because there are fundamental differences between the two. And I was wondering whether you could elaborate on that a bit, Neil, and probably that merged into medical education, given the presentation that Chris and Zephy and Theo made as well, which looked at how doctors or the clinical communication given by physicians was rated as worse than that given by AI. So again, a really interesting study. So I'd like to sort of dig into that a little bit. Neil, do you want to talk about the teaching side a little bit, and where you see those differentials as kind of playing out?
Healthcare, to this point at least, has always been a human-to-human endeavour. We've had the development of operations that happen remotely, but at the end of the day, there is a human at the end of the operating arm. And I think care has always been synonymous with compassion, with empathy, with not just a knowledge base, but a emotional, sometimes perhaps almost a spiritual element that overlays the clinical training, the knowledge base of this patient has this ailment, this disease, this is the treatment path, but it's the human touch as well. And I'm not convinced that all of that will be able to be replaced by AI, at least as we understand it at the moment. And that was perhaps what was behind my question to Chris and his team when we were seeing Emily, because I was really impressed by the way in which, and apparently it's 11 labs, that voice was so real. And I think Virginia, you commented, either Virginia or Ros commented on the same thing. I've been looking at this whole concept of AI's ability in terms of speech to rate empathy, compassion, and to match it. The so-called Hume.ai has been doing a lot of work in this area. And it's still very clunky, but it will get better. I'm just not, and I don't think I'm a technophobe or a Luddite, I'm just not sure how far it's going to get. Now, I know there are lots of teachers and AI trainers, George Pickering from the British Council, Nick Peachy, who are all suggesting that in fact the teacher's role is going to change fundamentally much sooner than many of us think. I don't actually subscribe to that. And I think in healthcare education, it's an even more critical path that we tread. I think AI, for me, well, over history, technology has always been the thing that's going to stop the teacher. And when I use the word teacher, I want to expand that to the word educator, because education is so much richer than knowledge transfer and knowledge banking. It's about understanding your learner. It's about understanding what makes her tick. It's about understanding how to encourage that learner, when to motivate them, when to get the carrot, when to get the stick. And I think those empathic moments are really what defines and differentiates an educator from someone at the front of the class with a board pen or in the past a bit of chalk. How quickly will AI get there? Will it ever get there? I'm not convinced.
Well, I should really throw that open to Chris because of the empathy study that came up in the research that was presented, did imply that the empathic skills of AI were in some cases better than those of healthcare professionals. Chris, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it's mainly emergency medicine in the States, and I think it just reflects medicine in general that we've got to remember the patient journey to getting to you, and it's quite an unconnected journey, often not a lot of human. So even if the AI is generating a statement where it's a bit blunt, thanks for waiting, thanks for that, it's maybe enough sometimes for patients just to feel like a little bit heard. Yeah, we teach all these kind of empathic skills, but if we're a rush doctor, they often, we forget about them. It's a quick A, B, C, D approach, emergencies, etc. So I guess it's depending on what we mean by the degree of empathy and what we are tuning it to. I think if we're thinking about a very challenging conversation, bereavement with a patient or family, or it's complex with different opinions. Clearly, the AI is just not going to be suitable for that currently. But if it is just little brief moments of kindness that we sometimes lose as humans, then I'm all for it. If the patient's experience, if we think about it, ultimately the patient experience is positive, then I need to have that support at times. And if it helps the doctors burn out less, generally, and nurses, I think if that's saving me time having an ambient scribe, I can spend a bit more time looking at my patient and talking, then I've got to see that as an advantage. And my English is better written, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Actually,
okay. Well, that's also an interesting point. I mean, the time element, I guess, is critical there. But how much time doctors are able to spend with patients compared, and if we compare it to teachers do have more time, generally speaking, than doctors. So maybe there is a differential there. Sorry, Virginia.
I was just going to say, on another sort of positive note, I was reading about a study. It was to do with loneliness, and loneliness is really, one of the big health issues of the day, and providing people with a robot that something rather than someone that they can who's around, who they can talk to, who alleviates that loneliness. I mean, again, that's got to be beneficial. It's not ideal. It's not a person, which would be the best option, but surely it's better than someone sitting in a room on their own.
Yeah.
So there are. It's not all doom and gloom, and hopefully there'll be very clever people who take it forward in a good way. And I guess I'm always an optimist, so I'm hopeful that will be what will happen.
In terms of your writing, Virginia, do you feel that having access to good quality AI tools will actually improve what you can do? But it'll accelerate, it'll amplify, but you will also still provide the sort of Virginia touch, if you like.
Well, that's what I do now. I mean, I'm trying to get better at my prompts, so that I don't get the awful, hey, what have you heard about Cushing's disease result? It is getting better, but there's still a lot that I do, but it's because I want to do it. I don't want to produce something that sounds the same every single time and that finishes with hey, we'll always be here for you, which is seems to be the default ending. So yeah, I mean, it's slowly helping me a little bit, and I'm hoping it will help me a lot more. But it means I've got to learn too. I've got to put in the learning and become a bit more proficient.
And do we feel that AI is going to stop hallucinating soon, or is this going to be an ongoing kind of unreliability? What does anybody think about that?
On a technical note, I understand, although I've never actually managed to alter it, this is to do with the temperature setting. That the lower the temperature setting gets to 1 and below 1, the less likely that AI will hallucinate. And I think this also speaks to the generative AI tools that as teachers and as educators and as healthcare educators we're using. We've heard a lot today about ChatGPT. We've heard a lot today about commercial apps. Beata gave us that amazing insight into the tools that are available for pronunciation. What I think is the next big step is where teachers start engaging with bespoke AIs, either getting behind the back of ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever it is, and training their own GPTs for a specific use. Let's remember that for every particular use we have, we will probably have a different GPT. We won't use the same one for reading as we're using for listening. We certainly won't be using any of those for training empathic discourse analysis in the case of treatment of giving bad news. There are platforms like Mizu that are out there that can help us, but there it's not always clear what Mizu is actually working on top of. It's probably ChatGPT, but I think that's the next step where we're better able, because we've had better education in bespoke GPT development, then and also let's not forget, we should always give ChatGPT and others feedback. When it's done well, say so. When it hasn't done well, tell it why and what we expect better next time. So I think it's that training of the GPT that might lead us towards less hallucination, but within a much more narrow field for which that GPT has been trained as a bespoke tool.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, my feeling is that AI is becoming much more will become much more targeted, much more tailorable. And I think when it comes to education, that's also an interesting thing to imagine, that AI will become very personalized, and people will have almost like personalized AIs who will take them on their own learning journeys, which are either directed by a teacher or directed by themselves. Yes. Chris, do you have any sort of thoughts either on the more sort of individualized AIs that are being developed, or on the reliability of AI and the content it produces?
Content's always a little bit dodgy. Hence that's why you need to be somewhat of an expert in your field to kind of review it. And that's where students go wrong, because they're not the experts. So they just put it out there as if it is the truth. And then also you've got to be aware that some of the models are they only to the internet, say, till up to 2023. There's like a gap. So you've got to be careful. There's always a gap of knowledge when you use language models. I do think it'll be device-based. DeepSeek has shown that we can now get a bespoke language model on your computer with your own chips. We don't need massive servers. What they did was quite creative. So I think that's what they're working on now, is better chips for our computers and models that will fit on a device. So then it will be all localized. Particularly, I think that's better for data security. I demonstrated with SimFlow, it's a closed loop. It can't learn from you. So if I was to disclose I'm a doctor at Swindon Surgery, the AI doesn't suddenly learn that about me. And we kind of want that in education as well. We don't want personalized details just to be broadly known amongst people we don't know. So I think there's all those ethical issues that I'm sure regulators are thinking about at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Virginia, any thoughts from you?
Well, no, I just repeat really what has been said. I think it's there's a lot there's still a lot to do, and I think the patient confidentiality and data security is obviously a huge issue that must be nailed down.
Yeah, I mean, as a writer, are you concerned about any intellectual property issues that AI might be exposing?
It's difficult because I mean, there've always been problems with I think of the Cambridge English for Nursing books. That there were, as soon as they were published, there was a certain amount of plagiarism. I mean, you can't. As soon as you put pen to paper, it's always, it will always be an issue for writers. It always has been, and it always will be. But I think there are more. There are ways now of checking on plagiarism, and I think there's a lot less. It's absolutely unacceptable, and that's, I think that's the best you can do. I just continue to write, and sometimes I think, well, what is it? Imitation is a form of flattery.
Flattery. Of being ripped off.
I mean, I guess for me, my aim in producing short dialogue videos is to help nursing students and other students to to improve their communication skills. So if I can do that, that's great. If someone, it's a shame if someone passes it off as their own, but it won't stop me doing what I do.
And you wouldn't mind if someone asked an AI to create an English for Nursing course and it drew heavily on what you have put out there?
Well, I mean, again, if they said it came from me, that would be nice. But I don't know that I would have much control over it. I mean, what would I do? Where would I go? Where would I go to complain? It's, again, I think, this has been the dilemma for writers. As soon as you put a thought to paper, someone can steal it from you.
I am aware that we're drawing to the end of the panel discussion. Does anybody attending have any questions that they'd like to put to the panel? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Any closing thoughts as we draw the panel to an end? And Neil, anything from you on anything that has come up in the last 45 minutes?
I think everyone here today will have learnt a huge amount, even though probably we're a self-selecting group, we're probably in our own way edging towards experts. So can I just say, can we make this a regular annual event, please? Because it has been so beneficial. And with AI moving so quickly, what we're talking about today and what we might be talking about in a year's time, we need those updates. And I wasn't paid to say that.
Well, if you want to organise the next one, Neil. No, I mean, absolutely. Yes, an annual event, given the pace at which things are travelling, that does make a lot of sense. Chris, any final thoughts from your side?
I just think, like we've all said, it's AI is augmenting us, I hope. And perhaps like Theodora's asking about, should we do like written English, and we're changing that, but maybe we just got to go back to the reasoning side of things. Like take a kind of written paragraph or a verbal paragraph and now concisely give that into medical kind of shorthand. That's the kind of expertise level that we've got to still train people at, that the AI won't necessarily do that well. That's how I look at it at the moment, because when it does my notes, it does it almost verbatim, and I ask it to make it concise, and it just keeps still it's like a half a page. So it isn't there yet. That's my view on it anyway.
So using it for what it does well, and then really focusing on what we do well
as
teachers.
Well, yeah.
Yes,
reasoning is the important part, I think, of all this. Because it can't reason.
Good. And Virginia, final words from you.
Agreed. Lots of different perspectives. I agree. I think we all have learned a lot, and I think it's been very interesting to have Chris giving the medical education viewpoint. That's been very interesting. And I mean, I always say something on a tangent. Recently, I've gone back to Duolingo just to keep the old brain ticking, and I decided I'd go back and learn Latin that I did at school. And I'm very pleased to have heard that in Czech universities, and I believe in Hungarian, that Latin is taught in the medical faculty. So well done.
It is.
Yes, I'll be trotting along and joining your courses.
My party piece, I will sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm in Latin at the end for to stay around.
Well, I'll use that, Neil.
Okay, and thank you very much to for everyone who organised this. It really has been a day well spent.
Hear, hear.
Great.
Excellent. Well, on that very positive note, we will draw the panel discussion to a close. And just a huge thank you from me to Ros and Petra, who didn't make it, unfortunately, because Petra's not well. But both Ros and Petra behind the scenes have put an enormous amount of work in to make this day happen. It's been a really good day. Great variety of presentations, some really excellent insights, some really interesting work being done, some really interesting research taking place. A lot of us, a lot of things for us to think about, to talk about once we close the webinar, and to continue to work on in the areas that we are focusing on. So a huge thank you to Ros and to Petra for putting the whole event together. And thank you very much to everybody for spending your time, for giving up a Saturday to be with us. It's really hugely appreciated. Elfie is really committed to the ongoing professional development of people working in this very unique, very special space. And we're delighted to see a lot of people coming and going throughout the day, but a really good regular attendance throughout. So that's been, the levels of engagement have been strong throughout. So we're really delighted to see that as well. Ros, a final word from you, perhaps.
Well, I don't know, something completely off topic, but when I went to, but not off topic, at lunchtime, I logged into my email account, and there was something from The Connection, which is a French newspaper for foreigners, basically, who go and live over there, expats who go and live over there, and it warned us of the fact that AI was being introduced into in Paris, I think it was, detecting anybody who was putting the wrong waste in the wrong waste bin. So
right,
from face recognition, I mean, I don't know, that's it's off topic, but it's on topic. Anyway, I want to say thank you so much to Chris and Zephy and Theo for an excellent keynote speech. Really, really had us all thinking and overthinking and not worrying at all. But and thanks to all the other speakers who participated and the panelists too, and to the delegates. Thank you so much for sticking around. As Chris said, we had a good number of people all the way through. It was really worth putting it together, and I'm sorry that Petra wasn't able to enjoy it as well, but she was definitely very strong in the background there, helping me put it together. So thank you to her. All right, well, thank you very much, and
Thank you.
stay in touch. All right,
Yeah.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
All
you.
right, have a
Bye.
good rest of the day. Take care. Bye.